Alrighty. Good evening, everyone. Carolina Panther fans of all shapes and sizes from all around the world. Welcome to another Carolina Panthers live stream talk here on the U to the Tube and the Facebook. I am yours truly, Blitzball champ Jason Ingram. So tonight we're going to be talking about the Week 16 matchup of the Carolina Panthers back at home taking on the visiting Green Bay Packers. Should be quite an interesting matchup, mainly because I'm really not too sure what Packers team we're going to get. They've been kind of up and down, so I'm not really sure what kind of Packers team we're going to get. Mr. Gemini, welcome to the stream. What's up to you? Let me go ahead and get the others notified, and we will get this going. But yeah, um, this ought to be a very interesting matchup. I know Green Bay's coming off a two-game losing streak. I know they won three straight before that, including winning over the Chiefs and the Lions. But they've kind of fallen apart a little bit with two back-to-back losses against the Giants and the Buccaneers. So yeah, I'm not sure what we're going to end up getting, but it should be interesting. Should be interesting. Of course, Carolina Panthers are coming off a win over the Atlanta Falcons, only their second win of the season. So, can they possibly go on a two-game win streak? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. But it's going to be interesting. And this game will fall on Christmas Eve. It's falling on Christmas Eve. Hope everybody's had a good week so far. It is Thursday, December 21st of 2023. Uh, Christmas is almost here. So, yeah, it'll be here before you know it. Mr. Gemini says, we're beating the Packers and Bryce is going to have a great day. I hope so. I really do. It will be a nice follow up to the victory over Atlanta. Mo Swindu, welcome to the stream. But, yeah, gobble gobble. Sounds like most Windows ready to eat, ready for Christmas dinner. I feel you. I feel you. I just finished eating myself. Okay. Um and then once Corey gets on, I'll let him do his introduction and then we'll continue forth. I'm doing fine, Most Windu. How are you doing? What's good? Um this ESPN matchup predictor has the Packers 69.3% chance of winning to the Panthers 30.4% chance of winning, which, not surprising. Not surprising. I expect us to be the underdogs for the rest of these games. Mr. Gemini says, I still don't like when Bryce throws. It's wobbly and hangs in the air, though. Yeah, sometimes. Yeah, sometimes. I notice that sometimes. But, Most Window says, I'm doing great. I have to know your honest opinion about our last game. Ugly win, but a win nonetheless. Um, I felt like Bryce made some good throws, some confident throws, and I just truly believe we saw a whole different Bryce Young this past game. So that's my take. Up and Corey is here.
Hey, what's going on, buddy?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Doing great.
Good,
Feeling
good.
good.
Uh, Only a couple of days away from Christmas, and we have a Christmas Eve game coming up.
Yeah, that's interesting.
So we got a chance to hopefully, I guess, go on a two-game win streak. Um, as the Packers are actually on a two-game losing streak, and I don't know about you, I'm not too sure what Packers team is going to show up for this game because they've been kind of up and down.
Yeah, that's true. It's been a very interesting year for the Packers.
Jordan, welcome to the stream. What we playing today? We're playing previewing the Carolina Panthers Green Bay Packers game for this Sunday. That's what we're playing today.
He's used to you playing video games on this channel.
Nah, he's a good guy. He's a really good guy. I know him personally. Um, Mr. Carolina, welcome.
Hey,
What's going on, gentlemen?
It's,
What's going on?
it's going good. How we feeling tonight?
I'm feeling good. Feeling good. That's why I pop in here. I'm still at work, so if y'all see me jump off, it's because I'm not trying to get in trouble with the boss. But I am feeling fantastic.
Good,
Uh,
good.
Feeling good after I said after a win, and feeling optimistic about Sunday, especially after hearing that Green Bay has the third worst rush defense in the entire NFL. So
hmm.
feeling good about Chuba Hubbard going for. I can see him going for 100 next game.
Yeah.
It.
Fun fact, if y'all didn't know that, third worst run defense in the league.
Ooh. Oh, we better eat that up then. We gotta
Mm-hmm.
eat that up.
Mm-hmm.
And it's interesting, Mr. Carolina, because Green Bay is on a two-game losing streak, and they've been kind of up and down. Like they were riding a three-game winning streak, even getting wins over the Lions and the Chiefs, and then they just fell apart to the Giants and the Bucks. So I'm not too sure what Packers team is gonna show up this Sunday. You know what I mean?
I don't know. I feel you, my brother, and that's why they say any
Yeah.
given Sunday,
Hmm.
any given Sunday, you can win or you can lose. But that's why I say you don't play the games on paper.
Right.
You never play a game on
Yep.
paper. So I could have an awesome game one Sunday and then come out and look like somebody's JV team's cowboy the next Sunday. So it's the highs and lows of a football season. Imagine us as fans, we get all through our highs and lows, but even as players, you getting banged up. You get nicks and bruises here, and then you're switching out personnel. So,
Hmm.
um, as they say, that's why you play the game. You play the game for a reason. You gotta can't just feel good about it on paper. You gotta put it out on the field. But I
Mm-hmm.
feel good about our chances come Sunday. I feel real good.
So with that being said, and yeah, Jordan, we're live podcasting now. That is correct. Um, so this matchup, uh, it's been a hot minute since we last played Green Bay, especially at home. Which,
Mm-hmm.
of course, the last time we played Green Bay at home was when we had Cam, and of course, we beat them. The Thomas Davis game-winning, game-saving interception. Um, Looking at this matchup, um, of course, Carolina's the underdog. Now, the NFL.com rankings have the Packers overall offense at ranked 18th, defense at ranked 23rd, passing at 17th, rushing at 21st. So, I mean, I don't even think that's considered, barely considered mid, I guess.
They
No.
play better than a mid.
Okay. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Um, Carolina offense ranked 30th, passing 31st, rushing 17th, defense third.
I read
That's
that.
something. That's something they were given. We have the third rank, only behind Baltimore and Cleveland, is our defense rank. And then somebody put it. I was reading it earlier. They said if Ezra is not considered a candidate for this head coaching job, we're making the same mistake we did with Steve Wilkes. The exact same mistake. For like I said, I said last time, with everything going on, that man has held that defense to a standard that look. I don't give a damn what the offense does. We
Hmm.
are not going to look bad on a consistent basis. And he's come in, he's put a stamp on his defense, and for that alone, that man should get the first crack at the head coaching interview. Stop,
I
shout
agree
out with
with that.
Yeah, I agree. I am definitely not against that idea with how well he's been doing. I mean,
he's like,
especially being able to come from Denver, where he was successful with the defense there, to
Yeah,
Carolina and really keep that trend going.
he reminds me of a young Mike Tomlin.
I agree with that. Yeah, I could see it.
He has respect. Like I keep saying, if with football players, especially with grown men, it's about respect. I have to
Mm.
respect you as a man. I have to
Right.
respect you as a leader. If I don't respect you, I'm not going to play for you. Y'all know I've been saying that for a hot minute. If I
Hmm.
have no respect for you, I'm not playing for you. I don't care how much you're paying me. I don't like you. I don't want to see you succeed. Y'all think it might sound selfish and petty, but look, if I don't rock with you as a leader and as a man, I'm going to give you half-ass effort on this field,
Hmm.
flat out. That's what it is. We saw
Mhm.
that with Rule. We've seen that with Wright.
Yep.
We did. We saw how hard they played for Wilkes. We see how hard that defense is playing for Ezra. There's a respect factor amongst men in that locker room in that organization that the defense is showing you again. We'll play for this guy because he's earned our respect.
Mhm.
So, Mr. Tepper, please take this into consideration. Look how well your defense is playing. All you have to do is, if you're not keeping Thomas Brown, bring in a damn offensive coordinator that complements what your hopefully new head coach is already doing. Because the defense is set. Like I said this last time we talked. Do not touch that defense.
Hmm.
Add a few pieces, but bring in an offensive coordinator that is one chef, not sous chefs. Bring in that one chef to talk in Bryce Young's ear. That's
Right.
all we need. That's all
And
we need,
fits his
fellas.
system too.
That's it. That's
Hmm.
it. That's all we need.
So it's this is really good that you mentioned this because I was gonna bring this up. Which first off, Coach Avero is a young guy himself, only 42 years old, so definitely has a lot of years left in his tank. Only 42, so that's good. Secondly, I was listening to I watched a clip on YouTube from 99.9 The Fans YouTube channel, and I believe I sent Corey this as well. But
Yep.
I have to bring this up because honestly, I think it's a weird point. I don't agree with it, but it's kind of a weird point.
All right,
And
okay.
it's in regards to the idea of the coach and the coordinators being like super duper like buddy best friend like. And what I mean by that is, okay, it's safe to say that we're definitely gonna get a different coach for the next season, and I agree. Coach Avero, great candidate. Put his name in there. Sure thing.
Mhm.
Now, let's say that that doesn't happen, but at the same time, we still want to be able to keep him as defensive coordinator for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
Mhm.
um Whatever coach we get, the idea that he's going to want to bring his own staff, which could potentially mean like no to Avero because they're not buddy or tight, and then the idea that
Or compatible.
you should be compatible and like very close with your coordinators. And honestly, I feel like it's a weird point, but at the same time, I'm like, look, if that man is doing his job, who
Leave
am
him alone.
I to
Leave him
disrupt that?
alone. Yeah. Don't
Leave
mess
him
with
alone.
what's working.
Yeah.
That makes that, and that's was the Panthers' problem: consistency.
Hmm.
Why mess up something that's consistent? That makes no. I don't have to be your friend. I don't have to go to your house for dinner. I don't have to text you after work.
Right.
As long as when we step in this building, it's business. Cool. Come in this building and be about your business. Or as kids say, stand on business.
Hmm.
Ezra comes in here and he stands on business.
Yes, he
He's
does.
not afraid to hold players accountable. He's not afraid to get in their face. Look, this is how we're going to play because this is my name that you guys are messing up, or that you guys. This is my system. It works. You guys just have to buy in. Players have bought in. And I saw that clip that you're talking about. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that.
Ah,
If
so
you're
you
a
do.
head
So
coach,
you do know what clip I'm talking about. Gotcha.
I know exactly what you're talking about. I was watching that one earlier.
Cool
If
deal.
I'm a head coach and if Ezra doesn't get it, the head coach that comes in here, if I'm looking at that from the outside looking in, I'm salivating at the mouth because I say, you know what? I don't have to mess the defense side of the ball because he's got it.
Exactly.
He's cool. I can focus all my attention on developing my young franchise quarterback and getting my offense in order. I don't worry about my defense because that man has that respect. He knows what he's doing. Cool. Offense, my full attention is on you. And that's the kind of person we need. It comes in here and says, if Ezra's not the guy, you keep him by. If I'm the head coach, I say, you know what, Mr. Tepper, you can overpay him if you have to.
Mm.
I don't want him leaving this building because that man deserves to be here. He deserves his respect. He deserves to get paid because he's done nothing but be consistent with this defense. And again, we're third ranked, fellas. We are third ranked. As bad as the season is, when has the last time you seen a 2-win team have the third ranked defense? In the entire, like, that's how good our defense is. With all the injuries, he's kept that team, that defense together. Don't touch him. He's untouchable. Don't let him out the building. I'll throw in my little salary. Don't let him out the building. Please, God. I'm just saying.
Hmm.
He shouldn't leave. That's just my 2 cents. He should not get out of that building. If he's not the head coach, he shouldn't leave as a defensive coordinator. He shouldn't get out of the building.
Corey,
And if
want to
Tepper
follow
gets
up?
tempted to mess around and stick his hand in the cookie jar, put it in writing, keep Evero here, and every time that Tepper interferes, he gets fined. That money goes to Evero to elevate his trust fund to keep him here in Carolina.
Yeah.
Period. Point blank.
I know for me, if I were, say, the head coach, the only thing that I would do is I would come to Coach Avero and be like, look, whatever players that you have that might be on, last year contracts or whatnot, if there's any in particular that you really, really believe should stay, let me know so I can, make that a priority because I want you to be
Yeah.
able to have exactly what you need. Being that you've
Yep.
already been successful with that, with the staff that you have, like, okay, if there's players you can keep, great. If there's players that you can't, let's figure out how we can replace those particular players so that the train doesn't stop.
We need to know that info ASAP so we
Right.
can start preparing.
Right.
Louisville, stay. Brown, extension.
Yes.
Flat out.
Agreed.
Figure out Burns, most likely tagged.
Yep.
And then we need to figure out opposite. Gross Matos has shown growth, but you need that consistent pass rush opposite Brian Burns like we had with Hassan Reddick. You
Mm-hmm.
need that. You need
Right.
Burns needs somebody to push him
Mm-hmm.
on the other side. That's when he does better when they have to focus on somebody on the other side as well.
Right.
Him as a lead
The heat
pass
off
rush
him.
defensive end, it's just as much as I like Brian Burns, he doesn't thrive as being the sole person that tackles and offense can focus on to
Hmm.
be like, okay, he's going to take the ball game over. I love Brian Burns. That's not him. That's
Right.
not him. He needs that other dog on the other side to be like, okay, now y'all gotta pick your poison. Because if you focus on, like I said, we focus on Reddick, I'm going to get off. You focus on me, Reddick's going to get off.
Hmm.
So that Derek Brown is awesome up the middle, but without that, you need that. I see what happened to us sometimes. You need those two defensive ends that can make your quarterback step up because we have the defensive tackle that is going to demolish any quarterback that steps forward. Derek Brown is going to eat anybody alive, but again, you need a consistent outside pass rush to make that quarterback very uncomfortable to make him step up into the pressure.
Do you think we should go out and get a defensive end this offseason
Yes.
or
Yes,
draft one or
get one,
both?
get
Um,
one, get one.
I I would not be opposed to adding a linebacker.
I agree.
I know we'll be getting Shaq back. Um,
Let's give
Um,
help out there, man.
to that point, and I'm glad you just said it, not to cut y'all off. To that point, now remember when Shaq comes back, who thrived on that outside pass rusher? Luvu.
right.
That's really what he did.
Uh-oh, I think we lost him.
And Shaq's a
He
run
went on.
stopper.
Oh, he went on mute.
So that's what he does.
Yeah.
He's a pass rush specialist. Like that's his thing. But now he's showing his versatility that hey, I can play inside and I can play outside.
He's working on
So
his pass coverage ability.
he is. Pay the man.
Oh yeah. We
Yeah,
have to keep
I
Luvu.
think keep
We
him
have to
around,
keep
pay the
Luvu.
man. Mm-hmm.
Pay the man. I'm just saying. He
Yeah,
deserves his
I'm on
paycheck.
board with it.
Yeah, absolutely. Um, and to be honest, like I mean, with the exception of Jeremy Chin, because I believe he's in his contract year, so I think we definitely need to take a look at that. Aside from that, I don't think we barely even touched the secondary.
Agreed. Unless we get an extra corner, to seal up the corner room.
Oh, I would find out what Troy Hill's contract status is. I think he's a keeper.
Yeah, keep Troy Hill.
Um,
We're
yeah,
looking to replace CJ.
and then
Upgrade on him.
and then
Upgrade on him, not replace him. Upgrade on him.
fair. And then, looks like JC Horn will be able to finish strong, so that's good.
Mm-hmm.
D-Jack
D-Jack
as
will still
well.
be here.
Yeah. So I mean, honestly,
We get
um,
one more good corner, I think we'll be set.
yeah. I know we did pick up Shaquille Griffin. I don't know if
I don't know
that's
that much about him though.
he did pretty well with the Texans, but I just don't know if that's a long
Have we
term.
used him?
Ugh, a little bit.
Okay.
Um,
How did he do?
I mean, nothing like highlight wise that stood out, but I mean,
Okay. You don't always have to be a highlight man, to get the job done.
right.
You just got to be consistent. Be consistent.
Right. Captain
Yeah.
Monroe was never a highlight man, but he got the job done. You know what I mean?
He
Right. Right.
he was consistent as hell.
Exactly.
Cap was
But
consistent.
you never noticed it because if you don't look at the stats and you just watch the eye test, it's just like, okay, well, he's not spectacular, but he gets the job done.
Which is fair. I felt like Captain Munnerlin, he started to kind of evolve into, the type of player that would be able to make those highlight plays. Because
Yeah.
I remember some of the picks he made. He had some explosiveness.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
I miss
Um,
Cap. He was a perfect nickel corner. He was a perfect
Yep.
nickel corner.
Mm-hmm.
right. Um, so I really feel like, and like I said, these are some great points, guys. Um, definitely the defense. really should be the least of our issues with how well they've done this
Agreed.
season. Um,
Mhm.
Yeah.
but I definitely agree. If Coach Avero is not in the hat for this
Yeah,
team, something's wrong. Something's wrong.
agreed.
Extremely, extremely, extremely wrong.
And with Ben Johnson, what I read was supposedly, according to a lot of rumors out there, he wants $15 million.
Whew.
I'm like,
Like 15 million a year?
and you've never been a head coach. Are we about to screw up a third time?
Don't. Yeah. You
Tepper's
have
been like, Tepper's been
fiending
gung
for him.
ho for this dude, man.
Wait, he wants 15 million a year?
That's the supposed rumor going around.
Uh,
You have. I hope that's not true, because Jesus Christ, you've done
uh,
nothing, good buddy. You have no Super Bowl rings to stand on.
You're not even a head coach yet. You have no head coaching experience. What are you doing
Zero.
asking for $15 million? That's ridiculous.
uh,
Because people, that's what happens when you're being hyped up as the next best thing, and you have nothing to fall back on. Because I can come to the table and says, "Hey, I'm a hot commodity."
And Tepper
I
is falling for it again.
It's like he doesn't learn.
He
He
doesn't
doesn't
learn a
learn.
doggone thing.
You don't get it.
I
You don't
mean,
overpay for a first year head coach. Do not overpay.
Idiot.
yeah, that's the thing. I mean,
He's
yes,
about to do what?
yeah, yeah, I know he's a South Carolina native. I know he played at UNC and all that, but
That's a
like,
great story. And
That's
guess
cool.
what? Tepper goes for great stories when he hires head coaches.
oh yeah, that is,
Except for the
Why
except
do
for
you
the head
think he's going after him?
except for the coach he let get out the door.
yeah. Uh, if this ends up being true,
He's going to pay him more than 15. Watch Tepper just dive into his bank account and pay him more than 15. He's already paid for facial recognition software, which we'll never use. I mean, this is stupid.
oh yeah, for the
You're
stadium.
using the money on the wrong things. Just because you could buy 15 Ferraris doesn't mean you should.
You can't drive them all.
And you
You're an
remember
idiot.
how much he sold into
When it
Matt Rule,
comes to
giving him
managing football, you're an idiot, Mr. Tepper.
I mean, gave him a 70 or 7 year deal, which oof.
You're still paying them. No,
Yeah,
no, no,
yeah.
no.
We're still paying Matt Rule. We're still paying Frank.
You're an idiot. You're like
Uh,
you're an idiot.
I mean, I'm okay with Ben Johnson as a candidate, but not to that end.
No, not for that much money. No way. No,
Nah, with
Your
the
resume doesn't speak to $15 million. It doesn't. You're not.
no, not even
It doesn't
close.
do that.
I
Now, would I
mean,
mind you as a head coach? No, but not for that price.
I mean, his resume is growing, but that's pretty much all I can say about that. I mean, he's got something good going at Detroit. I will give credit where
Yeah.
credit's due. He was
Oh
a
yeah,
part he was a part of that.
Oh yeah.
we'll
But
give you that. If you're gonna call for that though, you need to have a Super Bowl behind your name.
yeah.
At this
Yeah.
point, I want him as an offensive coordinator. I don't want him as a head coach. He'll never go for that.
No, he's not leaving Detroit to come here to do that. No.
No,
Yeah, that's the
no.
thing. So,
And I'm not paying him $15 million. That's not happening. So we've reached an impasse here
oof.
with Ben Johnson. Next,
You already
Yeah.
Harbaugh's
know
not
my
leaving
favorite.
Michigan.
You already know my favorite.
Yeah,
Oh,
I mean Eric Bellamy
Ajaro
is
is your
is the
number one,
obvious
or
choice.
Jaro's my number. He's my 1B. My 1A is the enemy.
gotcha. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
Yep,
Yeah,
I'll
1A.
take either one.
Because he has the resume to stand on.
Mm-hmm.
I did it in Kansas City. I'm doing it with the Commanders. I'm taking a fourth round quarterback and making him damn near look like Brett Favre.
Right.
Yeah. And
I knew Sam.
if we do get Eric Bieniemy, your playbook, not anybody else's playbook, your playbook.
Exactly. I knew
That's
Sam
it.
had it in him. I felt like he could break that glass ceiling and get to that next level. with the right coach
This
or
ain't good.
coordinator.
Oh, Super Trebo says, welcome to the stream, Super Trebo. He says, sup guys, do y'all think Scott Fitt may stay or be fired?
He's
Um,
fired. He's fired.
I know there's been a lot of rumbling saying that his position at the end of the year is not guaranteed. So
You got to be careful about when you fire him. I'm on board with firing him, but you got to be careful when you fire him because you
Yeah.
don't want to end up with a terrible GM and a terrible head coach at the same time.
What
And
about Dan Morgan? I mean, Dan Morgan's in the building.
with no
Uh,
president,
like
with no
elevate,
president, mind you.
like you mean elevating Dan Morgan to GM?
yeah. What about Dan Morgan as a GM? I mean,
Well,
it
he's
worked
going to
for.
follow a lot of the same traits as Scott because he was
Yeah.
following him for what 3 years.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just throwing a name out there because it's like he's in the building.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it worked for John Lynch out in San Francisco. You know, he's a former player. He knows the game. You know, maybe it could work. I'm not saying he's going to be the best one, but it's just a name that I would say maybe he may do something different. But I wasn't he here when we had was he here when we had Gettleman? I don't think he was here when we had Gettleman.
I
I don't know.
don't believe. Well, you know what? Let
I
me find
don't
out.
believe
Let
so.
me actually find out.
I think he was
Dan
here.
Morgan.
That's a good question.
So,
Um,
since 2021. So no.
No, okay. I was just
but
wondering.
but it raises the question: should we continue elevating from within? Like, since we haven't had success with that, should we keep doing it?
No, you're right. No,
Right.
I would.
So
Yeah, I
it's
guess
it's
that's
a
fair.
major
That's fair.
question. You
No.
know, Ajaro might have been different. You know, Wilkes might have been different. Those
Right.
are the two exceptions, but otherwise, I don't know. Mm-mm.
No,
It's
that's
not
fair.
working.
That's fair. Um,
Yeah.
No,
but
I mean, if you want to move somebody up from like quarterback coach to offensive coordinator, like say Ken Dorsey back in those days, then yes, I can approve of that. But you know, not from a coordinator job to head coach. You know, when it's not working.
mhm.
Now, if you've
Clearly.
got something that's working like Ajaro's working, then yeah, put his name in the hat. And I want Chris Tapor's name in the hat too, because that man's clearly understands what he's doing. He's doing three people's jobs at once
That is a good
just to
point.
do his own.
Facts.
That's a load too. That is
The
quite a
special
load.
teams head coordinator job is very, very underrated because you got to be prepared for any situation to pop up at any time. That means you got to
Any
do other
given
people's
moment.
jobs.
Mm-hmm.
So
Any,
so looking and like I said, that's definitely, a good
He's in
point.
tune with this team better than anybody right now.
Yeah, especially better than what Frank Reich has done, that's for sure.
Yeah.
wah wah wah.
But yeah, so looking at this matchup. So I want to dive into this injury report. I mean,
Yeah.
they got Ian Thomas practice for a second straight day on limited basis. So looks like he
Let me
might be
pull it
on
up.
his way back. Trimble was limited. Stephen Sullivan was a full participant, which I gotta say, I'm right there with you, Corey. He has stepped up and has made some plays.
Yes.
Yeah. I want to experiment with this dude. I want to find out what he can do.
Yeah. Um, Brian Burns, YGM, Marquise Haynes, out with illnesses, so little bit of a
Mm,
sickness going on.
yeah.
But
They've
those
been
were
sick
the
though.
only three players that did not practice at all today. Everybody else did practice.
That's
Um,
good.
Xavier Woods, illness. David Sharp, illness. Taylor Moton, knee. Sam Franklin Jr., quad. And Claudine just got designated to return from IR.
Who?
He hasn't been back on the 53-man roster yet. Claudine Cherilus, um, linebacker.
Oh yeah.
Oh Jesus! I
Yeah,
forgot.
he's definitely not a name that has done much. So
Right.
Oh, before you keep going, not to get off the topic here.
what you got?
Shout out to the offensive line for last week. We give the
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
offensive line all
Mm-hmm.
types of crap. They stepped up in a big, especially the staples. We give Icky his crap when he needs it. Played a phenomenal game.
Yes.
Yep.
Bozeman played a good game. Moten played a good game. The
Yep.
two guards filling in played a decent game, but shout out to the offensive line. Y'all actually played a good game in terrible weather. So, like I said,
Yep.
shout out to the offensive line. Gotta give them credit where credit is due. We get on them so much. I just want to throw that little tidbit in there.
I actually saw the PFF grades for them, and I believe I sent them to you, Blitz.
Yeah, you did.
I did.
Yeah, you did. You messaged them to me. But yeah,
Let me see if I can
they
find them.
definitely did great. They did a great job, especially um, pass
Oh, it's on my
protection
page.
and
Yeah.
also opening up holes for the run game. I mean, definitely Miles Sanders and Chuba Hubbard. Chuba continuing to lead the
So,
charge in the run game.
shows why he should be RB1. He keeps showing it week after week.
Yeah, and not only that,
There we go.
Chuba's starting to make some noise in like pregame and postgame as well. I see Chuba making a little bit of noise.
Yeah, and shout out to the game changer and game manager. See
I,
where I'm going.
I was like,
Shout out to Cade Mays too with the 81.9 pass
Oh
block.
yeah, Cade Mays played. He had a good
That dude,
game.
I've been screaming for him to be put in all year long, and Frank would not do it because of his lack of intelligence with the depth chart.
Yep.
He
And
was a beast. He was a beast at Tennessee. Wasn't it Tennessee? Yeah, he was a beast at
yeah,
Tennessee.
Tennessee. Yep.
Mm-hmm. He was my draft pick, by the way.
And the oh yeah, the rookie
Gabe Jackson. Gabe
Nash
Jackson
Jensen.
with the 71.9.
Ah, nice, nice.
Yep. For pass blocking. That's
But
what we're looking for.
That's
but
what I
yeah.
said, God. The offensive line played good. God, give them
Yeah.
their credit, man. Kudos to those boys.
So we definitely
Taylor
need.
comes in with a 83.9. And Icky comes in with a whopping 76.7.
Oh,
I
nice,
mean, we
nice.
haven't had that all year out of these boys.
So boys play
Shout
good,
out
man.
to you. Much love.
Hell yeah,
Indeed,
boys play good, man. Real
indeed.
Mm-hmm.
good.
Yeah, we need more of that for this Christmas Eve game.
Now,
Please.
Gabe did give up a sack, but I do believe that this dude could be the answer here, the right guard for a while, till we
What
get Corbett back. He could
Cade?
be a good depth man once we get Corbett.
Ah. So that was our injury report. Um for Green Bay, I mean,
Oh, it's a long list.
it's a pretty long list for Green Bay,
Good
actually.
grief.
Uh ooh. So,
The Devontae Campbell's one of them that stands out
oh
to me.
yeah, they're
Jaden Reed.
David Bakhtari, their one of their main offensive tackles, is still on IR and won't return this season. So, ooh,
Oh wow.
they got
They've got
kind of
like 3 wide receivers on here.
oh yeah, Christian Watson. Oh, Christian Watson.
Yep.
Ooh, oh, okay.
Luke
Jay
Musgrave
Luke
just got
Musgrave.
added with the kidney.
Oh yeah. Okay,
Oof.
so they got some holes. They
Interesting stuff here.
They do have some folks that were limited practice wise. Quay Walker at linebacker, Jonathan Owens at safety, um, Aaron Jones at running back, AJ Dillon. Well, a lot of limited participants. So, you know, um, Dontavion Wicks at wide receiver, limited as well. So, I mean, I guess some of them will probably be good to go come Sunday, but
You probably won't see Devondre Campbell. You probably won't see Jaden Reed or Savage at this point. Christian Watson will probably be a game time decision with the hamstring.
okay.
But you're looking at a toe and chest injury with Jaden Reed, neck injury with Campbell, and a shoulder injury with Savage. Yeah, those don't heal quickly.
Yeah, fair point.
I'm betting they won't practice tomorrow either.
Um, Jaden Reed is actually their top receiver, um, which he's got 592 yards receiving, six
Mm,
touchdowns. Although Romeo Dobbs, 567 yards receiving and seven touchdowns. So I mean,
right.
they've been pretty active. Um, AJ Dillon, their leading rusher, 574 yards rushing, just one touchdown though. But I
Yeah.
have to say, Jordan Love has been playing pretty well. 3,368 yards passing, a 62.6 completion percentage,
Yeah.
25 touchdowns, 11 interceptions. I mean,
He's been killing it.
he been doing a little something something, gentlemen.
Hmm. From
Mhm.
Utah State. You don't always have to be from one of those big schools to do something big, man.
Yeah,
Just gotta put in the work and have some heart.
Hmm.
I mean
Have some passion for the game.
he's the man up now. So Jordan Love is making the best of it. I mean, I know the Packers are 6-8, and I think they're still in it. Yeah, they're still technically in it.
Yeah,
I
they're
mean,
still technically in it. They haven't been
So,
eliminated yet.
yeah. So, I mean, Jordan Love. I mean, he's gonna be somebody to really. We need to cause pressure. We really. This is a
Hmm.
game we got to get some pressure on Jordan Love.
Which we still have not been able to do.
Yeah. I mean, we didn't even
We
get a single sack on Ritter, so that really
I
says
don't think we
something.
got the talent to be able to do it.
that's what I said. If I don't, that's what I said. In my opinion, I don't feel like bringing it unless he's. And again, we don't have a first round pick unless he's this otherworldly pass rusher. Go get a vet that has a proven track record, not an old. What? No disrespect to Justin Houston, but that man was washed up. I don't just. And then now you want to go play for a contender. You didn't do nothing for us. What do you think you're going to do for a contender, sir? You did
Truth.
nothing here. Some contenders going to want you to do what? Take up a roster spot? No.
Mm,
Go get a young, experienced pass rusher or a pass rusher. Hell, go goddamn Chicago traded for Sweat. San Francisco traded for young athletic pass rushers that make a difference.
Mhm.
mm-hmm.
Go get somebody that is young and upcoming and shows the prowess to get to the damn quarterback. That's it. He don't got to be the flashiest name, but you might find a diamond in the rough.
Mm-hmm.
But again, I'm not going to say it's his first year, but we traded up to get DJ Johnson, and I don't see nothing in his skill set that makes him stand out as a pass rusher. I
Fair
don't
Uh,
see
fair
it.
point. Fair point.
we
I don't see
barely even used him.
And that's the thing. Like, why trade up for somebody and you're barely going to use him, and he shows no qualities as being a difference maker in the pass rushing scheme. Nothing. Nothing. He has no one move that I can be like, all right, DJ Johnson does this. He's going. He doesn't
Oh,
have. He doesn't
Right.
have a move. And I know he's a young man, but looking at his tapes, not just his highlight tapes, but breaking down his tapes even when he was at Oregon, I did not see nothing that made him stand out
Oh, for
as a
reals.
defensive end. Nothing at all. Like nothing. I mean, that's why he went where he did. We could have got him in the fifth or sixth round. He still would have been there because
yep.
he's not a difference maker on the defensive side. Gross Matos, I'm still he's Gross Matos, at least for me,
Hmm.
shows flashes.
Yeah.
You can play him inside, you can play him outside. He at least shows flashes of being a contributor on the defensive line. Marquise Haynes is a speed rush guy. I still hold out slim hope for Barno, but he's a one trick pony as well. If he doesn't get past you with
Yep.
his speed rush, that's it. There's no
Hmm.
counter, and that's the problem with our defensive ends. They have one move. Now, excuse me, Burns has a couple of them, but his are not working right now. But nobody else has a counter move past the first one, and that's what concerns me about our defensive ends. We don't have that lead dog,
Hmm.
and that's why I miss
Right.
Hassan Reddick. Hassan Reddick was a lead dog. He's one come hella high water. I'm getting to your quarterback,
Yep.
and he,
Right.
yeah, you know, and even for that point, he could play the run well. So Hassan Reddick was somebody that again we should have not let get out the building, but stupidly we did. We don't have that guy in the building, so I don't want to bring in another rookie unless he's some phenomenal gem that we haven't seen. Get an established vet that is not past his prime. We don't want band-aid fixes. We want long-term fixes. Bring in
Exactly.
somebody here, yeah. Bring somebody here that's going to make a difference years from now, not just a year or two from
Indeed, indeed. Quick
Hmm.
comment from Jeffrey Averscos. Welcome to the stream. He says, "What's up, guys? Hopefully, we're all going to have a good Christmas. I'm calling a 17-10 Panthers game. Hope I'm right. Anyway, everybody, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you as well,
Merry
Jeffrey.
Christmas,
now.
buddy.
Merry Christmas, my friend.
Much
Mhm.
appreciated." But
Hmm.
but yeah, Mr. Carolina, you definitely hit the nail on the head there. I definitely feel like having that type of presence on the D line, especially with where we are now, I think it's just really the one missing thing for this defense.
Because you see, when you have that consistent pass rush, and this is coming from a guy that was a former corner,
Hmm.
what made my job easy is when I know my defensive ends can get pressure. Why? Because it speeds up the quarterback's clock. As we see with our quarterback, when I'm getting consistent pressure in my face, it's going to speed up my clock because I have to get the ball out quicker, which means my receiver is not really going to be able to finish his route because I have to get this ball up because I know that pass rush is coming, or I have to throw a bunch of quick routes. Which, as a corner, I love that because I can just sit down because I know there's only a few quick routes you can run.
Hmm.
You're going to either run a stop, you're going to run a skinny post, you're going to run a quick out. Those are the three main routes you're going to run when there's pressure in your face.
Hmm.
And as a corner, I love that. I feast
Hmm.
on that because that means I can cheat a little bit and poke my eye in the backfield to see if you're coming my way.
Hmm.
Hmm.
We need consistency on both defensive end positions, which will
Yeah.
make Dante look better, which will make JC look a lot better if he can stay his ass on the field. And I don't know who's going to be the nickel, but it makes your linebackers and corners and safeties look a hell of a lot like all pros when you get a consistent pass rush to the
Hmm.
Hmm.
quarterback. That's why the teams that played us look like all pros because our protection sucked.
Yeah.
And so the defensive end, their corners look like world beaters because we couldn't protect our quarterback.
Yep.
And I totally forgot to mention this. I do got to give them credit. We held Atlanta to 52 yards rushing last
Boom.
week. So
Yeah,
that
we showed improvement there.
yeah, that
Um,
that was
I still think
definitely
we have a lot
big.
of work to do, but we showed improvement.
Yeah,
That's what I say.
because
We're we're improving.
yes, because if you remember that first
Whew.
game, they had 130 yards rushing on us, and Algier and Bijan Robinson had field days
Yes.
over us. So
Yeah.
it's been definitely a big difference. The second meetup, definitely a huge difference.
My
Thank
question
you.
that brings up is how much of that was done by the players and how much of that was the coaching that finally stepped up? I feel like it was self motivated players that
Mm,
finally said, I've had enough of this crap. If the coach ain't
I,
going to coach us correctly, then I'm going to step up and do this crap myself.
What do you think,
I
Mr.
believe
John?
I believe it's a big factor. I believe he's right. He's right on both fronts.
Mm-hmm.
For this one, it's an accountability as a man. I keep going.
Ah.
It's accountability as a man. I'm going out here. It's my name on the back of this jersey.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, your name is on the front. It's my name on the back because it's my name that's dragging through the mud when I miss a tackle. I'm not in my gap like I'm supposed to. It's my name that potential other teams are looking at to either bring into the building or this team is looking to resign. Um, so I have to hold myself. Again, it goes back to this accountability thing we talked about with Bryce. As a player, I'm going to hold myself more accountable than anybody else in that building will because I know at the end of the day, I'm putting my resume on the table for somebody to look at or to come back to where I am at.
Mm-hmm.
So if I'm putting out bad tape, every team, every all 31 other teams are going to see my bad tape. We already look bad, so let me not compound it. So and then I was again contributed that to our coordinator. He says again, I said Ezra said, no, hell no. This is my name stamped on this.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all not gonna come out here and embarrass me.
Mm.
Look, catch the system. There's a reason even in football, where they say it's easier to turn on defense than it is offense. But that's not to take away from defense because even when you're bringing in new players, you're bringing in a new coach, that system, as Corey you said, that system, I have to get used to your system and your verbiage.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it may be the same coverage as I ran, but the verbiage is different. My
Right.
Mm-hmm.
foot placement as a corner is different. My gap responsibility as a linebacker is different. My twist as a defensive lineman is different. It
Mm-hmm.
sounds different. So I have to get used to that verbiage. So it may have taken this long, but again, we saw, unlike with the offense until recently, we saw hope with the defense. Okay, there's hope. Y'all bend, but you don't really break. Except for, and again, I was listening to the show the other day, same show you was listening to, Jay.
Mm-hmm.
Besides the Miami game, the Dallas game, and I think who else was it? Detroit game. Besides those three games, every other game, all we needed the offense was to make a play or two. That's it. Because the defense did their job. But those three games, we were clearly outmatched. Like, not even a question. Outmatched. But it goes back to believing in a coach that believes in me and me buying into his system.
Mm-hmm.
Again,
Yep.
that's why I'm still going to harp on, and I'm going to keep harping on until whoever gets hired. Do not touch. And I know somebody in that building is listening to the show. Do not touch the defensive side of the ball because that is actually working in your favor.
Yep.
Despite your incompetency
Facts.
as an owner, that side of the ball is actually working. That is what a coach can look at and be like, I can bank on them to keep me in the game. All I have to do is get this young quarterback rolling, get him some confidence again, get him his protection, get him some weapons, and watch how both sides of the ball start to complement each other so much
Mm-hmm.
better. That's all he has to do. Don't touch the defense. Please, God, don't touch the defense. Add a few pieces, add another defensive end, add an extra linebacker, add another run stuffing D tackle or somebody. That's it. Just get a few
Yep.
pieces, plug in there. Add a nickel, add a true nickel corner.
Facts.
Not these old
Mm-hmm.
heads. A young,
Mm-hmm.
true nickel corner. Hey,
Yep.
why don't you see what the hell you have in Jamie Robinson? He's over there collecting dust. Maybe he can play the nickel. I'm just saying.
Why'd you draft him as a safety when you were supposed to be drafting a corner?
But,
It's the
I
same
understand.
stupid garbage we keep doing.
See what he can do.
Why did we
He
pick up
just
Justin Houston when we were just going to toss him away for dust?
just
Yeah.
again, and that goes back to
They
that
talk about
Scott
the
Fitterer
elephant
thing.
around here, man. Come on.
That goes back to that Scott Fitterer thing. Why are we bringing in these old heads that are washed up?
That was Frank.
Oh yeah,
Frank's
he wanted
using
Justin Houston. He wanted Justin
to
Houston.
get all these
Right.
players.
I may be crazy. Y'all can call me crazy on this one. I'm okay with that.
What you got?
I have the smidget bit of hope in CJ Henderson. I have a smidget.
Okay.
I don't know why I keep holding out
Actually
hope for this
agree.
guy. I said I have a smidget bit of hope that he can turn into a decent third corner. I don't know why. He shows me certain plays. I'm like, okay, CJ, that's what I'm talking about. He'll come up and make a hit on the running back to, that's trying to sweep to the outside. He'll stick his nose in there. He might make a good pass breaker. I'm like, okay, he might get it, but then he'll have a Mike Evans moment, and I'll be like, what are you doing?
Exactly.
It's
And I'm like,
kind of the same way I feel about Terrace Marshall Jr. I have such hopes for him. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
yeah, same, but we don't, and that's the part that burns me up about this organization as well. I'm not saying he's an all Madden, all pro, whatever you want to call him, type wide receiver, but it's like we just said, forget it. Go stand over there. Go be on our practice squad, and that's all we need you for. As if this man wasn't making plays the last couple of years he was here. As if he's not a red zone threat. Which last time I checked, shit, we can't score in the red zone.
Mm-hmm.
So how about you throw it to your 6'3", 6'4" receiver that has shown the ability to high point the ball in the red zone, i.e. the
Why is
Bengals
he
game.
collecting dust on our bench?
I I wish we had, and I know as fans and even as YouTubers, we don't get the inside scoop. I would love to know what he did or what's going on that you have a red zone threat that's just collecting dust on the
I
practice squad.
agree. Me too.
I would love to know what he did because outside of Thielen, nobody on that receiving core impresses me. I know Migo's a rookie, but nobody on, and then you're just bringing in bodies
Hmm.
just to do something. Nobody that you've brought in has wowed me to the point that you can sit here and do me in a straight face, tell me they're better than Terrace Marshall. There's nobody that you brought on that field. Nobody. I'm like, okay, I can see why you elevated him over Terrace Marshall. No. It's like you're doing it out of spite. And that's what happens sometimes when you have talent that goes to the wrong team. It's like we have talent and we have a 6'3", 6'4" receiver with talent that's on a team with a coaching staff. Sometimes, to Corey's point, that you don't know how to coach up this player. And if you don't know how to coach them up and play to their strengths in that system, it's not going to work. Matt Rule did the same damn thing to this kid. The same thing. He didn't play him. He was collecting dust. And then Steve Wilkes said, I may have something with this kid. Who do you know started to break out? Oh, Terrace Marshall started to show some potential.
Yeah.
Wow.
And
The boy can actually play.
and the really sad thing about that is we definitely got clear evidence of that this season because if you remember, the Vikings game, he was the leading receiver with 9 receptions. And what did they do afterwards? They didn't even play him in the Lions game, the following game. Didn't play him in the following game.
I
You
agree.
Frank
know,
took that offense back over into
you
the
know,
Lions.
he didn't.
Thomas Rudd had control of it during the Vikings game.
And folks want to say, oh, they just they just didn't throw him the ball or what? No, they didn't play him. He was
He
not
wasn't even out
injured.
there. He didn't get a single snap.
Exactly. So like, I ain't trying to hear that excuse from others, saying that, oh, it's
Facts.
because he's bad. No, you don't take somebody out of the game just because they're not living up to whatever specific expectations doesn't change the fact that they contributed in the previous game and then you punish them by
Right.
not
Just
playing
because
him
they're
the
not going to
following
contribute in
game?
this game doesn't mean they're not going to contribute in the next one.
Yeah. It's like that.
Makes no sense.
It really doesn't.
It's the way that we wear out talent or don't properly use talent. That's
Mm-hmm.
the part that is pissing me off with this coaching staff. We
Mm-hmm.
don't properly use our talent or we run them into the ground. So
We wasted
again,
all that money on Justin Houston, and
for
like,
what?
for what purpose? We didn't even use it.
What?
What are you doing with him? And
And I,
then you wait until after the deadline to fire Frank, and now you want to make a move on him. Well, now all we're getting back is chump change. You waited too long. Now we're not getting anything back for him. He might have gone for a pick, maybe a late round pick, but at least you get something back for him. I mean,
and
we're not getting anything back for these players.
that's what I'm saying. It's the incompetence of the front office. It's the incompetence of ownership that frustrates me to the
Yeah.
umpteenth this team. It's the incompetence. Like, what are we doing? Again, hashtag MMS. Just
Mm-hmm.
makes sense. If if I know as a head coach,
Make it make sense.
if I know as an offensive coordinator that I have a rookie wide receiver, and yes, I'm trying to make it make sense of why I drafted him in the second round. I'm trying to make it make sense. It's okay to sit him down until he catches up with the speed of the game. It's
Yep.
okay to say, hey, you know what? We have
You're not
time
ready.
with you. You're not ready. Your
Mm-hmm.
routes are not ready. You're giving up on too many routes. Your hands are not ready. Your route
Yep.
running sucks.
Yep.
It's okay. It's not you right now, but that doesn't mean a little while down the line that can't be you. Meanwhile,
Exactly.
hey, Terrace, you've shown great potential. You've shown yourself as a deep ball threat. Hell, you've shown that you can actually catch the damn ball.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
You've shown the ability to get.
Mm-hmm.
You've shown the ability to get open. Oh, we keep complaining that receivers can't get open, but if you look at some of my on the tapes on my channel, when I'm breaking it down, how many damn times has Terrace Marshall been open and Bryce doesn't see him? Either because he doesn't have time or he just misses him completely. The man got open. We just didn't get him the damn ball. As Keyshawn said, just give me the damn ball. Give me the ball. We didn't do that, and so now he's labeled as, oh, he's a bust. Oh, he's a bum. No, he's not. You just didn't throw him the damn ball, bro. You didn't get the man the
Exactly.
ball when he was open. Now all of a sudden he's not a good player because you don't know how to throw your receivers open properly and get him in a position where he can be, an asset to the team instead of just a freaking liability. And you have him over there, and it's not the shit that the thing that kills me about this as well is Terrace is still young. The man's only 23.
Mm-hmm.
So you got a young receiver collecting dust on the sideline for what?
Right.
Like it to me it's it doesn't make sense. You're not using them properly. Hell, you're not even using them at all.
Right.
And it's not like he hasn't shown you that he can produce when given the opportunity. So if you know Chark, and again, I love the catch that Chark made last game.
Oh yeah, it was
Yeah.
beautiful.
But
Tippy toes.
let's be clear here. Chark is not a part of the team's future.
Truth.
He's not. Mingo is, but Mingo's also not ready. He's not an outside receiver. Mingo should be playing the position that Thielen is playing
Mm-hmm.
inside. There's nothing wrong with that. There's a man that should be going into the Hall of Fame that played that slot receiver position, Anquan Bolden. He's kind of built just like him. He feasted in that slot position. Why not put him in a slot?
Ooh.
Exploit the mismatches. I'm just saying
Mm-hmm.
it might help his
Great
career out against going
points.
against make it make sense going against nickel and outside linebackers. He can feast. That way, you would have a Terrace Marshall on one side, you would have a Mingo on the inside, and I don't go get a Mike Evans or T Higgins on the other side. We have
Yeah.
three, and I know Thielen's going to be here for a couple more years, but let Thielen be that mentor and still play to the young receivers that we already have. And I know they're not going to do it because I know Terrace. If I'm Terrace Marshall, I'm pissed. I don't want to come back
Mm-hmm.
here because y'all misused me. So I'm ready to get the hell out of Dodge. And when I play y'all, I'm gonna circle y'all asses on my calendar. I'm gonna tear y'all asses up when I come back here, and I'm gonna stick it to you because y'all misused my career early on. And I hope he doesn't, but I know he is because again, every former player that comes back here, some way, shape, form, or fashion tears us up. And I'm afraid when
The
Christian
long
comes back
list,
here,
ladies and gentlemen.
I, bro, I'm afraid when we play San Francisco
It's
against. I know
getting
Chris
longer.
McCaffrey's gonna eat us up.
Oh no, I don't
McCaffrey's
want to
gonna
think
eat
about
our
that.
asses
That
up.
list
Ew.
is getting longer every year.
He's gonna eat
Dude, he
us
might
up.
run. He might run for 300 on us.
Oh my
Ew.
goodness.
Ew.
Y'all shit. Circle that game. That's gonna be a game that you're gonna want to have a bunch of adult drinks and cry. Cause it's gonna be like, Jesus
Like
Christ, we
curl up in the
traded you for what?
fetal position.
I look, I want to curl up in the fetal position now just thinking about it. I'm not even kidding.
Oh,
I want to, I want to curl up
Shoot.
right now. It's just like Jesus Christ.
I mean,
He's gonna go ham.
that'll be like a step, like even a bigger step above how I felt when Steve Smith ate us up when he played against us as a
oh my
Raven.
goodness.
Bro, that hurt my feelings. Like to know
Oh,
extent
It's
even
like
my feelings
it's
hurt.
like
Julius
Smitty,
Peppers came back and haunted us too.
it's like you my favorite player, but dang, dude, you had to do that to me.
Mm-hmm.
No respect.
Ooh, Jeffrey says I'm calling Chuba 2 touchdowns this Sunday. Uh-oh, okay.
I'm
I
Okay.
down.
like the optimism,
Hey, why
but can
not?
we get
He's
down
done it
the field
before.
to do that?
He's done it before. So, hey, I'm not against that. Shoot.
Can we get down the field to do that though? Because every time that we think we're having a good drive, something stupid happens.
That
We do
part.
that to ourselves. We shoot ourselves in the foot. Stupid penalties. We fumble the ball. We allow the defenders to sack Bryce. Something happens, man. It's ridiculous.
Yeah,
And I mean, it's not like we don't have the playmakers, to get the job done. It's just we keep shooting ourselves in the foot
yeah, for the most part.
because we're mismanaging them and we're not using them correctly.
So, looking at this Packers team, I mean, who are really the threats? I mean, Jordan Love, of course. Um,
Oh yeah.
I mean, I guess AJ Dillon on the run game, but like I said, AJ Dillon doesn't really. I don't know.
Yeah, it doesn't strike me as one of a big amount of playmakers out there.
Yeah,
He'll get the job done for you, but I mean, realistically, he's not gonna end up on any highlight films.
yeah, I wouldn't think so either. I think I'm just mainly. I mean, the receiving game. I mean, they got some folks. I mean, Jaden Reed, Romeo Dobbs, Dontavion
Mm-hmm.
Wicks. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, Jordan Love. I mean, probably be spreading the ball quite a bit.
Well, secondary needs to be alert.
Yeah, but we've done so well in defending the pass. Like I think we'll be able to match that. And if we could just do
So
like we did in the previous game on stopping the run, I think the defense will give our offense plenty of opportunities to score.
Absolutely.
yeah.
We just gotta capitalize. I need to see the same confident Bryce Young we saw last weekend.
Oh, without a doubt.
Like
Mm-hmm.
if he can
Mm-hmm.
ride that for these remaining games, I think we will really see
Let's build on it.
yes, absolutely.
Especially, especially the one on the final drive when he showed moxie. He showed
Mm-hmm.
like he drove that field like he was a seasoned vet.
Indeed.
That's a flash of what this dude can possibly do when we put the right amount of talent around him in the right system and in the right way and not misuse them.
Right. Absolutely. And just and not only that, him completing those third down plays, I think was really really big, especially being they drove down the field 90 yards and just
In the rain.
in the rain.
Mm-hmm. In the rain.
So definitely and
It's
that's
hard enough to do that on a regular field, but in the rain, it's oof.
exactly. And that's why I just really feel like Bryce will be fine if the pieces
Yeah.
around them, he's got to do his job as well, but if the
He's got the
pieces
talent.
around him do his job, I honestly think Bryce will be fine. I really
Yeah.
do.
He's not going
That's
to be
like
the next Peyton Manning or the next Russell Wilson, but I mean, he will definitely take care of business and win you division titles for sure. Once you give him what he needs, So uh, we've maybe driven away the people that are calling him a bust for one more week, but they'll come back in greater numbers.
Not only that, I really just want to see what Bryce can do, like just fresh, better weapons around him, like consistency, and just put him in a position where he just has to do his job, the others do their job, he reaps the benefits.
Yeah, we see all this. They got the blinders on, so we'll see what happens. You just have to put everything together and
Exactly.
go around Bryce's system. I mean, there was a lot of talk about using his system in Alabama and bringing that up to the NFL, maybe adding some plays to it. I could see that working. You want to tailor it to your quarterback. We tailored to Cam Newton, and that worked. You know,
very
with a
well.
lot of the Auburn plays that we used.
Yes. And the thing that folks have to realize, and like I said, I understand that anything can happen, in the future. If it works out, great. If it doesn't, it is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
But we cannot sit here and say that Bryce Young at some point has not been successful. Otherwise, he would have never won a Heisman Trophy. Otherwise, he would have never done what he did at Alabama. And there were even reporters and analysts saying that they saw flashes of Alabama in that Falcons game.
There you go.
Play to his strengths.
So,
Let the man cook.
It's like that. That's what good coordinators do. Okay, what did you do well at this school? How
Mm,
did you thrive under this system? Let me find out what you did well at your previous stop. That way, I can get you that implemented here, so I can get you playing your best football, which makes not only you look good, it makes me look good.
mm-hmm.
ex-
Kudos to Thomas Brown. Good job.
Mm-hmm.
exactly. So, I mean, looking at this game, like I said, you know, they can definitely win this game. Um, Green Bay's not great, but they're not trash. So,
It is possible.
so
We
I
caught him at a
mean,
bad time.
So you're saying there's a chance.
oh yeah, absolutely.
Eh,
Absolutely. And, this
They could
is
just as easily turn it back around though and say, we're done being beat down by all these teams and finally turn on the Jets and wake up. So we
yeah,
got to be wary of that.
cuz if anything, they can continue to play
50-50
spoiler.
chance of either one happening. So that's a tough one for the people in Vegas that are betting on this thing.
True. Very true. Um, but yeah, I really think just they do what they did. Oh, kudos. Eddie Pinero, Special Teams Player of the Week. Congratulations.
That
Yes,
man should
sir.
get special teams player of the week every week, as far as I'm concerned.
As many
Yeah,
field goals as he kicks.
That man has been balling.
I have to say, I know recently dealing with the Joey Slides and then, having um, Gonzalez, which,
Ramgano
he
as
was good
well.
as well until he got hurt. But Eddie Pinero, ever since, last season, Eddie Pinero has definitely taken over as our kicker. And you know what? I say we ride him for as long as we can.
I want to
I'm
point something out as far as that goes, because when you talk about the last two kickers before him, this was before we brought in Chris Tapor as our special teams coach.
That is true. That is
We
true.
kept kicking it to the left of the goalpost, and we were trying to figure out what was going on there. These guys were healthy at the time, and it was the same issue when we brought in uh who was it after we got rid of Gano? Same
Sly,
issue.
Joey Sly.
Yeah, Joey Sly, same issue, and we're trying to figure out what's going on there. Well, Chris Tapor figured it out and he fixed it.
Yeah,
We have never had that problem since.
this is a good point. And not only that, Panero's only 28 years old. He's
Yep.
still a youngin. He's a
Yep.
youngin. So and now that I think about it, I think that's twice now that he's had the upper leg on Atlanta ever since the botch field goals in the overtime game. But yeah, he hasn't really made that mistake since. So this is good. So congratulations, Eddie Pinero, Special Teams Player of the Week. Really, really good.
take a bow, my friend. Take a bow.
Indeed.
Mm-hmm.
I really just thought it was so funny going back to that Texans game where he was just talking to Johnny Hecker's like, look, I'm gonna make this field goal, and then you're gonna carry me piggyback ride across the 50-yard line. It's like, oh yeah, I got you. Yeah, yeah, I got you. But nah, Panero's been doing an excellent job. So definitely happy to see that. And it would have, yeah, that Falcons game, it would have been nice to get into the end zone, but they played it smart and just made it a chip shot for Eddie Pinero. Just like, hey, take
Mm-hmm.
care of this. Like, oh yeah, I got you. So good stuff
The
there.
biggest thing is we took care of the ball in that
Yeah.
situation, because there's so many times when people don't take care of the ball, they get greedy and they think, oh, we need to get 7. Nope, take care of the ball. We've had so many turnover issues, in the past because we don't take care of the ball.
Right.
And kudos to Chris Tapor for calling that, and saying we got to take care of the ball. And we got our win. We didn't need 7. We only needed 3 to get it done. Yeah, it cost us the ability to get a touchdown, but hey, we still got the win.
Yeah. Did you
And in
see?
the rain, a lot of fumbles happen.
Yeah, exactly. Did you see
You saw
Chris?
it. Two,
Did you
the
see?
Falcons had 2 of them
Oh
in that
yeah,
game.
we caused one. Shoot.
Oh yeah.
Shout out to Troy Hill.
Uh huh. That dude's balling.
Yeah. Did you see Chris Tabor, the clip of Chris Tabor in the locker room kind of dancing with the players? I'm just like,
Yeah.
look at this dude.
That's what I'm getting down.
Hey.
When you're having a good time, man. Like that's what happens. You're having a good time. You're enjoying yourself.
When you win, you dance.
I mean, not even Frank Wright did that when we won the Texans game.
Yeah.
But yeah, Chris Tabor up here just dance with the players. I'm like, okay, I see you. I see you
That's the energy
feeling
you
yourself a
want.
little bit.
That's the energy you want in that locker room. That's what makes players want to play for you.
Indeed, indeed. Definitely, I love that energy, and I
You show
really
that love
hoped
to the players, they'll show it back to you.
I really hope to see more of that this Sunday as well. Um, Damian Hernandez, welcome to the stream. He says, I miss Eddie Pinero. He also says, as a Bears fan, I would like for y'all to lose to help us out with the draft pick, but since y'all play the cheese balls, which I hate them with all my heart, I hope y'all beat Green Bay, which is fair. Which is fair. That's fair. The cheese balls.
The cheese balls. That's a great one.
Yeah, indeed. Indeed. And this is the second to last home game for the season for Carolina. I know folks have been taking advantage of them low ticket prices to, attend the game.
Mm,
So,
Actually, they haven't.
well,
If you've
yeah. I
seen the
mean, I
pictures
guess,
of
I
the
guess not.
stadium during that Falcons game,
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, yeah. I,
oof.
I, I I retract my
I
statement. Yeah, that's
mean,
fair.
this is the response you get when you put in facial recognition software when you should be investing in your players and your coaching staff.
And then, okay, I gotta bring this up. Uh, Cam Newton. Okay, bro.
Let's go.
His most recent video titled "I Can Save the Carolina Panthers." Cam. Let me talk to you, Cam. Um, uh,
Here we
Cam,
go.
dude, 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 you don't want to go
Let him
down
know.
this road again. Cam, Cam, come on, dude. Come on, dude. Like,
Let
we
him
we
know.
we've
I'm
done this song and dance before.
We've
Before.
done this already, man.
Cam, I love you. Like, I got your Funko Pop for crying out loud. But
Top
I
Cam, dude,
do too.
pass.
Cam, I want you to be successful and really enjoy yourself. You're doing your thing.
Oh
You got
God.
your show. It's awesome. It's funny. It's great, dude. Do,
Don't come back.
like I would rather you go somewhere where you can be utilized and be successful, and they play to your strengths without there being some sort of like backlash or whatnot. Honestly, you you came
As
back.
a quarterback, no, I don't endorse you coming back. As a president, yes.
Okay,
Let me tell you why. Because uh, he's more in touch with this team than anybody else out here right now. He
I agree.
understands what's going on.
true.
I agree.
Um,
He
you know,
understands the fans.
my thing
Yes,
is he doesn't
absolutely.
have the experience though to be in that upper level position. But were he to coach such as a certain player that I mentioned to you, Blitz, um, that just left a college team as a head coach, he's already been a
Ah,
player and a head coach. So he's seeing both sides of it now.
yep.
Now, bump him up to that president's level and let him make decisions once he's learned about this team and understand what and is in tune with everybody.
For those that don't know what he's talking about pretty much one of the hardest hitting safeties to ever play for the Carolina Panthers, and Mike Minter.
After
That's
dinner.
correct. Campbell just let him go as a head coach. So, with that experience now under your belt, you've seen both sides of the ball. Let's put you up in the box now, making decisions. If you can prove that you can make business like decisions, that benefit our team, I'm all for it. Green light all the way, as long as you understand this team and are in tune with it and what we're
Okay,
doing here.
so nice summary. Mr. Carolina, any follow up?
I would love to have Mike after dinner mentor here. That
Yeah,
was that was
I
that was one of
think
my
Cam
favorite
is
guys.
more in tune with it than anybody right now.
yeah.
Cam, Cam gets not only the locker room, he gets the
Mm-hmm.
culture, he gets the fan base.
And he
As
could
far
get people
as
excited to come here too.
Yeah.
and he would because he knows how to. He has embraced Charlotte, like he has embraced the
Mm-hmm.
Panther organization. even when they, our previous owner and coach, whatever, did them wrong. Um, so with that in mind, again, nobody knows the game as well as not just former players, but former MVPs.
Yep.
Right.
So if he gets what it takes to be successful here, unlike said columnist who will remain nameless on the show has never played a game in their life,
Ah.
um, he
Plus,
kind
Cam
of
has had success with business as well with his YouTube channel, so he can tell you like he can make money. He can do all those business decision making things that you need him to do.
because you've done it, you've lived it, you know what it
Yeah,
takes to get to that certain plateau. So
yeah.
again, this is a guy
I
who,
greenlight it. I
yeah,
greenlight
hell
it.
yeah,
Cam Newton
at his,
as president. Let's do it.
because you got to remember at his peak, nobody was seeing Cam. At his peak, whew, no, that was like
Hmm.
that's a different animal.
People were
But
terrified to game plan around that man.
Number
you got a
one.
quarterback that's 6'5", 250 pounds, and runs a 4.5.
He's
You got a
basically a 6'5" running back.
with a cannon for an arm.
Yep.
Right.
Not to
So
mention, voted number one by his peers out of 100 players.
and then that's the part, and I know we've already talked about this, but that's the part that pisses me off about said journalists talking about uh, talking about it as if he was tweeting from his mom's basement. Uh,
Kimberly Martin.
like Mama, I wasn't gonna say her name. She didn't deserve that. So I was gonna name the name.
Oh, that's okay. I'll take responsibility for that. Continue.
Oh my God! But yeah, that's what I said. When he's coming from a place of Heisman Trophy. He's coming from a place of MVP. He's coming from a place of I set records
Yeah,
uh,
yeah.
as a quarterback. I've
Hmm.
basically carried organization on my back for years
Hmm.
with I love the way Ryan Clark put it. Aging 32-year-old Steve Smith. Now Steve was still my guy. Aging Jeremy Shockey. A coming into his own Greg Olson, and where your leading running back only had 800 yards rushing.
Right.
You carried a team in your rookie year. So when Cam is talking football, he's talking from a place that none of us have or will ever see because he
Right.
was at the height of football. And somebody pointed something out to me. That's not to get off topic, but somebody pointed something out to me that pissed me off even more when I watched, because I watched videos several times,
Hmm.
and every time I look at it, her point just angers me more and more. But to the players that were on that panel, spineless. You gentlemen up there are spineless.
Let them know.
Facts.
Let them know.
Who,
Facts.
who was it? Dominic Foxworth that is over there doing the choking motion, whatever the hell he was doing.
Yeah.
Ah,
And
man.
you giggling and laughing, and I forgot the brother's name to the left of her. I know he's a former player as well. I think he played Damian Woody. He was Damian Woody. That was to the left.
Okay.
And I don't know who the other brother was, but I've never seen him in my lifetime, sir. And Orlowski. Now, if you gentlemen know, especially you backup Orlowski, Mr. 15 touchdowns to 13 interceptions or whatever the hell it
Ooh,
was,
ouch.
Ooh,
your
get him.
your career was a career backup.
Yep.
Hmm.
You never reached the heights of Cam Newton, but you can say something critical, and she doesn't mention what the hell. So you were a career backup for your entire career. You played 12 years, and then you couldn't amass more than 15 touchdowns in your entire career, and you played 12 years. Nobody says nothing about him. Nobody says nothing about Foxworth, who was a borderline. You damn near a backup corner your entire career. You
Hmm.
didn't last no more than a
Hmm.
few seasons your damn self.
Mm-hmm.
None of you, Woody, Damian Woody was a decent offensive lineman, but he's no first ballot Hall of Famer. So nobody talks about these gentlemen, and you gentlemen sit up there and let this woman disrespect one of your fellow brothers that has played the game, and nobody said nothing.
Yep.
Nobody said, "Ho, ho, 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 don't do that, don't do that."
And then you got Skip Bayless that has made a career out of his nonsense too, chiming in to the point where everybody can't stand him. Even Shannon Sharp decided he didn't even want to be on the Undisputed anymore,
I bet you
and
he
he
would.
punches him out too.
I bet you he wouldn't have said that if what you call it, Shannon Sharp was still part of Undisputed.
Facts. Well, he still would. They would get into it right on camera.
Be like, Skip.
Oh, absolutely. That would
I'm,
be a
I'm,
full fledged angry argument right there.
I'm what
The
does
way
Skip
those
Bayless?
two have been interacting lately.
What's up?
What does Skip Bayless say?
Um,
The usual nonsense.
I'm about to say because I don't even watch that anymore. That's just
I don't either.
yeah, I
I don't
haven't
either.
really since
The
Shannon
usual
Sharp left.
nonsense,
I haven't
man.
really kept up as much as I used to. I mean,
Shannon was the only reason I watched that.
yeah,
Yeah, same
So
here. I
because
can't stand Skip.
I
but like I said,
like,
He gets on my nerves.
yeah, Skip. Hold on,
Skip. That's what I'm
Skip.
saying. And we take the glasses off. But that's it. To the point where
He
if
has no experience at all on a football field, and yet he's just behind no camera and a
zero
mic and saying whatever he wants to say.
and he played some low. I think he played what he played low level college basketball. I don't think he played college basketball. It was low
Yeah,
level
yeah.
at best.
Nobody takes his
But
stuff seriously.
it's the fact that you as men sat up there and just let her disrespect. Y'all didn't say ho ho ho. Cam's an MVP. Cam's a former MVP. Cam has gone to the Super
Colin
Bowl.
Coward too.
Cam has rookie records. Nobody said,
Colin
"Yo,
Coward.
don't do that." It's not like the man still can't play. Just again, to Ryan Clark's point, either teams don't want you or you can't play anymore. And to me, it's not that Cam can't play anymore. It's that the teams don't want him because they understand his personality is huge. That's just who Cam Newton is. Can Cam Newton? Do I still believe Cam Newton can play? Absolutely. Can he play at the level that he once was? No, because Father Time is undefeated. But you're not going to sit here and
He's
tell me
injured
there are
too.
32. There are 32, but you're not going. Nobody can ever sit and tell me right now, literally on today, that there are 32 backups better than Cam Newton. You cannot sit here and tell me that and actually want me to believe there are 32 backup NFL quarterbacks that are better than Cam Newton.
That's a
I
fact.
I won't
Facts.
believe it. So to her point, you're not on a team. He should be because I'm pretty sure he can help a few teams out. So it's not for his
Absolutely.
talent, and his clothes have nothing to do with who Cam Newton is as a person. And that's the part. Like, stop. Who cares about what the man's wearing? Your bank account can't even come close to his.
Yeah.
Yep.
Let's keep it real.
So the man made 100 mil. What is your net worth? Like, come on.
Exactly.
If he want to come in there in a chicken costume, who cares? Because the man's worth $100 million. Who
Exactly.
cares?
They just
Shoot.
hand out media camera badges to anybody
He
these
could
days.
dress up like a furry. It still wouldn't matter.
You know what I'm saying? And you people wonder why folks really don't tune into ESPN talk shows anymore because you let garbage like this, and you wonder
I
why
haven't
former
been watching
players
that stuff for years.
no, and that's what I said. You wonder why former players get their own platform. They're like, I don't need ESPN. That's the joy of social media. You don't need ES. Like, remember back in the day, Corey, I know you're probably younger than us, but Jay, back in the day when Sports Center was the thing, like that's how we got
Hmm.
caught up on everything. Was
Yeah.
Sports
Yeah.
Center.
Yeah.
You don't need sports. You have YouTube.
Yep. That is
Hell,
true.
Exactly.
you
That's
got
why all
you
the
got
former players are going to YouTube and making
because
cam is
I can
right.
catch all the highlights on YouTube. I
Exactly.
can catch it
Yeah.
on YouTube. I don't need
Shoot.
you.
I remember I used to watch, what was it? NFL on HBO. for all the
Yep.
weekly highlights. Shoot,
Oh yeah.
now just go to YouTube.
It's that's what I'm saying. They YouTube first it was Malika Andrews. Now it's this said person.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact that ESPN just allows them to openly attack former players, and I'm going to. I saw a video the other day too, and I said not to get. I know I'm off topic here with this one,
Nah,
but
we
it
good.
just
We chat.
something that was infuriating to me. If y'all remember, it was the damn, who did he kick for? It was the former punter. Oh my god. I was just looking at his highlight reels.
Do you remember where he
There was
played for?
I don't know if it was Denver. It was no Buffalo. Buffalo. The former punter for Buffalo.
Oh, you're
It was
talking about
a
oh
fan
man.
kick.
Oh, Matt Ariza?
A
Ah.
rise that was
Okay.
falsely accused.
Right.
But what did Malika? What did they do? They brought up that again. The man was a quick drop. All charges dropped.
Yep.
Why
Yep.
are you bringing up something where he was falsely accused of doing something, but you're trying to make a point to smear his name even more?
Because that's what they do.
See,
Yeah.
this is the
They
crap.
don't care
When
about the positives.
It's especially with the accuser mutually agreeing to drop,
That doesn't get them views.
the
That doesn't get them
lawsuits.
attention. That doesn't get
Yeah.
them
and,
rating.
and that's the part that angers me. It's like you put again. Everybody has a right to. You have right to freedom of speech. You have a right to state your opinion.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But if you've never put on a helmet, if you've never been at practice, hell, if you never even played powder puff, why does your opinion in your mind hold more weight than the guys that have gone through the rigmarole of pee-wee, travel, middle school, high school, college, and it's like the percentage. And Marcellus Wiley, I love that brother. He articulated it very well as well.
Mhm.
The small percentage, and I want everybody to realize, a small percentage makes it to the NFL.
Right.
Yep.
Small. From that percentage, you know how hard it is to reach that next superstar level. I don't think people realize how hard that is. Not only
Facts.
that, to reach that level, to be voted in the entire NFL as the best player in the entire league. You know how hard that shit is? Like
Very.
all
Facts,
these
bro.
all these superior athletes, Cam was voted number one
Mm-hmm.
not by media, by his peers.
By his peers.
Mm-hmm.
Not somebody holding a camera, not somebody holding a microphone, not somebody that's never played the game. The men
Facts.
that are playing the game with him said this was unstoppable.
Yep.
That guy was
Come
on
on with it.
another level. So how dare you disrespect this man that
Come on
put
with it.
in the work
Yep.
to be the best player in at his height. Again, at his height. Again, that's why I said when he says
Yep.
game changer, game manager, and game changer, Cam Newton has been both. Cam Newton has been a game manager.
Yep.
And that's again, that doesn't mean you suck. That doesn't mean you can't play. But please just don't the game. Don't throw picks. Don't fumble the ball. Keep the chains moving.
Right.
Cam
Right.
Newton has also been a game changer where he is throwing for multiple touchdowns, running for multiple touchdowns, throwing for
Mm-hmm.
over 300 something yards. Cam Newton has carried, again, we keep talking about this, carried a no name receiving core to the Super Bowl.
Yep.
That is not a game manager, that is a game changer. He
Mm-hmm.
changed the way the quarterback position is played even today. So
Facts.
you, my sister, do not speak on a man whose resume most folks will never touch in their lifetime because it's hard as shit to get drafted. It's even harder to become a superstar. It's even harder to become an MVP. And it's even harder to be voted number one out of how many players are in the NFL. So when he speaks, damn the clothes. Look at his resume. This was something I wanted to say the other day, but I was like, I didn't have time. But you can't speak on a man that has put in the work that Cam Newton has because it's so
Fact.
easy to talk about the way he dresses and you forget about all the other stuff that he did, not only for this community. The
Right.
man puts in work in the community.
That hasn't even been talked about.
Yep.
He has a 7-on-7 team where he's out there coaching the kids,
Yep. Sure
giving
is.
Facts.
back to the
Mm-hmm.
kids. Why don't we talk about that? But no, but you're worried about his clothes.
Facts.
How many of these kids that went to Cam Newton and played on this team is now in college, getting a better education, improving their way of life? Because Cam Newton brought them to his team and he's giving them real NFL quarterback experience. But you're not talking about that. You worried about his clothes and talking about a man tweeting from a basement. You probably couldn't afford to live in a man's basement.
Ooh.
How about that one? We want to throw jabs. You
Dang.
couldn't afford his basement, man. We're
Mm.
looking at the way you're dressed.
Come
We're
on
looking
with
at
it.
we're looking at the pound of makeup on your face. We're
Come
looking at
on
that
with it.
terrible wig on your head. You look like a Teletubby on television, man. Stop it. It's all bad for you.
Nothing
Take that
Teletubby.
wash, put her ass in the rain and let that makeup fall off her face and take that blonde wig off her head. Then show me what you look like. If you
Yeah.
look off looks and take off that goddamn hot yellow ass fingernail shit you always put on your fingers. That stupid ass shit. It don't even match your outfits half the damn time. You just have that bright ass fingernails on. Take that
Oh.
shit off. It doesn't match. Look ridiculous. I'm sorry, man. That shit. Every time I see her on that screen, it just pisses me off. It just pisses me off
Oh
because it's
man.
like you have the audacity, you have the
Oh
mitigated
man.
gall to talk about
Oh man.
somebody, and your outfits look like they've been outdated since the 1950s. What are we
Oh
talking
man.
about here?
I can't
Like, what
breathe.
are we doing? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It had to come out, and it's coming out today.
Oh man.
It did.
Woo.
She looks
Oh
like your
my
grandmother
god.
took her to the
Throwing jabs
Goodwill
out
thrift
here, y'all.
store, and it's just you look ridiculous. I'm sorry. She
Oh
just looks like
man.
Jesus Christ. She looked like somebody's auntie that sat at the back of the church because she knew she wasn't invited to the function, but she just wanted to be there, and she couldn't get no better outfit, so she went to the thrift store and got some hand-me-down outfits with the flat bottom shoes on. That's what Sim looked like, and they threw his goddamn wig on her head and just slapped her with the Krusty the Crown makeup shit on. So get your ass on camera
Oh
and say
man.
something that we think is educational. That's what you look like, man. That is what you look
Oh
like.
man.
You look basic. You want to call somebody? You look basic. You are basic. Take that makeup off your face. You look like a basic shorty from Southeast DC. You look
Oh
basic as
man.
hell. You look basic. You're not cute. You're not above average. You
Oh
are a
man.
basic person that they put a camera on and slap that stupid ass wig on your head and
Dang.
said you look smart. No, you're not.
Dang,
Stop
he's
it.
going Kevin Samuels on this chick.
He said, Mike, I can't stand. You're past your prime. You're on television with them fake ass eyelashes. That goddamn your eye makeup looks stupid as hell. It doesn't match your shade of skin. Your damn lip gloss looks dumb as fuck. That doesn't match what you have on.
Nothing lip gloss.
Oh man.
Jesus Christ! Like
Oh.
I can't stand her. Every time I see her on the face,
Oh
I
man.
cringe because she's going to say something dumb, and I'm coming at you because you came. Not only did you come from my favorite player, it's the way you came after him. It's the way you
Oh
did it.
man.
and you have no
Ooh.
resume to speak on besides the fact that you're a female that they put a fucking camera in front of and says, say something intelligent. Boom, well,
Oh
you have a
man.
job. Congratulations, you played yourself. You're on
Oh man.
camera. Now, don't bring your black ass back to the cookout because you are not invited. Don't bring your black ass to this cookout. We're gonna cook you.
Oh.
Stay your ass where you are, because in this black community, we don't fuck with you over here. You are banned.
Oh
You want to
man.
sit and talk about this? Nah,
Oh
Slim.
Lord.
Nah, you lucky I couldn't get
Whew.
on camera. I'd have cooked your ass. I'd have cooked your ass right there. I'd have been on that panel like, who the fuck are you? Like, oh, wait a minute. I'd have Cat
Oh
Williams your ass.
man.
Wait a minute. What did you just say? Basement.
Oh man.
You look like you just crawled out the basement. It. She looked
Oh
like, as a
man.
matter of fact, she looked like it. That's what she did. She crawled
She
out of the
looks
damn.
like it.
She looked like it. That's what she looks like. Come on, coming to the damn school with me. You want a balloon? No, I don't want your goddamn balloon. You
Oh
creepy ass
man.
motherfucker. You. I don't want nothing that you have. That's what
Ooh.
she is. Your name is it for the rest of the day. Just like Frank Wright was
Oh,
Joe Kane's dad. Your name is it.
oh, I'm
Your name is
tearing
it.
up right now. I'm so tearing up right now.
My bad. I had to go on a rant.
Oh man.
That shit just made me mad. And just, you can't say stupid shit. You can't say
Ooh.
stupid shit,
Mm.
and then you don't have a leg to stand on. And Slim does not have a leg to stand on. Besides that
Oh
weak ass
man.
chair and them fake ass fucking heels that she has on that look like she got
Oh
it from
man.
Payless. That's what she looks
Dang.
like.
Whew. Dang, I think I
Okay,
just
I'm done.
slobbered on myself. Oh man. Oh.
This
Oh.
man is
I'm
going
sorry.
in.
I'm sorry. I know you.
Woo.
I want y'all to plan for it too because I would love to do a back and forth with Slim. I would love to go back and forth with you. Please do,
Oh
because
man.
we want to know where your credentials are, ma'am. Who gave you that job? Who?
Mm, that's a good
You need to
question.
get Tombstone, Ike Turner, backslap, get some respect on the name.
Mm,
Who put you up there? You see, get somebody to rap across the beat, get some respect around here. You need to rap across your beat.
mm.
Somebody should have been like, yo, sit your $5 ass down before I make change. You needed one of those moments. That's what somebody should have gave your ass. Sit down.
She probably Rasputia her way into the job. Oh man,
I
how
can
you
see
do
it.
it?
Oh God, Jesus, let her in. Let her in. Jesus.
Oh
Right.
man.
Just let her in the door. I don't want no problem. I don't want no problem. Just
Oh
let her in the
man.
door. Jesus Christ. That's what I'm saying.
Whew.
You have nothing to stand on as far as football. So again, this is not to discredit any female,
Right, right.
but
Right.
when you're gonna come with this argument, make sure you come to the argument with a Dan Orlovsky, who's sitting on your panel, who has zero credibility. He wants no smoke.
Oh God.
No smoke. Do it with Foxworth. And Foxworth, I got a bone to pick with you, my brother. How dare you sit up there with your hands in the choking position laughing and shit? And what is funny? That this woman is disrespecting another brother on national television. Y'all niggas up there. I'm sorry, Jesus Christ. I had a hood moment. My bad. My bad.
You good? You
Y'all up
good?
there y'all up there laughing like this shit is funny. But that's one of your brothers. And
Yeah.
I don't mean because we look the same, but that's one of your brothers from the football NFL community.
Right.
And y'all sitting there giggling and laughing and shit like it's all good. That's what I said. Where they knew who to put on that panel. And I'm gonna say this very class. They knew who to put on that panel at that moment because nobody on that panel was gonna check her.
Right.
Facts.
Not because she's a female, but because her point had nothing to do with what Cam Newton said. It was based off of looks.
Right.
So
Facts.
you went for the juggler on his clothes. Then you're going to talk about this man again as far as tweeting from his mom's basement, tweeting at me. Why the fuck would he tweet at you? Who are you?
Exactly.
Yeah. Seriously.
You don't
That
have a twig mark on Twitter.
the y'all remember when, and that's why I love Captain Mullen,
You're
Captain
nobody.
Mullen too.
You're just another.
Y'all remember when y'all remember when Captain Mullen was in Buffalo and we had the joint practices and him
Hmm.
and Cam was going back and forth. The one line that I would love that Cam Newton said that he would say to her, he's like, "Look, are you dumb?" That's what I wish he would say to her. Like, are you dumb?
Mm.
Are you stupid?
Exactly.
Do you not
There's
know who
so
I
many
am?
things that he could have said, and he didn't. He kept it
He
respectful.
he could have cooked her. Brian
Oh my
Clark could have
goodness, he
cooked
could have.
her.
Yep.
Kwame Brown went in, but he didn't go as in as he could have.
Right.
Facts.
They could have literally. That's what I'm saying. Let a man have done that to one of the female panelists. They gotta apologize.
Right.
Facts.
This is true.
We hell, I mean, they played the clip, but they made Jalen Rose apologize to one of the female analysts. The man had to straight up apologize for something that he said that he had nothing. But these women can attack these former players with no repercussion. Now, Malika Andrews has somewhat learned her lesson. Like, you might want to sit down and have several seats because
Yeah.
they're going to cook you. I'm gonna say the stupid name, Miss Martin.
Yeah.
You're going to fuck around and find out.
Facts.
You, I'm just gonna say you're going to fuck around and find out how many of
Mhm.
these people really have your back. Keep fucking with these former players
Yeah.
that have actually played this game at a high level. I'm not talking about the bums that were sitting on the panel with you. And I'm gonna call you what y'all bums.
Mhm.
And again, shame on you. You're
Goes for the
bums
rest of them too.
Yeah.
who sit here and like
Mr.
it's laugh. Oh, ha
Parnell.
ha, Gigi. Kiko Gigi is funny. It's not funny.
No, it's not
And
funny
don't
at all.
forget,
It's
she
not
she
funny.
she also doubled down by saying, Zach Wilson and Dak Prescott were pretty much the exact same, and I'm just like, what?
What? Yeah.
Like what? Like
Like
what are you talking about? What?
I
you
mean,
don't know football yet you want to run your mouth.
what quarterback's been benched like 3 times since he debuted? Like what?
Exactly.
Zach Wilson. Last time I
You
checked.
just showed your ignorance as a media person.
But yet she still has a camera in front of her face. Why? Because she is.
How did
They had to meet the female quota.
I'm like, you're comparing like
it's
somebody that's barely
ridiculous.
made a splash to a dang on 2-time Pro Bowler and somebody that won Rookie of the Year. Come on now. Come on now.
You can put a camera in front of anybody's face, and I can call you a reporter.
Right, exactly.
So
Shoo.
that's what it is. They put a camera in
It's
front of Malika
ridiculous.
Andrews' face. They put a camera in front of Kimberly A. Martin's face and say, "Hey, young black female, excuse me, seasoned female, say something." Oh, okay, that sounded intelligent. Give her a job, Charlie.
And that I honestly didn't think it could get any worse than LeVar Ball talking about how his boys could beat LeBron and Michael Jordan. I'm just
Oh,
like, oh Lord.
Jesus Christ! And you didn't think it get? It's like that line when people say, and that's why they was like, "Don't ever say that line." Or can't get any worse, and it always gets worse. It always gets worse. We
Every
didn't think it
time.
was gonna worse than the bar. We had, then it did, and then it did again. Now, would I love to see her? Here's my thing, but I know it will never happen, and it would be a dream scenario. But I know he would handle it with class. I would love to see Kimberly A. Martin and Cam Newton in the same room on the same panel.
Woo! You sure about that? Uh oh.
Ooh.
I would love to see that.
Uh
Me
oh.
too.
I would
Me
love
too.
to see it
I want
because
to see Cam roast the heck out of her.
I would love to see her have that same smoke for Cam when he's in her face.
Facts.
I love people that talk
Anybody
about
can say
this
that in
for Cam.
front of a mic and a cam, but when you say
You
it face to face, it's totally different.
it's
My
Oh,
different. You can
I didn't say none of those things. I didn't. No.
no
Man, you
it's
liar.
easy it's easy to say that in front of a bunch of yes men because
like
that's all them
Exactly.
gentlemen were with yes men.
Say that to his
like
face.
here's what I don't get. You mean to tell me none of those guys on that panel couldn't have like slipped her like their phone just showing like Cam's records, like just kind of being like, kind of nudge and be
Right.
like, hey, you might
No,
look
cause
at this. Ain't nobody trying to do that. Like,
and that's the part that angers me though, fam.
Nah,
Nobody.
nah, nah, nah. Let her sink like the Titanic because she didn't put in the effort to learn about him.
well,
She didn't do her homework before she started spouting her mouth off. So she gets what she deserves out of this.
dang,
That's
Corey's
what I say.
like Bump trying to rescue her. Let her let her sink.
No, let us think.
Nah,
Go ahead
let
and
her sink.
drown.
I'm done with this. The media people
Dang.
get away with all kinds of crap, and they don't do their homework, and they keep spouting their mouths off, and then they want to act like they didn't say nothing and they backtrack. Nah, y'all said it. It's on camera. Go back in the VOD. Y'all caught. Y'all got caught with your hand in the cookie jar. Now you're paying for it. I don't have any sympathy for these people.
Zero.
Oh man.
None.
Whew. Uh, couple of comments. Damien says, so let's get caught up here. Hate He says, hate that I'm saying this because I think Cam is a diva, but I think Cam coming back as a player would be a good thing for y'all because he can help
Oh.
teach Bryce to get better. Mr. Gemini disagrees. He thinks like we should, have to let Cam go. He's not coming back. Them days have been over with. Damien
Oh my goodness.
Damien doubles up and says, I mean, you don't have to sign him for a big contract, just 1 or 2 years till Bryce is ready to be elite. Um, Gemini says Skipper Colin Coward. That's a tough
Oof.
one. That's a really tough one. Cause
I'll
yeah,
get
I'm
more
not too
comments after
crazy about
yours.
either. Damien says Skip is a white version of Stephen A. Smith, who is a male version of Malika Andrews. Ah, dang,
Jesus.
dang,
Bars.
wow,
I saw
Bars.
that comment earlier and I was just like, what?
wow. Um, Damien
Oh,
says ESPN hasn't been the same since Stuart Scott passed away. Oh yeah,
that's true.
may he rest in
Facts.
peace. Indeed. Um, he also says, I swear y'all should do a roasting show. This is more entertaining than watching Will Smith slapping Chris Rock. Dang. Okay. We'll take that.
Hey, love it, man. Love it.
Oh
I'm done.
man, glad
I'm done.
you're enjoying yourself, cause
Absolutely.
oh
I'm down to
man,
two.
Hey, anybody who's enjoyed it, like and sub, please.
oh
Yeah,
man. But Mr. Carolina, you broke me tonight.
That was hilarious. That was hilarious, dude. And you know
Oh
I'm not here
man.
for the meeting either.
This dude
So,
said she looked like it.
I was like, come on with it. Come on with it. Get it off your chest, man.
I'm just
Oh,
sorry, yo. I'm
that,
just like I can't stand
that that made me think about the clip where he was like, "Hello, Georgie."
that.
Oh man. Oh
Oh
man.
God. Oh God, my
Oh.
chest hurt. I
Oh,
can't,
I can't
dude.
breathe right now. Okay.
Oh God.
Whew.
That
Okay.
makes two, but
Deep breath.
Jesus
Deep breath.
Christ. Hey
Whew.
Cammy.
Okay.
That's what he said. Oh, it's just she said, hey Cammy.
I'm streaming right now so y'all can see my
Oh man.
perspective on this too.
Whew, man.
Oh God. I mean, but as I said, that's the part that pisses me off about her. Like, how dare you? You goddamn hemoglobin. It's like Jesus Christ. It's like she looked like the motherfucker off Little Shop of Little Horrors. It was
Oh
like,
man.
boy, that's what she looked like.
Oh man,
Jesus,
I hadn't seen that
boy.
movie in a
Come
long
on.
time. Oh man.
That's what I said. Just put a fucking little daisy on her head and give her some little fucking
Dang.
leaves for arms. That's what she looks like.
Dang, Mr. Carolina taking us back to Little Shop of Horrors. Let's go.
That's what she looked like. Little Shop of Horrors with a big ass fucking lips and a meaty ass head and a pound of makeup on her goddamn face.
Oh
Like you
man.
have no room to talk about anybody's appearance. Looking like
Oh
somebody's
man.
auntie's auntie.
Oh man.
You know what I'm saying, yo? She just like you can't say shit about somebody when you look like the way you look. And then your first thing is about somebody's
Oh,
appearance. And the fact that the whole and I said that the whole black community was like, I know this motherfucker did. I know damn well she ain't talking about somebody's appearance and you looking like
Oh
one
man.
of the fucking Teletubbies. I know damn well
The
you just sit your
Teletubbies.
ass. You like who the fuck Teletubby? I know damn well you looking like
Oh
Miss Piggy.
man.
You look like a
Oh.
dark skinned version of Miss Piggy. I know
Hey,
damn well you ain't talking about nobody. Looking
hey,
like somebody.
she looked like Dipsy.
Yeah, looking like who shot John and got away with murder. Go sit your ass down. I can't do it.
Oh my
I can't
goodness.
do it. You got away with
Oh my
like
goodness.
I tell
Oh
you,
man.
Sit your
Oh
$5
man.
ass down before I make change. Like don't do it. Don't do it, madam. Somebody's basement. What shit? Have you seen Cam's
Oh
basement?
man.
Huh?
Oh. Oh
They wouldn't let
man.
you podcast in there. Like, man, can we see your credentials, please? No, ma'am. No,
Oh
ma'am.
man.
No, I didn't say your potted plant credentials. I need your press pass credentials.
Oh man.
You hideous creature, you. Jesus
Whew.
Christ. You
Hideous
scare small
creature.
children. You scare small children. You stop it right
Oh
now.
man. Whew.
Jay had
Shoo,
you gonna
shoo,
make it,
bump,
brother?
shoo, bump the Packers Panthers preview. This the roast show. Let's go. This the roast show.
For real. This is it right here.
We just rolling with.
Jesus Christ. I like really count
Oh
how many
man.
times she done had a blonde wig on her damn head. That don't even match your skin tone, Shawty.
Damien says looking like Joanna Man.
I'm just saying. How many times she done wore them bright
Oh
ass
man.
yellow fingernails?
Oh
Like how many
man.
times that don't match her
Oh
outfit at
man.
all? It matches nothing she has on. Look at most of her videos. She has that bright ass
Oh
fingernail
man.
on, and it doesn't match. Why, ma'am?
Oh
Why do you
man.
have that on? Who told you that was okay? Who
Oh
dressed
man.
you this morning? Did you get dressed in the closet? Did they turn the lights off in your dressing room?
Somebody didn't want to tell her the truth, I guess.
She got dressed in the
Oh
janitor's closet.
man.
I knew that's what it was. It's okay. You
Oh
got dressed
man.
you got dressed in somebody else's basement. You got caught up for real? They didn't tell you they loved you? Huh? Your husband put you out, you had to put your makeup
Oh
on in the
man.
car? Huh?
Oh my
I noticed
goodness.
I noticed your wedding ring ain't on no more. Where the hell your wedding ring at?
Say
You
look
took
like
that one off? Your husband said, "Get your motherfucking ass out here with your ugly ass." God damn it! I
say
saw you with the lights on.
say look
God
like
damn.
say look like it. Hello, Georgie.
And that's just him looking like you don't sit your $5 ass. That's just get your ass out of here.
Oh man.
Jesus Christ. I
Oh
can't stand
man.
you put on a pound of makeup on your face. You think you look good. No, ma'am.
Whew.
You're just covering up your blemish. Stop it. That makeup does not make you look better. Because we know when that show's over and that makeup come off your goddamn face, you have to ride home and you putting that fucking baseball cap on to
Mm.
cover your big ass forehead. You don't stop it. Fuck you. You have a 5 head. You have a goddamn skier slope on your motherfucking forehead. That's how big that shit is. You don't stop it. You stop right now. Goddamn fucking eyelash so big I thought your ass was gonna fly off the set. Get your ass out of here.
Ooh.
Fuck going on?
Uh. See
Okay.
Miss Martin, what you done did. See what you done did. See
Oh
if you would have
God.
just behaved. If you would have just behaved. See what I mean?
Just sit your ass down.
Everybody says that would have been a scary remake of Miss Doubtfire if that woman started it.
Hello.
Yikes.
Oh man. Oh man.
Hello.
Goodness gracious. Oh man. Oh man.
No. Okay.
Uh.
I'm done.
Mm.
I'm done.
She probably one of those that could be like the second coming of like Tisha Campbell when she got her head stuck in that headboard.
Oh, it's not funny, Martin.
Oh man.
Oh
Oh man.
my God. And I'm glad everybody came to Cam's defense. I'm glad all the real people that came to Cam Newton's defense. Yes. Am I a Cam Newton homer? Absolutely. Did I call
Yep.
him out when he
Yep.
sucked? Absolutely. But am I going to
Uh-huh.
stand in his corner always because he was a Panther? And once you're a Panther for life? Absolutely.
Indeed.
So, ma'am,
Oh,
don't you come for our greatest quarterback in Panther history. Don't do it.
facts.
But
Don't do it.
you gotta give Cam credit. He handled that in a respectful way. You know, in his
Yes, he
Yeah.
did.
response, he did handle that in a respectful way. So gotta give him credit. I know it's easy. You know, I know we're having fun. I know it's easy to lash out, but I gotta give him credit for
Oh, absolutely.
being respectful about it. But yeah, she definitely opened
That was
up Pandora's
fantastic.
box
She
with that.
deserved the smoke. Cam, you can be respectful. I'm not going to be. You can be respectful, good buddy. She's going to get all this smoke. You going to get all of it. That's why I said, don't bring your ass back to the black community. Don't you bring your ass back over here. Don't you sit in that beauty salon. Gonna burn the shit out your neck with your hot ass, your goddamn BBs on the back of your neck. I know your head nappy as fuck. I know it's nappy as shit. That's why you wear that goddamn wig. Your hair's nappy as shit underneath that hot ass wig. You stop it right now. That hot comb shit broke when it went on the back of your goddamn head.
Oh my
Stop it
goodness.
right now.
Damien says, looking like Greta from the Gremlins.
Yes, I love. Yes, in the face.
Oh man.
In the face of my Coming to America voice. In the face.
In the face. Oh man.
She deserves it. Cam and Ryan Clark, I appreciate you guys for being respectful and gentlemen and scholars. We don't have to be that. We
Oh
don't have to
man.
be that. So you're going to get all this smoke and then some. And I hope it burns. I hope it burns. You have a meatball. I hope it hurts.
You know what? I would have been like this. I don't know if y'all watch pro wrestling, but I remember LA Knight was known as Eli Drake back at Impact Wrestling. He had a dummy button. Every time he hit this dummy button, it goes, "Dummy, yeah." Honestly, if I was there, I would not hesitate. She would have like kept saying stuff like that. I would just hit that button repeatedly.
Have a friend
Just
have a Fred Sanford button, you big dummy.
just be like, "Dummy, yeah." You big dummy.
You
Just
big dummy.
like that's what I'd do. Like
Yeah.
and
And she
hopefully with that incentive that would make her, sort of like rethink and just be like, "You know what? I probably shouldn't, certain subjects I probably shouldn't touch on or, maybe I should just hold
If
in
you
what
don't
I'm
have the
really
knowledge, just don't. Just don't.
cuz I'm saying I'm serious. Her saying that and then not too long after that her saying Zach Wilson and Dak Prescott are practically the same. It's like, okay, really, you
At
just
that
just
point,
stop.
you just proved yourself totally ignorant.
Oh, you had something to drink before you came on stage today. I understand. You had a few drinks. Okay, I understand. Nobody told you. Oh, okay, nobody told you we switched top. Got you. Okay, this is not Scotch Wednesday. Okay,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
that's not what we're doing here, man. We can smell that you've had a few from over here. By the way, your eyes are a little bit droopy. We see that from over here. Okay, you look a little bug-eyed, but you look droopy at the same time. We're kind of confused. Which one are you? Are you surprised or are you tired? Which one is it? I'm confused. Okay, are you baked? Are you half baked? Or are you just a little drunk? You a little tipsy? Which one? What are we doing here? If you're going to say something on live television, and the fact that on live, of course, y'all know it's live TV, you can't take it back. We're looking right at you. She knew she couldn't take back. If you look at her face, she knew she couldn't take back what she just said.
Right.
So now I have to stand on it. And I said this shit. It came out. I was trying to think this, but I said it. Damn. Now I got to keep going with it. Now I have to say something that I think is funny and clever. Oh shit. That came out. Well, at least the guys up here are kind of laughing. But wait. Oh shit. I have to go home after this. I forgot. I'm on TV and people are gonna cook my ass after this because I said something
You know what?
stupid.
I'm looking at a clip of her right now. I gotta be honest. She kind of looks like a Wendy Williams mini me.
Oh Jesus. She just got a little bit more meat. She just got more meat on the bone. That's all it is. She got a little bit more meat on the bone.
Oh snap! You're gonna love this one, Mr. Carolina. Damian Hernandez says, "I bet she relates to the chick that got offended because her date took her to the Cheesecake Factory."
Yay!
Bars.
Yo, it is so funny because myself and Mr. Carolina did reaction videos to that clip.
Yeah,
Oh man.
Oh my god.
and
Oh,
That's
we cooked her,
self-aware.
we cooked her, we cooked her, and she deserved all of that smoke. We
yeah,
cooked
Miss
her.
Absolutely.
Miss.
Yep.
Oh my God, I would die if I go to the Cheesecake Factory. I cannot go into the Cheesecake Factory.
A
How?
woman
Why?
like me
Why
should be
should a woman
courted.
that looks like this, just?
Mm. And she was basic too. She was basic.
Absolutely.
I
She was
mean,
basic.
my whole thing was like for the first date and that revealing of a dress. It's like, how's the dude even gonna be able to focus on you and
I
not your
had no
assets?
idea.
It's like, come on now.
Leave, and that's why I said that's why I love my wife because she left everything up to my imagination. I had to guess. It was just like, no, you're not gonna see the goodies, but homeboy, you got to earn this. Cool, no problem.
Yeah, let them know. Let them know.
I
Hmm.
got
But
you.
and
We're gonna go on a
just
trial period.
and really just looking on X and social media, it's just like just doing a search of the name Kimberly Martin. There's like just so much. I
God.
mean, but this is her fault. It's her
Yep.
fault. I mean,
She
You
did
did
it
it
to
to
herself.
yourself.
I mean,
You did it.
just
No, nobody was really talking about you. Nobody was really
Nope.
thinking about you. You came for a former MVP as if he was your co-host two
Attention
seats to the
hog.
right of you. And I think that's again, that's the part that is upsetting a lot of folks. You came at him as if again he was your co-host two seats to the right of you, like he was for all 12 years. And again, shout outs to him for being in the league for 12 years. But for 12 years, sir, you were a career backup. That's what you did was be a backup quarterback. So why does your opinion hold more weight than a guy that came into the league as a superstar rookie quarterback setting records left and right? Why does what he say hold more weight? Make that make sense. But you can't. But of course, he's not going to check you. So you're not going to say anything to him. So you have to say, and again, this is not to take a shot at him. Do your thing, sir.
Yeah.
Kudos to you. But
Truth.
for what we know about you, good buddy,
hmm
you didn't do much of anything at all while you were there, but your opinion, for some reason, nobody calls you out on. Why is that? Because again, you're part of the ESPN community. Nobody's going to say, oh, "Okay, well, we can't talk about Dan. Dan's one of our favorite guys, so we're going to go up here and you know we're going to back him up, and we're going to tell him, everything's okay, and he's our friend. So no, no, you sir, you are hot garbage.
Mm-hmm.
Not going to sugarcoat that one. You
Mm-hmm.
sucked. And yes, I'm looking at it right now. Matter of fact, gentlemen, this is the same man that played for Detroit, Houston, Indy, Tampa, Detroit again, and LA. Okay.
Wow.
wow.
Yeah, so let's let this sink in here. This is a man who had his best QBR came in 2011 for Indianapolis. He had an 82.4 QBR rating.
Ooh.
Oh.
Kudos for you, good.
Okay.
Kudos for you, good buddy. But this is also a gentleman. Let me see here. Let me make sure I get my facts here right. You had, yes, 13 career interceptions and 15. Okay, so for your career that spanned from 2015 to 2017, okay, you had only, gentlemen, Jesus Christ, Cam had more than this in his rookie season.
hmm
For his career, again, which lasted 12 years,
right.
I'll give both of y'all two guesses. Don't look it up.
Okay.
What was Dan Orlovsky's career passing yards over 12 years?
Maybe 3,400.
Close.
I was
Oh,
gonna say it's
oh,
3,600.
okay.
You're going in the wrong direction.
Oh, lower. Okay,
Lower.
Lower.
Mm.
3,200.
Lower.
What?
2,900.
Okay, 3,000.
Dan Orlovsky in 12 years, gentlemen, had 3,132 passing yards
That's it.
in
That's it.
12 seasons. In 12 seasons,
Wow.
Darren Orlovsky in 12 seasons had 15 passing touchdowns to 13 interceptions in 12 seasons.
Mm.
It's funny because Cam's rookie season he threw 4,000 yards.
That's what I'm
Right.
saying. Cam had more than that in his rookie year. His career passing percentage
Oof.
is 58%. 58%. Not to discredit him, but again, to Ryan Clark's point, you have somebody on there on your panel that was a career backup,
Hmm.
but you're not saying nothing about him.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and I gotta throw this out there because I know my brother might be watching. He's a Eagles fan. Now, as y'all probably heard, Jalen Hurts has tied the Cam Newton record for a number of rushing touchdowns in a season with 14. But
Nice job.
let me remind y'all something. You go and look at those rushing touchdowns from Jalen Hurts, and you look at the rushing touchdowns from Cam
Mm-hmm.
Newton.
Only
Did Cam Newton use a tush push? I'm waiting.
nope, nope.
Oh,
Raw power.
raw
Raw
power.
power.
So yeah, I have to throw that out there. I have to throw that out there.
Raw power.
Mm-hmm.
Cam
It's
never
not the
had to
same.
use a tush push. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
And he was just a different he was a different breed of quarterback, and I said that's why I said most folks like they don't understand that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Wow.
so to our panelists to the other right of her, Mr. Foxworth. When we get to this point, kudos to you, good sir. You played in 78 career games with 8 career interceptions.
Hmm.
Awesome. You played you played 6 seasons. You played on in only 6 seasons.
Oof.
Your best season came in 2009 with Baltimore when you had 4 interceptions. Awesome. You were never named to an all pro game, not once. But you have the audacity to sit up there and hold the choke sign. Maybe you're saying she was choking out her career. I don't know.
Mm.
But then you had the audacity to laugh about her comments.
Oof.
And I think that's
Oof.
what Mr. Clark was saying. Like, you guys are never, and even in your playing careers, never touching the height of where Cam Newton was. Not where he is now, but where he was. And that's where I said most folks are like, they don't understand. From somebody like myself that was trying to make it to the NFL, and I can just speak from my perspective, it's hard as shit.
Hmm.
It's hard as shit because you're not only competing with people in your state. I was competing against people in the whole East Coast,
Right.
down south, Midwest, West Coast. You got cats coming from overseas,
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
and you have to make an impression. So for Cam coming from Atlanta, Georgia, which again, I got family down there.
Hmm.
That's a nice size. It's a big city.
Mm-hmm.
To make it from Atlanta to Florida, transferred over to he had to go to a lower JUCO school, then to go to Auburn. Again, you're not factoring in how many high school kids are coming out, how many other JUCO kids were coming out, how many big name school kids were transferring down so they can go to the school of their choice.
Yep.
He won a
Hmm.
championship down there. He won a championship at Auburn. You turn that into the millions of people, the millions of men that are trying to get to the NFL, you became the number one overall pick out of all those people.
Mm-hmm.
That is super hard to do
Mm-hmm.
because they're saying you are better than all the other 200 other players that are being picked. Not only that, you are better than the undrafted players that are trying to come out. Not only that, you are better than the free agent quarterbacks that we could have signed.
Mm-hmm.
You, sir, are our top priority. And then you throw in your rookie year for over 4,000 yards, which is a rookie record. You
Yep.
accounted for 14 rushing touchdowns in your rookie season.
Yep.
A rookie.
Yep. Broke Peyton Manning's rookie record. Yep.
Yep.
So it is super freaking hard to get there. So that's what I say when you're speaking on him, Kimberly A. Martin.
Right.
Understand where this brother came from, what he did, how he did it, and the hard work that it took to get to the position of being an MVP quarterback
Yep.
for
Facts.
a
Do your
team.
homework on this man.
Please, for a team whose leading receiver was a tight end.
Yep. Greg Olson.
He had, again, kudos to those men because they put in the hard work to get there. Jericho Cotchery was past his prime.
Right.
Yep.
Ted Ginn had been given up on too many times.
Yep.
Philly Brown, an undersized receiver that was balling out of his mind. Devin Bunches of Funches. These are names that did not go to any type besides Teddy. I think Teddy G may have gone, and Mr. Olson. These are not anybody that you would say are first ballot Hall of Famers. Nobody on there. But Cam said, I don't give a damn. I'm a game changer. You
Mm.
motherfuckers are going to reach my level and I'm going to carry your ass to the promised land. And that's what he
Facts.
did.
Oh yeah.
That is a game changer
Mm-hmm.
because we all watched that season together, fellas. We all watched that season together. Cam Newton that year had a refusal to lose mentality.
Right.
I refuse to lose. But we also had one of the greatest linebackers to ever play this game on the other side of the football.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's what happens when you have a game changer on defense and a game changer on offense. Now, I
Mm-hmm.
guarantee you, Kimberly Amart, you wouldn't have that smoke for Luke Kuechly because his credentials damn sure speak for themselves.
Yep.
Facts.
And then some.
Let
You
me
wouldn't
get
have
back
that
to my
smoke.
boy Luke, man.
It's like Luke
Mm-mm.
Kuechly was one of those generational linebackers.
You ain't about to come
Generational
down now.
linebacker.
Right.
That's I think Luke Kuechly would be a hell of a positions coach.
Oh,
Hell,
facts.
Absolutely.
I think Luke Kuechly would be a hell of a GM because he knows
Hey,
how
yeah.
to evaluate talent. I'm be honest with you. We picked Luke Kuechly. I was like, who for what? Because at the time, remember we still had Beeson.
Yep.
I was
Sure
like,
did.
why?
Mm-hmm.
Why are we doing that? Excuse me, Luke Kuechly. Let me shut. I can eat my crow. Let me shut my ass up. You turned out to be a monster.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Jesus Christ. And I'll be honest with y'all. I can say this as a grown man. It broke my heart to see Luke Kuechly not only crying like that, but then to see him retire.
Yep.
Right.
He
Broke
was
my
the
heart.
exact model of what a Carolina Panther player should be.
It broke my heart. I damn near cried. Because I'm like,
He
not
set
Luke.
the bar, and nobody's been able to reach it since.
Because it's Luke Kuechly is a defensive version of Cam Newton. They set that bar so high for middle linebackers, nobody's going to reach it.
Ever.
Yeah.
Nobody, you can't reach this. It's too high up there.
No.
As good as Bryce Young, and I'm going to speak it, as good as Bryce Young is going to be, and I said this before, he will never ever be Cam Newton.
Right.
We can't hold him to that standard because it's not fair to him. He'll never be a 6'5", 250-pound quarterback that can run over your not only your defensive end, your defensive tackle, your linebacker, and your safety at the same time.
Not
That's not him.
not only that, going back to a second with Luke, the fact that you had a guy on defense literally playing chess against
Whew.
Peyton Manning
And winning
and
three
winning.
fourths of his entire playbook in one half just got check marked.
Like, that's pretty impressive.
I've never seen anybody do that. Not even Brian Urlacher.
I'm calling out your plays as you're coming up to the line, as you're speaking. I'm telling you what
Not
you're
Ray
about to
Lewis.
do.
Not nobody.
Not only that, I'm calling out your audibles too. I know where you're going, and it's funny. That's why
Before
I
the
said when I
ball's
listen.
even snapped.
He knows what you're doing. That's the funny shit. When I listened to Greg Olson's interview one time, he was like, "Can you just put the backup in? Because like Luke is fucking up our plays. Like we can't even get the plays off because he knows what we're about to do. Like just put the backup in, shit, so we can fucking get a look and we can know what we're about to do." That's how smart his teammates were so annoyed with him in practice. Like get move, shit. We're trying to get the playoff. That's how. That's what said. Luke was just at a different level, bro. I
We're
would
Indeed.
have
talking about a
loved to play.
quarterback that's been a career out of audibles too.
As him, it's just like his film study was second to none,
Yeah,
and that's what I would have loved to been at a practice see him and Cam Newton go back and forth. I would have
me
loved to
too.
see the little trash talk between those two.
But see
Love
the
to see.
but see the thing that stood out a lot about Luke is, I mean, with his intelligence, the dude was like a film study guru.
He knew his.
Absolutely.
He knew his shit. He knew his shit. He was like, you. There's nothing you could show him on the field that he hadn't already seen you do in film study for hours and hours and hours and hours of watching film.
Mm-hmm.
Like he took his job seriously. I'm the
Mm-hmm.
leader of this defense. I'm not afraid to get in that. Again, we talked about not that while ago. Accountability. Luke
Mm-hmm.
Kuechly was going to hold every person on that defense accountable.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't give a damn if you get. I remember seeing so many mic'd up performers. Luke's like, get his ass off the field. I'm like, hold on, hold on. I'm like, hold on, I'm a grown man. What you mean, get his ass off the field? Don't you get me? Of course, nobody's gonna talk back to Luke. That's a big guy. You're like, oh, wait a minute. Okay, never mind. Let me get off the field.
When he
But
speaks, listen.
you listen because he has weight behind his name.
Mm-hmm.
Luke Luke came in averaging 100 tackles a season
Yep.
because
Mm-hmm.
that's just this is what he did, and that's what I miss about watching these games. I miss not only the fun of Cam Newton playing
Hmm.
and giving the ball to the fans and the dabs and the dances and the celebrations. I miss the Luke Kuechlys. I
Mm-hmm.
miss the guy that was all about football, the guy that was Clark Kent on the sidelines, but Superman on the field.
Oh yeah.
I miss those days of him and Thomas Davis wrecking havoc, of Kurt Coleman
Our
and Peanut
coordinators were having
Tillman.
trouble figuring out what to do against us.
What the hell
Oh
are you going
yeah.
to do? The prime years of Julius Peppers and Mike Rucker and Chris Jenkins. I miss those
We're
days.
intimidated.
Mm. Like I can
Those were the glory days.
imagine TD and Luke. I bet you I get more tackles than you. All right, I'll take that bet.
Bet. Let's go.
I
Okay.
got you. You
What am I
buying
for
dinner
this?
afterwards?
Yup.
Okay.
Yup.
Cool. All right, cool. Those are the glory days. Now, is our defense? Do they have those two leaders like that? No. But has our defense been solid? Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I just want to see our offense resemble something of an NFL offense. That's all I want to see. Look like something we'll be proud of. And again, that's why I'm so proud of Bryce and the offense on that final drive because it looked like something like, hey, that looks like football. Okay, you guys might actually know something. And the fact that they still showed emotion, I love the fact that they're getting fired up. I love the fact that DJ Chark got up and showed some emotion after that catch. Hell of a catch, sir. Like they showed that even though we only won one game, we still give a damn.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Right.
all we've been acting for is some type of progress. Be better than you were the week before.
Mm-hmm.
And we can say that this team was better than they were the week before. Bryce didn't light the world on fire, but Bryce was better than the week before.
Mm-hmm.
Our offensive line was better than the week before. Our wide receivers, even in the down I can't even my words, torrential downpour of rain, actually played better than the week before. We
Yeah.
look like a
Yep.
team that if we would have looked like this from day one, we wouldn't have only won 2 games. If we had the right leader at
Right.
the top, if we had an owner that would shut the hell up,
Yep.
And stay out of the way.
stay out
And
of the
stay out of the
way.
way.
Stay in your own lane.
This is a very interesting comment from Mr. Gemini. He says, this might be an unfair question, and I don't know why I'm
Uh,
asking, but out of Luke, Pep, and Smitty, who would start, bench, cut?
oh, don't do that.
Don't do
Uh,
that.
that's
No, no, no.
I'll take that one first. I'll take that one first. I'll
okay.
take that. Luke, Pep, and Smitty. Ooh. Mm, 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 mm.
Hmm.
Start. Shit.
It's
Shit.
kind of near impossible, Mr. Gemini.
It really is.
I'm gonna be the bad guy here. I'm gonna be the bad guy here. I'm okay with that. I start Luke. I bench Pep and I cut Smitty.
Ooh.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Jesus Christ, I'm sorry. That hurt to say that. Like that shit. That hurt. Cause Smitty's one of my favorite. No, y'all don't leave me out here by myself.
Uh,
Don't leave me out here by
Cor-
myself.
Corey, I defer to you. Corey, you go next.
I'm
Don't leave me out
actually
here
with you on that one. Um, I start Luke absolutely. Um, I'd bench Pep and I, I'd I'd cut Steve. Yep.
You see how hard that is to say?
Mm-hmm. It is.
But
That's
Steve
wow.
Smith's my favorite
Why are you doing this
player.
to us, Mister Gemini?
That's
Why,
not fair,
man?
dude. That's not fair, dude. That's not fair. That's not fair
I
at
love you,
all.
man, but why are you doing this
Oh
to us?
man. Oh, I guess I'm
Yeah,
last.
it's your turn. It's your turn, bro. It's your turn.
Yeah.
Dang it.
Yes.
Ah,
Come on with it.
Steve Smith's my favorite player, though.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
Jeez.
Come on with it.
But I have to be smart about this. I gotta let my fandom aside. I gotta be smart about this.
mm-hmm.
I have to. I
Say it with
hate
your
I
chest.
I hate to
Just
say
say it.
this, but I
Just
gotta
say
be
it.
real. Start Luke, bench Pep, cut Smitty. Like
Uh,
I gotta keep
Yeah.
it real. Like fandom aside, bias
Oh, now he
aside.
says you don't have to answer. Now he says it.
You
it's
wrong
too
for
late.
that,
We
Mr. Gemini.
Bro, you're wrong for that.
yeah,
You wrong
we've
for that,
already
Mr.
done it.
Gemini.
Wow, bro.
That's
All right,
terrible. I
all right.
respect it though.
How about this, Mr. Gemini? Let me know your answer. Let us know your answer.
Yeah.
Since we
Yeah.
answered, what's your answer?
Painfully,
Right.
we painfully answered. That was painful. Oh
Um,
my god.
but you know a player that I don't think gets mentioned enough and still holds the record for career interceptions of the franchise, Mr. Chris Gamble.
Oh, Campbell was a beast.
Yep.
Yeah.
He was, he was definitely our first shutdown corner.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely our first shutdown corner.
I mean, 96 pass deflections,
He was an
27
animal.
interceptions.
Did he go to
And
Ohio State?
yep, he was a yep,
Mm-hmm.
OSU.
Hmm.
But
Don't ask no more questions like that again. Don't ask those kind of questions.
Who everybody thinks nobody good is coming out of Ohio State anymore, by the way.
I
but
don't know
hey,
why.
he played his whole career with Carolina, so
Yeah.
So it is possible.
that's one thing I gotta give him. But man,
Look,
that was a
I miss I miss those days, dog. I said I miss those days. It was just now we talking about it. See, now I feel like looking up YouTube highlights. Those were literally the glory days.
Mm-hmm.
indeed.
The glory days. It's not like we've been a Pirates
NWA era.
franchise forever, but those were
Right.
the fun games
Mm.
where
Agreed.
you look forward to these guys playing. You look forward to seeing Chris Gamble step out there, or hell, Stephen Davis, or Deshaun Foster, or
We knew
uh,
exactly what all these players were going to give you from the start to finish, every game, every play, till
Hmm.
that clock hit triple zero.
they were consistent, and that's the
Yeah.
part. It's like we loved watching these gentlemen play because it was those were the fun days when they were
Mm-hmm.
having fun. It's like this team has gotten away from that fun. That's why I said Cam Newton.
That
It
energy's
was a
gone.
it, it was a presence. It was his mere presence on this team that elevated everybody around him.
Yep.
That's a game changer.
You felt confident when you came out there with Luke Kuechly.
Oh yeah.
Hell yes. It's like, oh, Luca, we got. If Luke Kuechly's on that field, it's like, oh, we got a chance. So you're saying there's a
Mm-hmm.
chance.
Mm-hmm.
Luke, all right. Luke got his. Okay, he got his cape on. Oh, it's over for y'all.
Oh
Right.
yeah.
It's
And
over for y'all. Like you ain't gotta tell me but one time.
and I have to say, my favorite Cam Newton game-winning drive uh is actually a tie. There's between two particular ones. One is, of course, Seattle game-winning touchdown to Greg Olson. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
that's definitely up there. Secondly, do you remember the game-winning touchdown he threw to Dominique Hickson in the Saints game in the rain?
Mm.
Yeah,
Like, I went crazy when that play happened. Like, I won't ever forget that play.
man, I I want to go back to the glory days.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Back to the glory
I'm
days.
with you.
And
Mr.
it's
Mr. Gemini says it's hard, it's extremely hard, and I don't even want to answer, but same. I'll say start Luke, bench Pep, cut Smith, but then again, Smith had the more longevity than Luke, though, but Luke is still great.
Yeah.
yeah, he did. That's what I said. Smitty was that dude. It's not taking nothing away from Smitty, but Luke, if if I'm thinking about generational talent,
Hmm.
Luke was. You don't see linebackers with Luke Kuechly's instincts, with his determination, with his leadership. That's a rare quality. Now, not saying you see a C. Smith everywhere, but I can go find a 5'9" dog wide receiver. But Smitty was on a different level. Don't get me wrong. Smitty was on an entirely different level. But Luke was just, he was just different. You knew he was different. And then
Different
Pep,
breed.
yeah, different. And then Pep, that Julius Pepper speaks for himself. Julius
Yep.
Pepper was a just physical freak. If
Yep.
Cam Newton says, I didn't realize how huge this man was until he sit next to me, and Cam Newton's not a small guy, then that's how you know how big Julius Peppers is.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, Jesus Christ. Okay. Please don't hit me. All right.
Like,
It's like we're good.
just the scariness of the closing speed that Julius Peppers has coming off of that
Oh, that was
line.
terrifying.
Like, whew,
I would not want to
like,
be an opposing quarterback seeing him come at you. Nope.
I mean, we're talking about
That's
somebody
like
that had 159 and a half sacks.
Oh
Like,
my God. You might as well go ahead and sit down and take the sack.
man, like,
and it still looks like he could play.
yeah. I mean,
That
43
man
years.
will
He's only
destroy
43.
you.
So I mean, but just yeah, I'm
Five
just
556 solo tackles, 161 assists, 159 and a half sacks, 21 fumble recoveries, and 11 interceptions.
yeah,
God.
yeah,
Sheesh.
and had some good yak on those interceptions as well.
He
Mm-hmm.
did.
Or maybe it's yai, yards after
You
interception.
couldn't bring him down.
Julius
He was
Peppers
too
is
physical. He was too big.
6'7", 295 pounds.
You're basically a
Yeah,
linebacker size.
yeah,
6'7",
You're not bringing that down
295,
once he catches that pick.
exactly.
and that right there, Jim. That's solid muscle. Julius
Yeah,
Peppers wasn't a fat dude. That was solid muscle.
absolutely.
Yeah.
He was what's my boy's name for Cleveland? He was what is his name? What is his name? Defensive end for Cleveland.
Oh,
Uh
Miles.
Myles
Miles
Garrett.
Garrett.
Yeah.
He was Miles Garrett before Miles Garrett.
Oh yeah, absolutely,
Mm-hmm.
Pep was
Definitely.
absolutely.
that Pep was that dude. Defensive rookie of the year, 4-time first pro, first time all team first pro, 9 Pro Bowls, 2000s all decade team, 2010s all decade team, Panther Hall of Famer, and named one of the greatest. He's even named one of the greatest Bears of all time.
Yeah, and we're talking about somebody that's in the top 5 in NFL history of sacks at number 4.
Mm-hmm.
6 defensive touchdowns from a defensive end.
God.
Yeah. Ugh. Oof.
That's what I said. Why did you pose that question? Why did you pose that question? Oh God, because now I
Ooh.
feel like I want to take it back.
Cause,
I want to
cause
start.
now, cause nowadays, still to this day, one of the biggest arguments is who was better, Julius Peppers or Luke Kuechly, and even that's a tough one.
Yeah.
Oh, I want to take it back, but I can't. I want to take it back, but I can't. Oh, I want to take it back, but I can't. Okay. Luke Kuechly, 1,092 career tackles,
Ooh.
12, 12 and a
Mm.
half career sacks, 18 interceptions,
Yep.
7 forced fumbles, 9 fumble recoveries, 2 defensive touchdowns. One gentleman, 1,092
Tackles.
career tackles. Defensive player of the year, defensive rookie of the year, 5-time first team all pro, seven-time Pro Bowler. 2 times he led the NFL in tackling, but 3-time Buckus Award winner, 2010 All Decades team. It's just like,
Imagine if he had kept playing, dude, and hadn't had those concussions.
Oh
Like,
shoot,
my
he
God.
still would be a beast for sure.
that's somebody that was only, he
He'd
was
be the best
6'3",
linebacker ever out there. There'd be no
6'40".
debate.
He played, he only played 7 seasons. That's it.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing.
How many did Ray Lewis play? How many did Brian Urlacher play in comparison?
Let's see, Ray Lewis.
Because, like, if Luke had played as many as those two had, my
So Ray
God, can
Lewis,
you imagine what those stats would look
17
like?
years.
17 years. Yeah,
17 years. Can you imagine what Luke's stats would look like after 17 years?
Whew, something that could have been untouched.
Untouched
oh
for
yeah,
decades.
indeed.
Nobody's coming near it. I
Like,
don't care how good you think you are.
because I remember when I first heard about him, it was like coming out of Boston College, I was just like, what? Huh? Who's this
Like,
dude?
who is this guy? Yeah, I was
Yeah.
like, who?
Just
My,
like, okay. And then
my
once he,
thought was, he had been terrorizing my Clemson Tigers, with Boston College, and I knew who he was, but I was just like, well, can you translate that to the NFL level? And we really needed an offensive lineman at the time, so I was like, okay, well, we need to go for an offensive lineman. I saw we drafted Luke, and my first reaction was, oh no, we neglected the offensive line again. And then we started to discover who Luke was. I was like, oh my god, am I ever eating crow?
Yeah, and the thing was, when he came in, he was, outside linebacker because we still had John Beeson in the
Oh
middle,
yeah.
and then, of course, he went down with the Achilles injury, and then shifted Luke to middle, and just the rest is history.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Like,
I love.
just, I bet Coach Ron Rivera was like, whoa, okay, you just became a starter.
Immediately.
It's like,
Mm-hmm.
okay,
Mm-hmm.
say no more. Just keep doing your thing. Yay. And of
Yeah.
course, Ron Rivera's a defensive guy,
You're
so
right.
he was feeling
Yep.
himself.
And a linebacker.
Yep, and a linebacker, also
Yep.
a champion. So yeah.
I love. I love this some film that somebody put in. Somebody put in a comment. It said he said pretty much. He said jokes aside, and as dumb as he looked, I don't know why about dumb, but he's like, I always enjoyed Cam Newton's breakdown of team. And he puts the caption, "You've been watching film, huh? Too, huh? That's cool. Watch this."
Mm,
It's just it's the swag that can't. It's the fact that you did that during a game.
Yep.
You've been watching film, huh? That's cool. Watch this. Like, how many quarterbacks are going to have that kind of moxie to
s-
do that to somebody in the middle of a game? And then we're not talking about some. I believe that was AJ Hawk. He said that too. Oh, Clay Matthews.
Clay Matthews, yeah, Clay
Clay
Matthews.
Mm-hmm.
Matthews. He said that too. Who was another beast linebacker?
Yep,
To say that to him in the middle of a game, as you're going through your cadence, Cam Newton breaks. He didn't break stride.
right.
Hey, why did he watch?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you've been watching film, huh? That's cool. Watch this. And why did it was like Jesus Christ? Dude. I wanted to fall out laughing, and I did because that shit right there is hilarious. That shit is hilarious. But that goes to who Cam Newton was as a player, and in all the things that he brought to this organization,
Mm-hmm.
all the things
Hmm.
that he did. It was a. That's what I said, fellas. It's a different swag with Cam,
And
and
Mm-hmm.
I know.
what's interesting? He actually broke down that play on his recent video on YouTube.
Mm,
It's funny because the moment that Clay Matthews called, watch that wheel route, watch that wheel route. Cam Newton was like, "Oh, we definitely have to score on this one. Like we don't have a choice. This is going in." So apparently he had Christian McCaffrey on an arrow route, and
mm,
what made it so easy was because the two defenders uh, zeroed in on Greg Olson to the point where Greg Olson just went with the continuation of it, and that's why C-Mac was so wide open because
Mm-hmm.
Greg Olson wasn't making a pick; he was running his route. But because the two defenders closed in on Greg Olson, because let's keep it real, Greg Olson is also a red zone threat.
Yep.
That
indeed.
gave such a big opening because when you go back and look at the play, because Cam ran the footage of the play multiple times when he was discussing this. That's why C-Mac had such an opening from the point of when he ran his route to the point of when he caught the pass from Cam Newton, and it's just like it was just the way that it was executed was just fire. Not to mention, like you said, Mr.
Was
Carolina,
absolutely flawless.
like Cam getting in those words, those casual words, and not breaking cadence. I mean, play clock running and everything. Like,
It's, you've been watching film, huh? That's cool. Watch this.
mm, and delivered and delivered. Dude,
That's
You know what that reminds me?
It's incredible.
That reminds me of Michael Jordan when he was on the free throw line and he had the conversation with Dikembe Mutombo, and he was like, "This one's for you." Close his eyes, hit the free throw.
I was Jordan S. I remember that.
Yeah.
That was funny as hell.
Mm,
Like, bruh, this one's for you, baby. I'm gonna close my eyes and hit this free throw on your ass real quick.
mm.
Like, fam.
Like boop.
It's
Yes.
that's what I said. It's the moxie and swag that most
Yep.
players like don't have, and I said that's what I think. Like most folks forget. Not only the fact that it's hard as shit to get there, but to play at that level against other grown men that are getting paid just like you are, but you're just
Mm-hmm.
saying, "Hey, God gave me that extra notch that I am. This is how much better than you I am. I'm going to close my eyes, and shoot this free throw,
Yep.
or I'm not going to break cadence and
Oh, I think you went on mute. Oh, there you go.
my bad. I'm going to not break cadence and still execute the play I want to execute as I'm talking to you about a play that you think is coming. But watch this. It's 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 something that you enjoy as a fan, bruh. It's just the overall joy, man. Like that, I
Mm-hmm.
really, really, really miss, and that I pray we don't have to get to that level, but goddamn it, shoot for that level,
Mm-hmm.
and I'll
Yeah.
be okay with that. Like bring the fun back to the team, make it fun.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Bryce Young has the capabilities of bringing fun back to the organization. Now, do I wish he would kind of do? Well, I don't know because Cam is Cam, but would I be okay with him handing the balls out to the kids? Yes.
Dude, I miss that so much about Cam.
That was class. Like that was
Mm-hmm.
I care about you as not only a fan but as a person. And
Mm-hmm.
I would give you a fist bump. I would give you one of my braces just to say, hey, I care.
Yep.
Mm.
That's why I said Cam was different, bro. And it's just hard to describe. Cam was just built different. And I said I miss those days.
Because, I
I
mean,
miss
we haven't been doing it
Mm.
since Cam left. I mean, he even did it when he came back. Like,
Yep.
it was something special about that. And not only getting to the point where, like, he got his teammates to do that as well, because, that became a thing. Just to the point, score a touchdown, Cam would be like, all right, do your thing. Give it up. Give it up.
give it to the fan. He was, who did he say that to? He said, that's the longest touchdown in my career. I think it was Funchy. He was like, that's the longest touchdown in my career. He said, longest mine too. Now go give it to the fan. Yeah, mine too. Now go give it to him. It was like he wanted everybody to be involved and he wanted everybody to have fun. And
It,
like that was the joy, fam, that Cam Newton brought. And listen, fun fact, just to plug this in here.
go
Just
for
to
it.
plug this in. 8 years ago today, right? Cam Newton played one of the best games by a quarterback in NFL history. 340 passing yards, 100 rushing yards, 5 passing touchdowns.
Ah,
So when he's talking about game managers and game changers, you throw for over 340 yards and you rush for over 100, I think you have a right to have an opinion about quarterbacks that play in today's game.
Facts.
yep.
If
And then
anybody
I'm
does, it's him.
and then the fact that you had five passing touchdowns,
5.
I think you have a leg to stand on there, good buddy.
Yep.
Not only that, but still like with him being the first player in the NFL, I mean 30,000 passing yards and 5,000 rushing yards. Like
Oof.
And guess who he did that against?
Denver.
The New York Giants. Y'all remember that
New
game?
York
Oh,
Giants.
oh yeah, that's right. That's right. Sure
Yep.
was. Sure was.
Was lighting New York up.
Yep, it sure
Touchdown
was.
pass, touchdown pass to Teddy G, touchdown pass to Greg Olson. He rushed that RPO long run that he had where he got hit out of bounds. Cam was just the corner route to Philly, the slant route to bunches of Funches.
Mhm.
That's what I mean when I say, yo, we would just, and then Cam was the one that's going to run down the field and celebrate with you.
Oh yeah.
It was,
Mm-hmm.
it was a different level of fun, bruh. It was just, uh,
And then
I'm going to put,
I remember you remember the celebration he would do with the quarterbacks, the juke and shoot.
yeah, the Euro
Oh
step.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, the Euro step.
Uh-huh.
Had him,
Man,
Derek Anderson, and Joe Webb doing that.
Yup.
Oh
man,
man.
shit, Teddy G had 2 touchdown catches that game.
Yep,
Mm-hmm.
sure did.
Cam was just, and then the game-winning drive after they tied it up. And do y'all remember Cam Newton's face when he had the towel on his head and he was like, "Okay, you left me too much time on the clock."
Mhm. Yep.
Okay,
I'm gonna make you
that's
pay
what.
for it now.
Yeah, like that's that swag and that confidence between the game changer
Mm-hmm.
and the game man.
Oh, I think he went on mute again.
Hmm.
Yeah, he went on mute. But yeah, game changer versus game manager. He's right. Um,
Man, those were exciting days.
yeah.
And the amount of time, the thing I remember most about 2015 was the amount of times Greg Olson was wide open
Mhm.
in just about every game. It's like you've got this humongous grizzly bear of a tight end that's been a monster out there, terrorizing defenses, wide open, and I'm like, for what reason?
Mr. Reliable.
He's making you pay for it, dude.
Mr. Reliable.
Like, how many yards did this dude get? Like every game that year. Like, it was just ridiculous.
But for as great and long runs that Cam Newton was able to bust off for Carolina, I'd have to say my favorite Cam Newton run. You remember, I think it was the third and long. Want to say third and 13 or third and 14
Oh,
Patriots game where he juked the mess
oh yeah,
all
that
on
was
his own.
incredible. I
And
jumped up out of my seat and went nuts, dude.
yo,
You
when
know how I
he
feel about New England, so you know exactly how I'm gonna react to that.
when he juked the
My
mess out of
goodness,
that D line and those oncoming linebackers and still made it out of the backfield to not only get the
bruh,
first down, but
that was half the defense he juked out.
like
I was like, my God, who are you, sir?
when he did that, I was just like, yeah, 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 we're winning this game. We're
Yeah,
winning this game.
absolutely.
Yeah,
There's no
like
questioning it. No.
he literally embarrassed the defense with his legs
Made him look like absolute
on prime time Monday night football.
Yep. National television. Everybody was looking at us. They had nowhere else
Exactly.
to look.
Okay, so it was a third and 7. He almost got sacked, but he escaped it all the
God.
way like at least 7 or
By
8
like
yards
four
back.
people, he almost got sacked by the way.
Yeah. Like I'm currently looking at it. Yeah. Oh, okay. Mr. Carolina's talking to his wife. But yo, like, and that was on Monday Night Football 2013. Just,
Like the swagger we had as a team in 2015. Like we people had to watch us. They had no other choice but to watch us because we were that good and we had that much swagger.
oh yeah,
It's impossible to ignore us. And we had so many positive role models on that team, for the youth that were just getting into the game or really wanted to get passionate about it. And it had great role models to pay attention to and learn from.
and the funny thing is, should he have been sacked? Yeah, I'll give you that. But this is Cam.
Oh my goodness, man! We gained so many people in our fan base that year from like different countries. Like we got people from Japan, China, Australia. Like it was nuts. I never even expected the fan bases out in those areas to be that huge. And somehow like everybody knew who these players were, even down to Britton Burson.
Yep,
Everybody knew every name on this roster. Like it was a family brother or sister, you know what I mean? Like it was
right.
just incredible. Everybody knew what keep pounding meant. We clearly demonstrated what it looked like, what it was, you know, and who created it and
Yes,
why. So from that point on, like everybody knew who we were.
facts. Just,
So to take that into the next generation of football players and say, look, you guys put in the hard work. You guys put in the blood, the sweat, the tears, the energy, the passion for the game, and you got these types of results. You know, what could this youth do with that? You know what I'm saying? Like that's one of the reasons why I got so excited, not just because we got to the Super Bowl, but because of how we got there and why we got there
oh
and
yeah,
what we were doing it for, you know, and who we were doing it for. When coaches ask who are you playing for, they're not just saying it just for the fun of it. They're asking like, who are you literally playing the game for? Are you playing it for your family? Are you playing it for yourself? Are you playing it for the youth? Who are you playing it for? And it sent that message out there, and I was just like, yes, yes,
yes,
yes, and yes. That's what we want. That's what we want to get back to. That's the standard right there.
yeah. Because that standard
That's
was
always
set.
going to be the standard until the end of Panthers history.
Indeed, indeed. And just, the culture that we had. It's like a lot of people wonder, like, oh, this was forever
Yeah,
ago. This was, been, the past or whatnot. But there's a reason it's still talked about to this day. We had an identity, we
yeah,
had culture, everybody was
yeah,
having fun.
yeah.
You
And we
know,
played the game with integrity too, with a
indeed.
respect for it, with a passion for it. And everybody gave 110%. Everybody, from top to bottom. When you go back and watch that Cardinals NFC Championship game,
Oof. Oh yes. Oh yes.
that is how terrifying this team can be when they are on all cylinders. Imagine that for a number of years.
I mean, it was it was
Now
scary
that's
enough.
what a true dynasty looks like.
I mean, it was scary enough. Cam Newton.
Yeah, that should terrify some teams in the NFL. If we had kept that rolling,
I mean,
my
I mean,
goodness.
we legit bullied the Cardinals in that game.
Oh
Yeah,
my goodness. When
yeah,
I
they.
started seeing this roster starting to be built during that time period, I got so freaking hyped, dude. when I started understanding what was going on and why people were being put where they were, dude, I got hyped. I got so excited even before they hit the field. I was just like, this is it. You could just feel it. When you stepped onto those training camp grounds, you could feel it. They were going to do something special that year.
Oh
When
yeah,
you saw, literally, when you saw Cam Newton and Josh Norman fighting it out in camp, and you're like, this is it. This is the type of energy we need right here.
yeah,
This is what's going to drive us through 18 games and playoffs and get us there. We had depth. We had everything working for us, man.
oh yeah. Just
Goodness, that's what our goals should look like as a franchise. That's what we want this team to look like ultimately down the road. No matter who we hire as a GM, no matter who we hire as a head coach, no matter who we hire as coordinators, that's what our goal is in our
indeed,
players, wherever we may get them from.
and
We
we
were making all the right decisions and we were all in sync, playing to each other's strengths, using these players correctly, doing the little things correctly, the mechanics, the footwork, the hands,
oh
everything.
yeah,
And I mean, we were just taking it to the next level every step of the way. We were taking it to the next level. It's like, okay, we did this. Now let's do this.
oh yeah,
If you got one tackle, let's get two the next game. If you got one catch, let's get two the next game. And they challenged themselves. They challenged each other. That's what I want, man. That competitive fire.
Mr. Gemini says, what do y'all think happened to them in the Super Bowl? Why do y'all think they lost? That team was so good. Uh, Defense and lapse with Mike Remmers. That's really how I look at it.
Correct.
Because I mean, like I said, our defense showed up as well. I mean, like I said, Peyton Manning had a terrible game. He had a
He
terrible
did.
game.
He did.
I mean, if anything,
9/10 of his playbook got exposed in the first half.
yeah, because
I've
real,
never seen that man sweat as much as I did in that first half. I was
because
just like, whoa. It's like,
yeah,
Luke, what did you just do?
and not only that, they really just cleaned up,
Oh,
the mistakes that we had, just from how
made
the
me
Denver
feel.
defense was. They really did was just clean up. That's really all Denver did. So,
Oh, God, I could watch that first half over and over and over.
but I
I
think
literally could.
I think with our offense, I think what really killed our momentum was the reverse call on the Jericho Cotchery catch. That really killed our momentum.
Yeah. And like Ron Rivera said a handful of times, it can be one or two plays that can cost you a game.
Yeah.
And he's right. One or two, maybe three games, plays a game will be a game changing plays, game momentum changers. And like I've been saying to everybody, I had been warning everybody about Mike Rimmer since week 3 that same year.
Mhm.
I was in comment sections, I was in groups, I was all over the place back then, even before I was a YouTuber,
Mhm.
and you know, making my voice heard. But at the time, I was getting laughed out of the room. Nobody wanted to
Mm.
take me seriously, so I said, "Okay, I'm gonna get one of those Q&A people. Ask the old guy, or as they say now, I forget who it was at the time, but I
Cuz I
threw
mean,
that question out there, and I was just like, "What are we gonna do about the O line?" And he
cuz I
says,
mean, cuz I mean
"What O line problem?"
the same thing happened when Remmers was with Kansas City. So,
Yeah, and I remember this response like yesterday. He said, "What O line problem?" I was like, "You idiot! You're really gonna ignore Mike Rivers?" Okay, let's see how that works out for you.
Yeah.
We can cover it up and cover it up and cover it up, but eventually somebody's going to expose it. Sure enough, Von Miller.
Yep.
And
Von.
not only did he expose him once in a Super Bowl, he exposed him in a second Super Bowl. Like, are you kidding me? Why did KC even sign this man, knowing what he did to us in Carolina? Like, it made no sense. I was just like, KC, you idiots! You just cost yourself a ring
Yeah.
because I saw Von Miller on the other side of the ball during that Super Bowl. I was like, KC ain't winning this. They're done. They're done. It's about to be a repeat of Carolina. Sure enough, it happened. I was just like, now
Oh, had.
why do you think that is?
I mean,
What did
that's.
you learn, Casey?
My Holmes was out there running for his life. I mean, shoot.
What did you learn from this one? Hmm?
Just
Did we learn anything this time?
just out there running for his life.
Oh my goodness.
But hey,
He was a
keep
revolving
going.
door.
I'm gonna use the restroom right quick, but keep going. Keep going.
But
All right.
yeah, Mike Rivers has always been that revolving door. And I don't know why anybody's still taking a chance on him, to be honest. Yeah, we won't talk about the fumble, of course. But I've already discredited that one. You know, the rumors that Cam Newton doesn't care and all that nonsense. If he had actually tried to dive onto that ball, he would have got hit by the second guy and gotten injured. Could have been a concussion, could have been a shoulder injury. You never know. Neck injury. But I mean, he was angling for him. And he hesitated for that fraction of a second, because he didn't want to get injured. He was thinking, okay, longevity in the game, which is smart, you know, but at the same time, somebody had to get that ball. And unfortunately, is the defender. So it is what it is. But yeah, I agree with Blitz on that one. I think the contrary catch being reversed, that's the one that started the momentum going the wrong direction. But we definitely had the talent, and I forget which one of the veteran players it was that said it, but if we had played that game on a different day, you know, we might have come out on top. That was a pretty good chance we would have come out on top, man. This we definitely had every ounce of the talent and the skills and everything going our direction for it. Um,
Alrighty, I'm back.
but yeah, I'm surprised anybody's taking a chance on Mike Remmers anymore. I don't think anyone is.
Right. But yeah, like I figured they would have. They got that flashback, especially with how much Patrick Mahomes was running for his life.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but
And the referees didn't really help us either. It's
right.
not a great game. But, one of the veterans had said, if we'd have played that game on a different day, we might have won. I
Yeah,
forget which vet said it, but, on our team. But yes, they were correct. Because we definitely had all the weaponry and everything going for us. Everything.
right.
9 times out of 10, we would have come out on top. It was that one time out of 10, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
You guys ever play Madden and you get to the Super Bowl and when you kick that ball off and you get this pit in your stomach like, oh, I can't restart. I can't restart. I gotta play this now. That's how I felt when we kicked off for the Super Bowl 50. I was just like, oh God. I was so nervous, dude.
Yeah, I
Oh.
I mean, I was starting to get a little bit hopeful after the Jonathan Stewart rushing touchdown, but then
Mm.
just yeah, that was kind of put to rest, with the Strip
And
sack.
since then, Von Miller, whenever you see him on a defense, it pretty much signals the fact that that team is not going to win when you play against them in a Super Bowl.
Right.
Because Von Miller, once he gets into the Super Bowl, he's a Super Bowl game changer. The man's got rings for a reason. And Buffalo locked him in for 3 years. And I'm like, oh, God. Don't play Buffalo in the Super Bowl. Y'all don't play Buffalo. Don't do it.
Oof. Oof. Yeah.
He's got the reputation now. Like it, like Luke Kuechly had that reputation of being just an animal out there. You did not want to game plan against him. You did not want to walk into Boa to play against this man because you knew he would clean your clock.
Not to mention, do y'all remember who the MVP was of Super Bowl 50? Von Miller.
Exactly.
So,
And the ironic thing is, he was drafted right after Cam Newton was at number 2
yep,
in that
sure
same
was.
draft. I saw that like a month ago, and I was just like, "Son of a gun!"
Yeah.
Like you got to be kidding me. We drafted Superman, and then Denver drafted the Kryptonite.
Yep.
I was like, "There's no way you can't script this."
It's
I
crazy.
wonder if any of the sportscasters remember that too, because that would like boggle their brains.
And you know what's even funnier? Cam Newton was offensive rookie of the year. Von Miller was defensive rookie of the year.
Oh, that makes it even crazier.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
That should tell y'all something.
My god. That is wild. You can't script this stuff.
Yep, you can't make it up.
That's amazing.
I mean, that really says a lot.
Oh my goodness. I'd love to see those two go up against each other again in their prime.
Shoo. Cam needs to bring him on his podcast sometime. I'm just curious to see,
Yes. I would
like,
love to see what goes on between those two mindset wise. Just like breaking down plays, certain plays. That would be incredible. What a chess match. Peyton and Luke. I want to see that happen too. I want to see them break down plays against each other.
oh, that would be a treat.
I want to see Luke's brain in action, just shredding Peyton Manning's audible playbook. Like that just, oh, that gave me chills. I watch that first half every once in a while, and I'm just like, oh my God.
Oh yeah.
By leaps and bounds, this dude was way smarter than Brian Urlacher or Ray Lewis ever thought of being as football players.
Mhm.
But as far as physicality, he's on par with them.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Absolutely. I can agree with that
Yeah.
for sure.
That's been a major debate too. Like, who's the best linebacker out of the three? That's been ongoing for at least a decade.
Yeah. Good point. Very good point. But yeah, that's really what I feel like is why Carolina lost that game. And some people are going to say it was rigged in favor of Denver, which I mean, I'm not
Yeah.
I'm not going to exactly go against that, but I mean,
Yeah, I'm not throwing it out either.
I mean,
It's out there. You know what I mean? It's an
yeah,
out of the box opinion.
yeah, for the most part. But oh
Um,
man, I guess
but
we
yeah, when you're talking linebackers, Frankie Louvu now is an is the next generation of AJ Klein.
hmm
And AJ Klein studied under Luke Kuechly.
sure did.
AJ Klein was the best run stopper I've ever seen in a Carolina Panthers uniform on defense.
Yep.
Like every time you would see a sweep play, he was there. Every time you saw a draw play, he was there. Every time you saw a jet sweep, he was there.
Yep.
I mean, it was just insane.
He
The
even
dude had he was a ball hawk,
he even wreaked havoc against us when he played against
straight
us
up ball hawk.
as a Saint as well. So yeah.
You could not run on this man. And then you pair him up with Thomas Davis and Luke Kuechly, you're not running the ball at all. Period.
Right.
Period. I don't care who we have on the front four. If you should somehow get past them, you still got to deal with those three. You're not running it past them. You're not getting more than three. It's not happening.
Right.
So that's what I want to see from Frankie is give these three linebackers a call and say, I want to learn from you. I want to learn everything that you know. I want to take my game to the next level and watch what happens they all watch him practice and they watch his mechanics and his footwork and everything and help
Mhm.
him work on that and then teach him what to say in press conferences, what not to say. It would take his game to the next level. He would become the next leader of this defense easily without even blinking.
Mm.
And I
Yeah.
mean, Shaq was the other understudy. Shaq was really good at run stopping, but he was never that great at pass protection. So you could put him back in coverages, he would always get shredded.
Shoot, I'd say have a
Like
session.
quarterbacks would see that on tape and say, "Ooh, I'm targeting this mismatch right here against Shaq
Hey,
every time."
I'd say have some sessions with Luke, Shaq, and Luvu. Why not? Shoot.
Yeah. So
I
I want to
mean,
see both of them working. Yeah, I agree with you. Put them put them both in a room with those guys. Have them do some film study. Teach them everything you know. You know, and I want to see these guys get to the next level, man.
cause my thing is with Luke Kuechly as a as a pro scout for for Carolina, I'm pretty
Mm-hmm.
sure there's nothing against. Hey, Luke, we're gonna do film study. Want to join us? I'm pretty sure there's
Right.
no rule.
You can do that in your off time.
Yeah,
There's
eh,
plenty of time to do that.
yeah, that as well.
You know,
Shoot.
I'm sure these guys have busy schedules. They could work in like a day off or something,
Hmm.
and do that like once a week. And I'm telling you, the results will speak for themselves. You will see a
Cause
more confident, more, you know,
yeah,
passionate Frankie Louvu. He won't just be that introverted guy that's just sitting in the locker room like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna go out there and make my plays, but at the same time I'm like shy and kind of keeping to myself in the locker room. No, you're gonna see the man that comes out in the locker room and gets into a huddle with his guys and it says, I want you to get physical. I want you to go these guys up. You know what I'm saying?
right.
Just go F them up. You know,
Yeah,
I saw one clip of that where he was just like cursing up a storm, just like getting these guys like amped up. And I was like, that's the freaky I want to see.
yeah. Oh
That's
yeah.
the freaky I want to see right there.
Let
If
loose.
I see that every single game from you, sir, I'm going to say, that's that Luke Kuechly, Thomas Davis, Steve Smith, Cam Newton energy. That's what I need from you. That's the new leadership that we need on this defense. Because that's what we don't have right now. Shaq ain't bringing that. Brian Burns ain't bringing that. Derek Brown ain't bringing that. You got to bring it. You got to come out of your shell, man.
Indeed, indeed. Like I would love to see that. I definitely would love to see that. And definitely continue to grow from there as well.
Right.
And I think there's a lot of potential. I mean,
There's a lot of years left in Frankie Louvu's career, man. He has just started to hit his peak.
well, he's only 27, so
Mm-hmm.
yeah. and just the fact that he's been able to evolve from just being known as a special teamer to now a
Hmm.
starter on the defense. So,
What a hidden gem. What a
so
hidden gem. And like the Jets are not known for having like players like him in their roster.
yeah,
You know,
exactly.
they've under that those previous GMs that they've had, they've gotten a bunch of horrible players and chosen the wrong players for their system. Well, even just one of those guys could be a hidden gem in the wrong system, and they come over here and they start balling out like Frankie. You
Yeah,
never know.
exactly. So I
And they're
definitely
just sitting there getting a bag in New York. Nah, come down here, bro. Come down here. We
yeah.
want you.
And look how much better he's
We're
he's
gonna
been.
make you work down here.
Look how much better he's been since coming here.
And that's one interesting thing that Dave Gettleman did
Hmm.
is he would always play games with the contracts and underpay these players, but he did it on purpose because he wanted to see these guys like ball out and try to earn their paychecks, but he would never give it to them. So he kept them hungry. He kept them unsatisfied for a reason. But you would always see these players just ball out. And I'm like, that is genius. I've never seen a GM actually think of doing that before. Yeah, it's insulting. Yeah, it pissed them off, but it pissed them off and they put that energy in the right direction, in the right place on the football field, and they got results.
Hmm.
But I mean, yeah, he wasn't the best towards players, but yeah, the results definitely spoke for themselves as far as his process is concerned. I just wish he had been better with players and better with contracts.
Right.
But, because some of these guys deserve that paycheck. You don't want to be too soft with these guys either by paying them too much, or paying them exactly what they want sometimes because they'll just sit out there and they'll go, okay, well, we're getting guaranteed money. Why should I give my all to a management that doesn't care? Whether we make the playoffs or not. What? Why should I care? I'm
Hmm.
still getting paid. I'm still getting my mansion. I'm still going on vacation, at the end of the year with my family. Why should I care? But when you hit that balance, like right in the middle of the two, where these guys stay hungry, but they're also trying to um, also show you that their value is worth what they're being paid,
Yeah.
that's when you know you're going to get what you want out of these players, and you'll get the best out of these players, motivational wise
Good point.
and
Good point.
passion wise. But you got to put them in the right positions to do what they do best, and that's our coaching staff. We haven't had that, So at least with Ron Rivera, we had some stability, and I'll say that on his behalf. But the thing is, like, yeah, there were a lot of negatives that Ron did as well that pissed me off. But at least we had some stability. We were at least competitive for a division title every year.
Yeah.
With the talent that we had. Yes, it was degrading, but yes, we had that talent. So my whole thing is like, what are we going to do from here? Like, what type of coach are we going to hire? Because Ben Johnson's not going to get it done. I feel like Ben Johnson's going to be another one of these that Tepper's going to fall for, and we're not going to get it done. and he's falling for it again. He's going 0 for 3 now. If he does get Ben Johnson, based on the information that was revealed tonight on this stream, so I'm not happy. If Tepper's going hard after somebody, it's not a good thing based on his actions previously.
Mm-hmm.
I don't trust anything that he's doing right now. And I know that the pretty much the entirety of the fan base agrees.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you let Tepper have his way again, we're going into a 20-year drought. 20-year winless drought. And add a new GM onto that doesn't even belong in a GM spot. Most likely, there's a high probability of that.
Mm-hmm.
On top of a terrible head coach that doesn't belong there, that you're constantly firing and rotating the GM and the head coach, GM and head coach year
Mm-hmm.
after year. Nobody's going to want to come here. Nobody's going to want to get drafted here because they know that it's just a money pit. That's all it is. They're going to waste time here. They're going to waste their best years of their career here in Carolina and not do anything. Why would you want to come here when you could go to a competitor and use those talents and do something with them?
Right.
And I really, really don't want to see that happen. Because it'll be a repeat of the Phillip Rivers trade. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to see that happen.
Right. Right.
Where he outright refused to play for the New York Giants. He said, I want to trade. And went out to San Diego. The rest is history.
Mm-hmm.
But this is where we're heading. So the timing is everything as far as like Scott Fitter is concerned. Yeah, if you don't like a GM that's manipulated, if you don't like a GM that chooses the wrong players, I see everybody's argument. I do.
Mm-hmm.
I'm with you. But right now is not the right time. Choose the right time. If you choose the correct time, we could get, with an established head coach that knows what he's doing with a good system that works with Bryce Young, and we get the weapons that we need. Using Scott Fitter.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe not all of them are great. That's fine. Half and half. We'll take half and half. You know, we can fix that later on.
Yeah.
What we can't fix is a terrible GM like the New York Jets had that drafts horrendous talent, where we got Frankie Louvu from, by the way.
Right.
And he wasn't even drafted, I don't think, was he?
Frankie Louvu. Good
Was
question.
he even drafted by the Jets?
No, undrafted. 2018,
See,
undrafted.
this is my point. This is my point. The Jets GM had no clue what he was doing at the time. He missed out on Frankie, gems like Frankie, and it cost them year after year after year after year on a continuous winless drought.
Mm-hmm.
That is where we're heading if we fire Scott right now. Add on a coach like Frank Wright that has no clue what he's doing and is misusing the talent that we have and asking for the wrong talent,
Right.
putting too many cooks in the kitchen that don't belong there,
Yes.
messing up the depth chart constantly. Add on an owner that doesn't care about this franchise at all, that's more concerned about his soccer team and not having people healthy, on the field because he refuses to pay the money to take out the the turf and put in the grass fields. If the NFLPA had not done that, he still would have kept with the turf. Everybody knows this.
You
It's
know,
not a secret, folks.
it's funny you mentioned that because I don't know if you heard, the Vikings are changing out their artificial turfs.
Everybody's been mandated to. It's an NFLPA rule.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's a good point. I guess they're just
Yep. Cost
going
the
through
league
it
about
now.
12 million. 1 million
Gotcha.
per team.
Fair
So if the
enough.
NFLPA had not forced him to do that, he would still keep that turf and keep having players injured. Half of our players are injured due to practice.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't even think you understand the seriousness of this. Half our players have not even touched the field before they got injured. This is Monday through Friday, folks. They have not even touched the field on Sunday yet, and they're already hurt. It's that doggone turf, and it's the exercises and stuff that we're doing during practices.
Mhm.
So, what drills are we using? That's another thing. But no, you have an owner that doesn't want to come down and learn about this franchise and understand what's going on before he makes a decision. You know, he'd rather just sit up there at his mansion and just not do anything. And then when we start sucking, he starts getting pissed off like a 10-year-old child on Christmas that doesn't get the toy he wants. And then he starts making moves that screw us over.
Right.
So put all of that together. That's the next 20 years, ladies and gentlemen. And no quarterback that you bring in, no crazy player that you bring in, XYZ player that you name coming in, will fix that.
Right.
Nothing will fix that. Not coming to the games will not fix that. It will not teach him anything. He has not learned a doggone thing. Even when his wallet is not working. When his credit card isn't working because of all the money that he's supposed to be getting from us isn't working.
Oh yeah.
Nope. Still doesn't teach him a doggone thing. He's got billions of dollars and he thinks he can do whatever he wants. This is why you need a president to run this franchise. All
Yeah.
successful and consistent franchises that have been successful have a president.
Especially somebody to make
That
Mr.
that's coming
Tepper,
from Kevin Avery from the Four Man Rush, and he's absolutely correct.
make David Tepper sit his butt down and let the folks do their jobs.
Yeah. I need somebody up there running this franchise that understands what's going on, that has business sense, that can make these decisions, that cares about this franchise from top to bottom, that
Right.
will it will put his heart on his sleeve and show everybody in the fan base, oh hey, I'm trying to make this franchise better, not worse,
Exactly.
and not follow and go in the complete opposite direction of David Tepper's moves, but keep pounding mantra, you know.
Yes, absolutely. And I really hope to see that take shape ASAP.
I think Cam Newton has demonstrated he can do that. He's shown he can be a businessman. He's made money. Check.
Yep, this
He
is
was a
true.
former player. Check. He understands this franchise better than anybody else. Check. He checks that box. You know,
Hmm.
and he really does care about what we do here in Charlotte. He cares about every part of it, from top to bottom. He's proven that time and time again. So, do I approve of him as a president for the Carolina Panthers? Absolutely, I do.
Okay. Good to know. Good to know.
Um, Dan, who was it? The safety that we were talking about,
Mike Mentor.
Mike Mentor,
Hmm.
who was a coach at Colgate. I think it was Colgate.
Campbell.
Campbell.
Yeah.
Campbell before he was released.
Mhm.
Okay, so let's consider him. He's had head coaching experience now. He's been a player.
Mhm.
He has business sense because
Yes.
obviously a lot of these players actually invest in like the market and stuff like that, stocks and stuff like that, make a lot of money to put into their 401ks.
Mhm.
Um, so yeah, I would assume that he is one of those that really understands what's going on with the franchise, or could easily learn, and get in tune with everybody.
Mhm.
Because I felt like at the time when he was here, he was in tune with everybody, wasn't he? What do you think? Was
I'm
he?
I mean, definitely somebody, with the credibility for sure.
Yeah. Like people listen to him on
Yeah.
this defense.
Especially,
So
him being one of the hardest hitting players we've ever had.
yeah, my only thing with him is can he make those executive decisions that would help us as a franchise? You know,
Yeah, that would
can
have
he
to be
help
put to
us
the
like
test.
find a good training camp home? Can he help us with financial decisions on who we should hire as a head coach? Stuff like that. Is he that in tune with this franchise that he could do that? That's where I got questions, and I would like to see that happen. He would be my second choice, though.
Mhm.
Um, Thomas Davis, Greg Olson. Greg Olson has expressed interest in head coaching. I could
Right.
see him being a potential candidate as well.
For president?
Yeah,
Hmm.
to run the operations. Yeah, he's had experience now as a broadcaster, so he's seen it from the broadcaster perspective, and he's seen it from the player perspective now. So he's now a successful businessman. So
This is good.
could he make
This is
those
good to know.
decisions? Probably. I would greenlight that one. I mean, I'm just saying, I'm not the person that's in charge of this, but as far as like the authority to greenlight, but as far as do I throw my support to any of these players? Yes, I do. Uh, but not bringing them back as actual players. They're retired now.
Right.
Yeah, except for Cam, of course. We're not bringing Cam back as a player. No. Yeah, y'all need to stop that. We're not
Right.
bringing him back as a player. I want
Right.
him as a president. There's a big difference. Big difference. And I saw that in chat earlier, where somebody was like, um where was that comment? We have to let Cam go. He's not coming back. Them days are way over with. Yeah, that's that attitude of people that think that we're talking about bringing him back as a quarterback. No, we're not. We're talking about bringing him back as a president.
Yeah.
So I want to be absolutely clear on that. That's what I'm approving of. So it's not just to bring back the the Cam Newton nostalgia and all that stuff. It's to actually put him in charge of this franchise and let him make decisions that are beneficial to all of us because he understands this franchise. He
Mhm.
understands what we need. He can make business like decisions. He's dude, his talk show is amazing. I've actually
Yeah.
listened to a few of those and I really enjoy them. I'm
Right.
subscribed to him, you know. And he's even said even if I don't play another down, I'm good
Yeah. Yeah.
in the
He
NFL.
definitely seems content.
Yeah, and I'm happy for him. I'm glad he's in a great place where he feels he is content and he's satisfied with where he is. And did you notice he said that uh You know, I used football. Football didn't use me. I used football to get where I am. I'm like, whoa, big statement from that gentleman right there. That's a mature statement
Right, right.
from a man that understands where he's at. He's staying in his own lane, and he understands that nothing is given to him. He had to earn it. With everything that he did and everything he put into it.
Yeah, I
Kevin says
agree.
football is boring. Eh, that's your perspective.
Uh, well, don't watch. That's all I can
Yeah,
really
a
say.
lot of people have different perspectives on stuff, and that's fine.
Uh,
If you like something else better, go check that out. You know, no need to be negative. Go check out whatever you do like. You know, if football's not your niche, maybe baseball is, maybe
I,
soccer is.
I feel the same way about golf.
Right.
Yeah,
And
I've been to one golf game. It was, I mean, I didn't have to pay for it. It was like a company
mhm.
outing, but yeah, I mean, I just clapped when I was supposed to clap and just and just left it at that. But yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I honestly I can't do hockey. It's it's too cold for me, and it's just not interesting to me.
Um I've
So
I've been to
with all
one
due
or
respect,
two I've been to one or two hockey games. I mean, I like
it's
when,
just not my sport.
I
To be fair.
I like when a goal gets scored or when there's a fight. That's just
Yeah,
about
yeah,
it.
yeah. Same. It's just not my sport. It's not my niche. So just
Like
go out and find something that is your niche. And you'll be happier.
like I'm not too big into baseball. I've been to a few like Durham Bulls games, but I will say on a beautiful day when the weather's
Mhm.
good, going to a baseball game it can actually be kind of relaxing.
Yeah, def.
Um, Definitely when the weather is good. I will say, thankfully, the last baseball game I went to, I did get to experience a grand slam. So I thought that was really cool.
Awesome.
I thought that was really cool. But, typically I'm just kind of like sitting there. But on a beautiful day, it can actually be pretty relaxing.
Well, when you look at the Major League Baseball versus the Double A and Triple A, is a major difference. You know, Major League Baseball is you got 99-mile-an-hour fastballs coming at the batters, and it's just ooh, it's another level of nuts. You have to have the level of talent that you have with with football to get into the major leagues.
Hmm.
It's super hard. I had a friend that was in high school baseball team, and we actually had pro scouts out here, checking them out. So
Oh,
he
okay.
managed to end up in University of South Carolina, Gamecocks, and did really really well. His name's Scott Wingo, and I'm still best friends with him today. I just don't talk to him much,
Gotcha.
because of how busy he is. He's got a family now, but he ended up in Double A with the LA Dodgers organization.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and just to illustrate how hard it is, you have to have. Have you ever played any of the Major League Baseball '07 the show or '08 the show or any of those?
One of them, I believe, '07.
Okay, so you
Yeah.
have you ever gone through like the career mode and like tried to get through, and they give you all these goals that you have to achieve?
Oh, no, no,
Like,
no, no. I played at a friend's house. Just yeah, I played at a
just
friend's house.
casually.
Yeah, just
Okay.
casually.
So when you are trying to work your way up, you'll have a set of goals, just like with football, but with baseball it's quite different, and they are much much harder to achieve.
Okay.
You need
Oh,
a
this
certain
is.
number of stolen bases, you need a certain number of hits, you need a certain number of whatever have you,
Mm-hmm.
in order to move up to the next level. You know, in order for, and there's no guarantee you'll get called up, unless they need you at that next level.
Ah, I see.
So, even if you met the requirements, you could be sitting there waiting for a month, maybe more. And my buddy Scott just never could reach those levels, with the batting average.
Oh, for real?
So he never got up to AAA, which was a doggone shame, man. I would have loved to see that man in a Dodgers uniform.
Ah,
Even though I
interesting.
can't stand the Dodgers as a Braves fan, I would have loved to see him in a Dodgers uniform. It would have made me so freaking happy.
Oh, for real?
Like just to see him succeed, and get to that level and earn his chance, man, in the big leagues. Even if he stays there a week, he at least stayed there and he got his chance.
Oh,
And
okay.
that's what would have made the world of a difference to me, is you've had that opportunity, you know, at least you can have that experience under your belt for your life and take that into whatever else you do.
Mm-hmm.
And I look around the league and I see all these players like going back for their degrees and stuff like that. That's smart. And the reason I say that is because after football, you're retiring at what, 35 or 40 years old? You still got another 40 years of your life still to
Right.
go. What are you going to do with it? Yeah, you made your millions of dollars, but you've got to be able to do something with those years instead of just sitting on your butt and just getting fat off of Cheetos. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? And losing all that body weight that you put into muscle. You know? So some of these guys go back into the community, they become doctors, army people, whatever have you. And it's quite amazing just watching that and just enjoying that success in their careers after football. Just
Mm-hmm.
makes me very, very happy for those players
Right, right.
because they found something fulfilling, that they can go out and do. And I was reading this one story. I forget. I think it was either the a New York player or a Browns player. I'm not sure which, but maybe it was a Cincinnati player. But he had gotten injured and and he came back, played really well, and then his wife needed him in medical. When COVID hit,
Hmm.
so he said, "Okay, I'm going to quit the game of football and I'm going to get into medical. I'm going to go to medical school and I'm going to get things done." He retired at a young age, from the NFL, but everything he did from that point on in medical made such a humongous difference. And I remember just reading that article, just smiling, just loving it because he had made a big difference in the community and people in general that needed him. And I was
Wow.
like, yeah,
That's a big deal. That's definitely a big deal.
that's why I say it's smart to go back for these degrees. If you're a player and you're contemplating it, do it. You won't regret it. If you forwent your last year as a player, go back and get that degree.
I can dig that. I can definitely
Yeah.
dig that.
Um. So I know we totally have been off topic the entire night. Let's talk about the Packers game here.
Score predictions. Um, uh, I know, I think Jeffrey, he said 17-10 Panthers. I mean, I'm really hopeful that if we can disrupt the flow of Jordan Love, we might be able to pull something off because I know
I
Packers
mean,
on a two-game
the
losing
pass
streak.
rushing has been getting a little bit better lately, so maybe. but I don't know if I see it happening this game. You're talking about a Green Bay team that always bounces back, you
Yeah.
know,
They've been up and
after a
down
huge
this
set of
season.
losses. So they've had three losses, and the the most an average team like this will hit on is like three or four losses in a row, and then they'll
Yeah.
start coming back and just like slaughtering the next team that they face.
Yeah,
That's what I'm worried about.
it's been like that for the Packers this season. I mean, they had a win, loss, win, and then they lost four straight, then a win, then a loss, then won three straight, and then lost the last two games. So,
I mean, this could be the redemption game the Packers need.
yeah.
That's what I'm concerned about. Um,
Hmm.
hmm.
I mean,
I'm looking at this roster right now. Also, I need to go through my chat as well.
right.
I haven't done that. And I also kind of want to get into what players might be staying versus leaving with our coaching.
Okay. That'll be the last thing
Yeah,
for us. Um.
and of course, game predictions.
Oh yeah, we can do those too.
Yep.
Um.
We'll make that quick.
I'm gonna say. Hmm. Maybe 17-14. I mean,
I'm gonna say 24-10 Packers.
I'm gonna say 17-14 Packers, just because I think it'll be close, but I'm not so sure that we take this one, just because I definitely think they're a little more of a stronger team than Atlanta, but
We
I mean, you never know. I mean, I hope I'm wrong. I mean, yeah, they have the same record, but
I will I will say this. Sometimes we have a huge letdown after a game like that.
hmm
As a franchise, it's been known to happen time and time again.
right.
That's another thing I'm worried about. And I mean, even with our defense as good as it is, we still give up bombs,
Yeah,
to good players every once in a while. So, yeah,
and not to
24 to
mention
10.
there's been a trend. Lost 6 games, then we finally won. Lost another 6 games, then we won our second
Mm-hmm.
game. So,
Mm-hmm. Follow
yeah,
the trends, buddy.
yeah.
It ain't good.
I'm gonna say 17-14 Packers. And
And
you say 24-10 Packers?
yeah,
Fair point.
and I'll say this: even if we were playing well this year, and we were on paper set to get like 10 wins, like we were supposed to, this would
hmm
have been that trap game.
Yeah, I do
This
remember you
absolutely would have been
mentioning.
it.
I do remember you mentioning this was the potential trap game.
Yeah, but we don't have to worry about that now. What does this do to us draft wise, as far as draft pick wise, whether we win or lose?
Let me
That's what I'm more
see
concerned about at this point.
here about uh well, I mean, we're still the worst team record wise. I mean,
If we win, well, we'll get into that in a little bit once we do schedule predictions, right? We'll ask that question right before we do that.
yeah. Do you want to go ahead and get caught up on comments on your side? Cause I'm good on my side.
Sure, sure, sure. Let's see. David Screw says, "Keep pounding even in our darkest days. We will rise again one day and be a true Panther again."
Indeed.
Facts. Uh, he loved Mr. Carolina's rant there. That
uh,
was amazing.
yeah, that was hilarious.
That's content right there. Somebody clip that. Oh my goodness. That's going to the vault.
Yeah, yeah,
Uh, keep how you should start including Mr. Carolina in the titles of the streams. Yeah, I mean I would, but we don't know when he's gonna pop in.
yeah.
That's the
That's
thing.
true.
It's random. It's whenever he can come in, and I mean I could put him in, but I there's no guarantee he'll be here if that's what you want. I don't mind doing it. But thank you for that comment, Lark Poppy. Um, David Screw says, Mr. Carolina, you're awesome. You speak the truth, just like Corey and Blitz. All the guys are amazing and awesome.
Much appreciated.
Appreciate that, man. Uh, great show, just for fun. What does Bill Belichick look like? Oh God, I'm not. No, no, we're not even gonna go there. He's the ghost of Christmas past for me. He's Mr. Scrooge.
Oh man, bah
He's
humbug.
Mr. Scrooge being visited by the ghost of Christmas past. That's exactly what it is.
Mm,
And he just looks spooked. He looks like he just doesn't care, but also spooked at the same time.
yeah, fair point.
Love the laughter. We need it. Yeah, facts, man. We've had so many stressful weeks and just talking about stressful things with this team, and there's not much positive to get out of these games and things lately. So, yes, I absolutely agree. We need the laughter, we need the joy, we need the the festive mood, you know? We're almost on Christmas, we got like 3 days left, right?
Yeah.
My goodness.
Um.
It came up on us fast this year.
Yeah, no kidding. Kevin McFarland just joined late. What's up, bro? He says Ray Lewis. Haha, just joined. Yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah, Ray Lewis is good. Yeah,
Ray Lewis was amazing in his own right. I
indeed,
have so much respect for that man. Absolutely. One of the best linebackers to ever play the game.
indeed. Two-time Super Bowl champ.
That was from earlier in the stream. Fair enough.
Oh
Fair
yeah, I
enough.
think we were talking about. I guess when we were talking about
Luke
linebackers.
Kuechly, Ray Lewis, and all them.
Yeah, yeah. Him
Luke
and Luke were
and were
smart
smart
players.
players. Absolutely. Ray
Agreed.
Lewis was a genius in his own right.
Definitely agree.
Oh yeah. I'm not disputing that at all. But Luke just takes it to a whole new level when he shuts down like Peyton Manning's, 9/10 of his playbook
Right.
that he's made a career off of in one half of football. I mean that's never been done before. Not even Ray Lewis has pulled that off. Not even Brian Urlacher has pulled that off.
Yeah. Ray
You
Lewis
know,
does know how to pump up a defense. I will give him
and
that.
also another name in there, Troy Polamalu,
Troy
because Troy
Polamalu.
Polamalu was always knowledgeable about where that ball was every time that ball was snapped.
Yeah, good
He knew
point.
exactly where it was. If anybody would come close to the film study of Luke Kuechly, it would be Troy Polamalu,
Mm. Alrighty.
in my opinion. But um, but again, his hard hitting has caused like 3 NFL rules. So, there is that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Um,
boo.
but David Screw says, "Happy holidays here to a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year." Absolutely, man. We're playing on New
Indeed.
Year's Day, aren't we?
New Year's Eve,
New
I
Year's Eve?
believe. Yeah, New Year's Eve. The Jaguars game
Oh
is New
boy.
Year's Eve.
Oh boy. It's a good thing I don't have a New Year's Eve party to go to this year. Then
I
that would be bad.
might, but I'm still debating.
Oh goodness.
Yeah, I'm still
Well,
debating.
you know my obligation. I gotta stream every game, so that's just what I do. I guess no partying for me until like the next day. Huh? That's all right. Hey,
Nah, I feel you totally.
new year, new energy, man. That's what it's all about.
Kevin says Ray did it to Tom Brady, but he played in more in the division.
That
Oh,
is true.
yeah, Ray and
I do remember seeing him shut down Tom Brady, in one
yeah,
game. But it
yeah,
took an entire game to shut down Tom Brady, though. That's the thing.
yeah.
When Peyton Manning has made a career out of audibles, like an absolute career, successful career, Pro Bowls, everything, Super Bowls, you name it. This dude's done it.
Mhm.
And he keeps getting disrespected in that debate between him and Tom Brady. And I'm sitting there like, are you serious? You're really going to sit there and tell me that you like Tom Brady over Peyton Manning at this point?
Yeah.
It's a 50-50 for me, man. It's a 50-50 for me when it comes to talent and skill on the field because they're both good in their own ways of doing things. It's compared to apples and oranges.
Um, Kevin says, in another note, I wish Joe Flacco was still on the Ravens because we might see a rematch from 2012 Super Bowl with Ravens and the Niners.
It's
Um,
funny you mentioned Flacco. Somebody actually just signed him recently.
the Browns.
Yeah, and he's actually doing well.
What's really interesting about Flacco, see, I mean, he has some pretty dang on good stats for the most part,
Mm,
and it's kind of sad being that the dude has won a Super Bowl, even won the MVP of the Super
mm-hmm.
Bowl, yet has never been to a Pro Bowl. It's kind of surprising.
Like
It's a,
how?
it's actually really
With
surprising.
all of that success, how is he not?
B-
That's
Been
really
in the
odd.
league since '08, has never been to a Pro Bowl.
Hmm.
It's kind of weird. I'm not don't get me wrong. I'm not saying he's a terrible quarterback. He's definitely not a
Right.
terrible quarterback, but it's just wow. Like,
That's
really?
really weird.
So, eh,
Huh.
I don't know how to really feel about that, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. You would think at least one.
Yeah, at least one, but I mean,
Yeah. With that much talent.
guess it is what it
If you won
is.
a Super Bowl, you deserve at least one.
Yeah. Um, Kevin says it was him and Terrell Suggs. Terrell Suggs, Ray Lewis, and Ed Reed shut down many of quarterbacks. Facts.
Yeah.
Facts.
Yeah, especially Ray Lewis and Ed Reed.
Indeed. Matthew Stafford over Joe Flacco, but both good quarterbacks. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, agreed.
Um, and is Matt Ryan a Hall of Famer and Philip Rivers? Do they deserve it?
Okay, Philip Rivers. We'll start with Philip Rivers, then I'll get into Matt Ryan. Philip Rivers, it's debatable because did Philip Rivers change the game of football? Yes, he did. But in what way?
Well,
That's the question. Everyone should be asking. And if you're talking about Hall of Fame, you're talking about players that have changed the game in a positive way and made a humongous impact.
so NFL Comeback Player of the Year, one time, eight-time Pro Bowler, passing yards leader of 2010, passing touchdowns co-leader in '08, and passing rating leader in '08, completion percentage leader in 2013. 63,440 yards, 95.2 passer rating average, 64.9 completion percentage, 421 touchdowns, 209 interceptions. I mean,
I mean, he would not be a first ballot Hall of Famer for me, But should he be qualified for it? Yeah,
Yeah, definitely not a first ballot Hall of Famer.
definitely not.
But I mean, definitely is a name to keep an eye out for in the future, but definitely not a
Mm-hmm.
first ballot.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Matt Ryan.
I'll
Whew,
let you go ahead and give your thoughts on Matt Ryan, then I'll give mine.
I'll say this. Matt Ryan, another MVP, somebody who's also won MVP, played in a Super Bowl. Um, I will say this. If you put Matt Ryan in the Hall of Fame, you better put Cam Newton in the Hall of Fame. There is no
Agreed.
reason that you that someone would put Matt Ryan in the Hall of Fame and you never put Cam Newton in the Hall of Fame. If that were to happen, that would be blasphemy. I'm gonna just say that right now.
I agree.
That would be the biggest load of blasphemy. So I'll just leave it at that. What you got?
With Matt Ryan, you have to consider okay, so he was stuck with the Atlanta Falcons franchise for a number of years under Arthur Blank. And Arthur Blank would walk those sidelines like a giraffe,
Hmm.
like a Energizer Bunny giraffe. Just frustrated all the time because the Falcons were not doing this or not doing that. Well, it's because of the people you hired, Arthur Blank, because they're not putting anything around or building around Matt Ryan during that time period. The only time I've ever seen him have what he needed was 2016. And he absolutely tore the league a new one when he got what he needed.
Hmm. Yep.
That dude absolutely shredded every defense he ran into. Didn't matter what it was. He shredded it.
Right.
And
Absolutely.
I said, that's what happens when you put somebody at quarterback that has a 2.5 release time, or in his case, a 2.4.
Hmm.
Fastest release time, bullet pass, most accurate one in the league, with a solid O line that will actually protect him, with actually decent receivers. It could be above average wide receivers. Matt Ryan would still shred with them. But no, he had a Julio Jones. He had a Calvin Ridley. He had oh Roddy White. Roddy White was a monster.
Mm.
And he had all those weapons. All he needed was that protection. And I'm telling you, that dude could have won at least two Super Bowls.
Yeah.
If you put a
Absolutely.
defense in place and an offensive line in place for Matt Ryan, watch that man flourish.
Mm.
Watch him turn into the next Peyton Manning or Tom Brady. I'm telling you, he had that level of talent. If you go and you look at his yardage per year, it's consistently over 2,000, 3,000. It's disgustingly dirty.
Hmm. Um, Kevin says, I know Drew Brees is for sure a first ballot Hall of Famer. Smiling just thinking about it. Great guy. Brees puts up historic stats, almost as good as Brady, if not better in many categories. 571 career touchdowns. Yeah, he's definitely for sure a lock first ballot Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Kevin says, then we have Hall of Shame, Sam Darnold and Mark Sanchez. No, no, no.
No,
Mark
no,
Mark
no.
Sanchez has been to the playoffs and it has a record of 4-2 in the playoffs. That's not a fair comparison, Kevin. Mark
Right.
Sanchez and Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold has never played in a playoff game. Don't do that. Mm-mm.
Correct.
Don't do that.
Correct.
That's not a fair comparison.
And as far as
Um,
Matt is concerned, I'd say second ballot
and,
Hall of
and and
Fame.
trust me, I make fun of Mark Sanchez for the whole butt fumble, but the dude has played in 6 playoff games. Started in 6 playoff games. That's not a fair comparison. Much better quarterback than Sam Darnold. Let's not kid ourselves. Um, Julio,
Second ballot for Matt. I think.
He says Julio Jones made Matt Ryan a Hall of Famer. He was very impressive. Um,
Well, Matt Ryan made Matt Ryan a successful quarterback.
yeah, Matt Ryan
You
won the
could pair him
MVP.
with
I
any type
mean,
of above average wide receiver, he would succeed with him.
yeah, absolutely.
You could give him a DJ Moore or a you know let's just say a Curtis Samuel. He'll succeed with those guys. He'll rack up the yards and make them look like Pro Bowlers.
Yeah, but Kevin, you just put Sam Darnold and Mark Sanchez in the same sentence, dude. That's not a comparison.
Yeah,
Come
it's
on now.
not.
I mean, I'm not saying that Mark Sanchez was an excellent quarterback, but dude, you literally put him and Sam Darnold in the same sentence. Come on now.
Yeah, that doesn't work.
That doesn't work. Come on now. Um, he says for wide receivers, Larry Fitzgerald should definitely be a first ballot Hall of Famer. Calvin Johnson already in. I agree.
Yeah.
I
Yep,
agree.
I agree. And when you're talking Larry Fitzgerald, it's interesting his origin story in Arizona. Of how he got to where he was, because I think he was like a water boy or something like on the side of the sideline,
Right.
and they saw him throwing one day, uh, or catching some balls one day, and they decided, okay, let's give him a shot. And he became the monster that he is now. With proper development and learned all of the stuff that he did. I mean, it's incredible. I love that dude's origin story in Arizona. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
They ended up drafting him, and it worked out so well to his favor.
Yeah.
But
Good
he
point.
he was never even involved with any other franchise before he got drafted. You know, uh, before he seriously got involved with football. But Arizona like had him out there for a camp or something like that, I think, and that's what it was.
Yeah. Good point.
But
Um,
a story.
let's see. Kevin
He
says
definitely changed the game.
who would you compare Mark Sanchez to though? Maybe Fitzpatrick? Here's the funny thing about Ryan Fitzpatrick, who's pretty much played on like more teams than probably any player ever in history. That's another player that's never played in the playoffs.
Yeah,
Funny thing, he's never even played in the playoffs, Kevin. So
I mean that's the standard we're going with here.
I,
So we'll
I
roll with it.
mean,
We'll roll with it.
I mean, it's a much better comparison than Mark Sanchez and Sam Darnold. I'll give you
Yeah,
that.
fair
But
point.
like I said, Ryan Fitzpatrick's never even played in the postseason before. So
Fair point. If that's the standard, then we'll roll with it for sure.
he says I would definitely not compare him to Kirk Cousins though. Oh, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I wouldn't either. I wouldn't either. Like I said, I know Mark Sanchez had the butt fumble. I mean, that's
Yeah,
pretty
yeah.
hilarious. But yeah, he wasn't exactly a trash quarterback compared to a lot others. Now here's an interesting comparison though. Maybe perhaps Mark Sanchez and maybe Tim Tebow.
Hmm.
I mean,
Sanchez was better than Tim Tebow,
yeah,
my opinion.
yeah. Well,
I mean,
stat
essentially,
wise, yeah,
it's
that's a
the
good
Tim
point.
Tebow rule,
All,
that got instituted.
and he's had a little bit of playoff experience, but yeah, yeah, Mark Sanchez wins that. Yeah, I'll give you that. Um, Mark Sanchez is pretty good now thinking about it, but still, Mark was not a good quarterback in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah,
That's fair. I mean,
that's
especially
fair.
compared to a lot of others. No, that's fair.
He was another one of those Jets pickups, in the draft by a GM that had no idea what he was doing.
Yeah,
That got hired by an owner that did not care about success in New York.
but
So
of
everybody just came into New York to get a bag.
yeah,
He
but
was just another product of that horrible system, and that sucks for Mark Sanchez because I hate to see his talent wasted like that. Because we all knew he had the talent, but when he got drafted to the wrong team, that's what happens. You waste your talent. You waste your years.
yeah, and but I mean, having a 4-2 post postseason record as a starting quarterback, I mean that's not too
And
bad.
I mean, he was an average quarterback, but I mean, if he was developed by a good offensive coordinator or a quarterback coach, I think he could have gone above average. But
Yeah,
he's never gonna be like the Russell Wilson or Peyton Manning's or any of them.
right. He says Mark Sanchez was talented, but just your average quarterback, not one I want on my team. Uh, Facts. I can agree with that. I feel the same.
Yeah, yeah.
I would much rather play with Drew Brees. Well, I mean, that's like night and day. I mean,
Oh
when
yeah,
when
oh
you think
yeah.
about it.
Definitely agree.
Oh man, but
Like if I'm a wide receiver, then absolutely, I'd rather have Breeze.
yeah. Um, Kevin says, I feel like in the NFL, you're either a good quarterback or bad for the most part, and receivers help. Uh,
There's a lot that goes into it. You have coaching, you have development, you have
See,
it,
here's
you
the
have skills that you can uh, contribute. You have different schemes
see. My
with
thing
different
is,
quarterbacks. There's a lot of different elements that go into this.
I
So it's
mean,
not just about being good or bad. It's about everything in between that
yeah,
makes you either good or bad.
because I mean, there's still a lot of fans out there that feel like Cam Newton wasn't that good of a quarterback, and
Yeah, and
it's
receivers
crazy.
do help and do make you look better than you actually are sometimes.
Yeah.
That's happened with oh gosh. There's a few quarterbacks I could name but not offhand.
Hmm.
But yeah, they did make themselves look better with those wide receivers.
What's up, Joel Valesco? And Kevin says coaching is very important when it comes to the game. Facts.
Absolutely, yes.
Facts.
That could be the difference between being developed correctly and having a great career or wasting your career.
Indeed. Indeed. So, but yeah,
No matter how good or bad you are.
definitely coaching plays quite a
Because
big
you could come in as like an average wide receiver, average quarterback, and become excellent.
right.
We've seen it happen with Tannehill with the right coaches. And then there's what's his name out in San Francisco?
Brock Purdy.
Yeah, Brock Purdy. And nobody took him seriously. And now look where he is with the right coaching and the right quarterback and the right pieces around him. So, um, and there's also really terrible quarterbacks that have become okay once, you know, with the right coaching.
Yeah. Um, Kevin says Cam was very talented in terms of velocity on the ball, but overthrew the ball sometimes. Well, that's the thing. Accuracy, was never Cam's strong suit. I mean, that's been the case since college. But
That's
yet,
true.
but yet, won a Heisman, won two national championships, won an MVP. I mean, there's a lot more good with him than bad. Let's just keep it
Yeah.
real.
And
Um,
I'll add a point to that. After his concussions, his decision making was garbage because of his concussions. So that's a reason, not a crutch. I know a lot of people like to say, "Oh, that's just an excuse." No, it's not an excuse, it's a reason. The concussions can mess with your brain and your decision making,
um,
even years after.
he says, but it does seem like some guys are just naturally talented. They just understand
Mm-hmm.
football and how to play. Agreed.
Yeah.
Like Peyton
But to
Manning.
be fair, Cam did not have that accuracy even before the concussions
Right.
in some cases.
He says, like Peyton Manning, you can't teach that man. He was born with a high football IQ. Yeah, absolutely.
Here's the thing, and this is not a knock against the offensive coordinators that Peyton Manning had. He just came up with a better system that worked for him, and they worked around that,
Right.
because the rookie year they were trying to make him work into the system in Indianapolis, and Peyton said, "No, no, no, this is not going to work. Here's my playbook, and I guarantee you these plays are going to work." So once they saw the success of that in preseason, they said, "Holy crap, let's build around this." you know, they saw it in some practices. They saw the plays working. They're like, "Let's build a career around this man."
Absolutely.
So
And
that's Peyton Manning. Yeah, he had a high football IQ. Absolutely, he still does. They're still hosting him for Monday night games actually to watch him on
oh,
ESPN two.
right
Mm-hmm.
on.
With Eli.
Oh my goodness. Where were my manners? I totally forgot to mention this. This should have been one of the first thing I mentioned. Congratulations to Agent 89 Steve Smith Sr. on
Yes.
being inducted into the
Yes.
North Carolina
Yes.
Sports
Steve.
Hall of Fame.
The ice up man.
Ice up, son.
Ice up, son.
Like
Ice up, son.
my
Got
favorite
my
pan
Glacier
my favorite
Frost
Panther of all time.
Gatorade in my hand. Ice up, son.
So definitely well deserved, and hopefully
Yes,
he
sir.
will make the main big NFL Hall of Fame as well.
Yep. I need something signed by that man. I do.
So
Start getting signed stuff from people. It becomes an addiction when it comes to Panthers players.
yeah, good point. Good point. Kevin says, now one more question. Would Andrew Luck have been a Hall of Famer if he played longer?
No.
I don't know.
No, I
That's
don't think so.
You don't think so? Um, I honestly don't know. Like,
I think he had the talent, but he was in the wrong place. He got drafted to the Colts, which the let's be honest, Frank Wright had no clue what he was doing with any of these quarterbacks.
I mean,
Owner was just like, well, let these guys do what they do, and you know,
honestly,
we'll see how that worked out.
Hall of Fame is kind of a stretch.
Oh boy,
That's, and don't get me wrong, he had an incredible last year of his career, the 2018 Comeback Player of the Year career. He had an incredible
yeah,
comeback.
yeah.
But, I mean,
I don't think he had enough to make it to Hall of Fame level, to be honest. That's just me. Even with proper coaching.
because he played what? Let's see, 12, 13, 14,
Who
15,
knows
16,
though?
17. So you only
I
played
mean, I've been proven
6
wrong.
years in the league?
I mean, I've been proven wrong on stuff like this before, so don't just take my word for it. If you believe differently, then that's cool,
I mean,
I respect your opinions.
I would have I would have hoped that maybe perhaps if he had continued to, you know, play longer, if he was healthy and played longer, that, maybe in the right type of system, like I don't think he would have flourished to his maximum potential as a Colt. Yes, I understand he had
Mm-hmm.
playoff appearances with the Colts. I mean, he's played for
Yeah.
the Colts his entire career. Don't get me wrong, but
Yeah. Short career, but yes,
I really feel like his absolute ceiling, he would have had to have gone outside of Indianapolis.
agreed. Yep. Indy was just not a great fit for him at all.
Yeah. But that's not to say that
It didn't work for
he
him.
didn't he didn't make plays, cuz he definitely made plays.
Oh yeah, he made plays. He had some good wide receivers around him that made plays for him too, and made him a little bit look a little bit better than he was. But I mean, the coaching didn't develop him at all, so he was not put in a great place to succeed. So
Right.
if he were to end up in in another uh, coaching staff, that actually worked with him and worked around him, you know, built wide receivers like the ones he had in Indy, and built on the success that he had in Indy. I believe he could have been elevated to the next level for sure.
Right.
But again, he's not going to end up being a game changer like Peyton Manning is,
Right.
or Russell Wilson at the end of his career. So no, I don't think he's got enough in the tank to get to Hall of Fame,
Yeah.
even with all of that.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Unfortunately,
He says Eli Manning is a Hall of Famer as well, possibly. I think he will eventually. I think he will eventually.
it's debatable, but not first ballot though.
Um, Kevin says there's absolutely no reason that Steve Smith should not be a first ballot Hall of Famer. He was unbelievable. Uh,
Facts.
yeah, definitely
First
agree.
ballot, definitely.
He also says he was one of the highest prospects to ever come out of college with his height and arm strength. Oh, talking about
Yeah, he
Andrew Luck.
changed the game. He literally changed the game at wide receiver.
Yeah.
People
Um,
respected that man. If you didn't respect him, he was gonna take it.
yeah, good point.
And everybody bashed him for his height, and his skill set, and Steve proved them all wrong. He said my height has nothing to do with how I play football.
Right.
He said, "Watch this,"
Yeah,
you know,
exactly. But
and
with
people started respecting him after that. They said, "Okay, he's backing up what he says,"
yeah, exactly.
and that's where I think Bryce can make that next step up. Is put your money where your mouth is. You know what I'm saying? Step
Yeah,
up.
just really build off of confidence. Just
I,
really,
I do love that Teddy Roosevelt fell to him. Like you know, he's quiet, but he carries a big stick.
yeah, yeah,
If he can carry that big stick, like I'm saying here, what Steve Smith did, you know, to the point where people started respecting him and started listening to him.
right.
That's how he could take his game to the next level.
Indeed.
But I need him to be developed properly. I need him to have a good quarterback coach. That's why I want Pat O'Hara, that worked with Tannehill,
Right.
to work with him at quarterback coach. I want Ken Dorsey to run this offense because Ken Dorsey worked with Cam Newton. He could take him to the next level.
Indeed. Did you
Work
have some
around his system and make him work.
did you have some more comments on your side?
No, I don't.
Oh,
I'm
you
caught
don't?
up.
Oh, you're caught up? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm caught up.
Um, quick shout. Oh, Kevin says quick shout out to Puka Nukua for a outstanding rookie season.
Hmm.
He is probably really well for the Rams at wide receiver. Oh yeah, that Rams
Oh,
wide receiver. That's right.
gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, he has made quite a splash
Yes,
this
he has.
season. Yeah,
Yeah.
actually he's the leading receiver.
156 yards, one touchdown tonight
Yeah,
against the Saints.
he's over 1,000 yards this year.
Yep.
Dang, he surpassed Cooper Cup this season. Well, Cooper Cup's been
Cooper
injured,
Cup had
but
those injuries
yeah, but
this year.
still, like that's another elite weapon for the team
Yeah,
alongside
I
Cooper
think he
Cup.
could have matched Cooper Cup, at the end of the year had Cooper Cup been healthy.
Yeah, good point. Kevin said he had 156 yards and a touchdown tonight. Nice.
Very nice. That's a name I'm going to have to remember going into fantasy football next year.
6'2", 205 pounds out of BYU.
I'm going to keep an eye open for him.
And he was a fifth rounder. What?
Impressive.
Wow, he was a fifth rounder, pick 177.
That just goes to show you, you don't always have to be a first or second or third rounder to be successful in the NFL. If
Dang,
you are coached right and you are in the right system that fits you
has 87 catches this year.
with a good quarterback, you're going to succeed as a wide receiver.
And he's top 10 receivers in receiving yards this year at number 6.
If they use you for what you do best, you know, you're going to succeed no matter what round you're from. I've seen sixth or seventh rounders succeed.
What's that? What was that last thing?
I've seen sixth or seventh rounders succeed.
Oh,
So
yes,
it all
yes.
depends, on how you're coached. Are
Yeah,
you being developed properly? Or are you being used for your best skills and in the best way possible? Are you being put in the best positions on the best routes that
right.
fit what you do?
But that's a good point, dude. It's been
And sixth or seventh rounders could be even be successful under that. So
yeah,
with a great quarterback, and great protection for that quarterback and great routes, scheme fit, the whole 9 yards has to go right for you to be successful.
indeed. And yeah, they Mr. Stafford
Green
got
Bay is a great place for you to go if that's one of the things that you value, because
right.
they've always treated their wide receivers well.
Thanks for coming through, Kevin. You have a good night as well.
Yes, thanks for
Um,
coming through, man.
but yeah, like another weapon for Stafford alongside Mr. Cooper Cup. That's what's up.
Man, oh man,
Okay,
the Rams are on a roll.
so final things. We're gonna do look at score predictions for
Right,
or
score
not score
predictions.
predictions, but like who's gonna win for this week, right?
All right, so before we start that, what players do you think are going to stick?
Oh, that was the other thing
Um,
you had mentioned. Okay.
and which ones might go? You know,
Okay.
if we hire another bad coach.
Oh, specifically if we hire another bad coach?
Yeah, because there's a high probability of that happening. So I'm trying to get a head start on this, so that we can get things moving in the right direction as far as who we're going to go after free agency and the draft coming
Uh-huh.
up. Because we've got, I'm trying to think, cap space. How much do we have next year? We have we
So
have $39.1 million in cap space next year.
that's not a lot.
No, it isn't.
And
We
then
restructured a lot of these contracts so this year, so that's going to eventually come back to bite us too.
and then we gotta
I'm
look
not
at
looking forward to that.
and then we gotta also look at who's going to be a free agent. And this is a pretty decent sized list. So CJ Henderson, DJ Chark, Frankie Louvu, Shaquille Griffin, Brian Burns, Marquise Haynes, Sam Franklin, Yetur Gross Matos, Laviska Chenault, Deshaun Williams, JJ Jansen, Camus Groget Hill, Henry Anderson, Jeremy Chin, Troy Hill, Amir Smith Marset, Nick Thurman, Giovanni Ricci, Stefan Sullivan, Raheem Blackshear, LeBrian Ray, Jalen Dalton, and Mac McCain.
Okay. Where are you seeing this list at?
Spot track.
Send it to me.
All Alrighty.
so I can look at it and show it on screen.
Okay. Alrighty. Let's see where you at. Ah,
Because
here you are.
this is an important list right here, folks. This is the determining factor of whether we are able to build a roster for 2024 or not. This is important.
But
If we hire the wrong coach, this could be disastrous.
yeah. So
Okay, let me put that up on here. 1 second.
yeah, those are going to be free agents end of this season.
Um,
There's a lot of young guys too.
yeah, definitely. Um, let's see. I get sent some very interesting things. Uh, one of which is a player that we'll get into in a minute. Is a wide receiver from North Carolina, but we'll talk about him in a minute. Right now, we want to discuss the ones that may or may not leave here. But I'll get into the draftable players on my stream when we do draftable players.
Okay.
Either Friday or Saturday, we'll do that stream. So if you're interested in joining into that with a player that you want to promote, go on my pin post on my Facebook group page. There will be a pin post for the Keep Pounding in all caps Facebook group page. You'll see a post that says something about learning about the new players, in the draft. And what you'll do in the comment section is post the name of the player, the college they come from, what position they play, and why you like them.
There you go.
And we'll get into a huge, humongous stream. It will cover all of them that you guys name, or you can just drop them in chat when I go live, and I'll announce when I go live on that page as well. So,
There.
or when I plan to. It might be impromptu, so be prepared for that.
Fair enough.
I don't
Fair
have
enough.
a time set for it yet.
But y'all been given the heads up.
Let me get this on screen real quick. There we go. Okay, so taking a look at the players that we got on this list. Um, let's start with the ones we want to retain.
Okay. So I
Um,
guess start from the top. C.J. Henderson.
right now, we're really trying to upgrade on CJ Henderson. I would be willing to keep him just to put him on the practice squad in case we needed an extra corner if we draft a corner that's really, really good. I don't want to go into free agency for that because most of the good corners just went in free agency this year.
Mm-hmm.
Bradbury, Josh Norman, all of them that we really wanted went in free agency this year. So I would say yes, keep him for now. Practice squad numbers though,
Okay.
until unless we can't find that corner, then we can always bring him back up.
Okay.
That's fine.
DJ Chark.
DJ Chark, we don't see him fitting into the system that we're going to be creating. I don't know what system that's going to be yet, so I'm not 100% ready to say keep or toss yet until we know what system we're going to put in.
Mm-hmm.
Once the hirings have finished, the new hirings for the coaches, then we'll
Mm-hmm.
know what system we're looking at, and we can judge from there.
So something tells me he's probably not gonna get picked back
I
up.
don't see him coming back. No,
I don't either.
no.
Frankie Louvu's an
Frankie, you
easy
better
one.
pay that man.
Yeah, that's an easy one. They better
That's an
pay him.
easy one, y'all. Pay that man. He needs to come back.
Um,
Shaquille
sh-
Griffin.
uh,
So far, I haven't seen enough of him yet.
I mean, I know it's near the end of the season, so I
Right.
don't want to go.
We've got a few games to test him out to see who he is.
Yeah,
What he can do. I say use those 3 games, and we'll come back to him. You know,
yeah.
we'll come back to him.
Okay, Brian Burns.
This is an interesting one because his market value is now changed to a first and a third,
Yeah, and
and it may be lower than that considering where he's at now in the season. Maybe a first and a fifth.
yeah, and he can forget about a 30 million contract. That ain't happening. I'm
Yeah, that's
sorry,
not
but
happening.
that ain't happening.
I ugh. This is tough because I say rework a contract with him. Don't give him the 31 million, but it needs to be significantly lower.
Oh, I think he's going to get franchise tagged.
How much is the franchise tag?
That I am not sure. Um,
Is anyone in chat aware of what that franchise tag might be? Save us a little time. We can
so
both look it up, but
typically franchise tag for a DE is about ooh. So this year it was about 19 million.
19 million.
Ugh.
Yeah, that sounds about right because his
Okay.
last contract was 4 years, 13.5 million.
Okay. Well, yeah.
So he was making about 3.3 per year.
Yeah.
Signing bonus is 7.8. Guaranteed at signing 13.5. Total guaranteed 13.5.
Right. Okay. Um
Spot Track has his market value at 23.4,
oof. Well,
which I mean, people were talking 28. People were talking anywhere from 28, 25 to 30
oof. Well,
earlier on this season. So now it's down to 23. That sounds about right.
yeah, that
I'm
sounds
not
right.
going to argue with that right now.
Yeah, that sounds right.
So if you franchise tag him, that's still saving us money.
Mhm. Uh
Yeah, I agree. Uh, Franchise tag him.
yeah. Marquise Haynes?
I see potential in him. I say keep him.
Yeah, he's been a depth piece for Carolina for
Yeah,
a number of years.
yeah.
Sam
Sam
Franklin
Franklin. I see flashes of good things in him, but he's a depth man.
and also a special teamer.
Yeah, let's be real. He's a depth man.
Um yeah.
It's hard to find good safety units though out there.
Mhm.
So I don't know. 50
Uh
50 on that one.
yeah.
Gross Matos has been showing some progress. I see keep him for now.
Okay. Lavis
LaVisca, we haven't even really used LaVisca.
something
Let's be
tells
real.
me we're not going to keep him. I
I
just
don't think so. No,
yeah, something tells
he's
me
gonna go out there.
yeah. Deshaun
Deshaun
Williams?
Williams, haven't seen heads or tails of him. He's gonna be gone.
Yeah, probably.
JJ Jensen, resign him. He's our
Yeah.
long snapper.
Yeah, he's going to be the first one they re-sign anyway.
Absolutely, he'll be resigned for cheap.
Yeah. Um
Camus, I haven't seen much of him this year, but I do see something in him.
yeah, I would be willing to take a chance on him actually.
Me too. Yeah,
Yeah.
Henry
Um
Anderson, toss him.
yeah, he hadn't been able to stay healthy. So,
Yeah, toss him.
yeah. Jeremy
Jeremy Chin,
Chin?
pay him.
Yes.
Pay that man.
Yes.
Pay
Tr-
that man award right there.
yeah. Troy Hill?
And put
Yes.
him back in safety where he belongs.
Right.
Please.
And then Troy Hill, yes.
Yes. Keep him.
Um, Smith
Smith
Marset.
Marset. I see
mm,
potential in this man, but only as a wide receiver,
yeah, and he
not
does
as a
have
return
a.
man.
Well, he does have the one. I believe it was a punt return touchdown in the Bears game. I mean, there was
Uh,
that.
okay, develop him. Develop him. We'll keep him for now.
Nick
Nick
Thurman.
Thurman, toss him.
Yeah, nothing really stands out about him so far.
No, no, not excited at all.
Uh,
Giovanni Ricci. I like Ricci as a tight end. Are you paying him as a
yeah,
fullback or are you paying him as a tight end? There's a big difference here.
yeah. I
You're paying him
mean,
as a fullback, we got a problem because fullback is not a really realistic position anymore in the NFL. Like anybody on the offense could do that job right now. Even wide receivers could do that job right now.
yeah. Can't say I don't, I don't dislike the guy.
If you put him out there at tight end, then you have to pay him tight end numbers. That's the problem there. And it's significantly higher.
I think he's got decent
We've gotten
hands.
away with that little nick, that little crack in the system where we could use him as a fullback and pay him fullback numbers, but also use him as a tight end.
Yeah.
So we found that little crack in the system there.
hmm
But how long can we use that for? Before it becomes outdated and plastered up.
Yeah, perhaps. Interesting. They have Stephon Sullivan listed as a wide receiver and not a tight end.
Interesting.
Huh.
Uh, if you
Well,
look at him size and weight wise, he fits a tight end.
yeah.
That's the thing. Um, and I definitely want to experiment with him. I think there's something there.
Yeah, I say maybe another year. Maybe
Yeah,
another
one more
year.
year. Let's test him out, see what he can do, what he can't do. Um,
Ra-
maybe with another offensive system, maybe it'll work.
yeah.
Maybe
Raheem
we'll get him more
Blackshear.
involved.
I like
Blackshear, I see something in. Yes, keep him.
I mean, I don't mind him, being in the running back rotation. I mean, I don't see why not. Um,
If you can improve on Blackshear, then do it. But if you can't, then keep him where he is.
yeah.
That's where I'm
Um,
at with him.
LeBrian Ray. Nah.
Toss him.
Yeah. J-
Jalen Dalton, toss him.
yeah.
Mac McCain, toss him.
Yeah. So,
All right, so we know which players that we're keeping. We know which players that we're tossing. Now we can start to determine, once you start looking through that depth chart, okay, what do we need to replace? So I am going to actually keep this link.
okay.
That way I can refer to it when I start doing the other stuff. And then we'll go from there, right?
Right. Yeah, that's a good point. Real good point.
That'll be my reference point. Thank you for that. Good find.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Um so that'll help us like narrow down the list of free agents, what we're looking for. And also draftable players.
Indeed, indeed. So,
Cool.
with that being said, should we go to scores or are we
Or predictions, yes.
okay? All
Or
right.
team predictions, yes.
So, so we
I
know,
actually predicted the Rams to win that game against the Saints.
yeah. So, which they have delivered, and now the Rams are 8-7. Saints take a lick, 7-8. All right.
So for my stream, I did predict the Monday night game, and we never did get to it because my last stream was before that game actually ended. Seattle ended up winning against Philly,
Oh yeah, that's right.
and it
That's
helped
right.
me to advance to the next round of the fantasy football playoffs.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Let's go.
So
Semifinals. Here we go.
so we got two games this Saturday. Two Saturday games.
Mm-hmm.
So Bengals and Steelers. Ooh, division showdown.
This is going to be an interesting one. Um,
Yeah.
Let me see what both of these teams did recently here. Bengals are favored on ESPN by 58.3%.
Bengals are on a 3-game winning streak.
Let's see.
And it's funny because Pittsburgh's on a 3-game losing streak.
Ooh. And Cincinnati is on a 3-game winning streak.
Yeah. So,
Cincinnati just had 2 overtime games in their last 3 games, and they won
yeah.
both.
And this is a home game for Pittsburgh. So,
Are either one of them still in the hunt?
oh yeah, they both are. They both are.
Ooh. Which one's going to want it more? I favor Cincinnati at this point. This team's got some
Yeah.
fight in them to the point where they just won 2 overtime games against Jacksonville and Minnesota, who are both contenders.
Yeah,
Yeah, I would go with the Bengals on this
I
confidently.
Jake Browning has been playing pretty well, and don't forget he's still got the weapons on offense with Mixon and Jamar Chase, T Higgins, all that. So I mean,
The
yeah,
interesting thing is you've got to get through Pittsburgh and you've got to go through Cleveland to get to the playoffs if you're Cincinnati.
yeah,
They're not getting past Kansas City. Kansas City is going to run them over.
yeah, and the Ravens have already clinched. So yeah,
They
I'm gonna say
need both of those division games in order to get in.
yeah, but I'm gonna say I agree, Bengals for the win.
You know,
Uh,
Pittsburgh. What does Pittsburgh's schedule look like here?
Pittsburgh, they still got to play the Seahawks and Ravens after the Bengals. So tough schedule.
Ooh, yeah. My odds are on Cincinnati getting the spot.
Yeah, but
I got
Cincinnati's got a
Cincinnati.
tough schedule too. They got to play the Chiefs and the Browns
I
after
mean, they
after this game.
they're not getting past the Chiefs. Let's be fair. Chiefs are more fully loaded than Cincinnati will ever be. So, although
Well,
the Chiefs have been known to lose a few random games lately.
it would be the revenge game because remember they did beat the Chiefs to make it to the Super Bowl a few years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So
Chiefs have not forgotten that.
yeah, this would be quite the revenge game.
Oh,
I just now thought about that.
oh, good point. Good point.
Ooh. And they're going into that with no Joe Burrow too. Ooh.
Ooh, wee.
Ooh. Oh, wait a minute. Jamar Chase is out for the Steelers game.
Ooh.
Oh no. Uh-oh.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that kind of changes the dynamic a little bit.
It does. It does because the Steelers still have Pickett in.
Ooh.
Yeah, Pickett has 6 touchdowns and 4 picks, but Pickett can do enough to win that game, I think.
But Jake Browning has been playing pretty well, and he still has T Higgins out. But
Hmm.
well,
T. Higgins will do a lot of damage on the secondary.
dude, I think this might be a tougher game to predict. I mean, no
That
Jam
could come down to a field goal kick or overtime again for Cincinnati, which they are 2 for 2 in overtime.
but I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna ride the hot hand and still stick with Cincy.
Because of the quarterback. What quarterback are they putting in?
Jake Browning,
Oof.
who has been playing pretty well, 7 touchdowns, 3 interceptions so far.
Okay, I'm gonna go Bengals.
Yeah.
You convinced me.
Okay. So that's the first Saturday game. And then the evening
Buffalo and the
time,
Chargers.
Buffalo and the Chargers.
I got Buffalo.
Yeah, I mean, Chargers just cut Mr. Staley, so
Mm-hmm.
and then not only that, Mr. What's his face? Uh Justin Herbert's out for the rest of the season, so
Yep.
yeah.
Chargers are done.
Yeah. So Bills, definitely going Bills.
Yep. Whatever chances the Chargers thought they had, they're out the window as soon as Herbert went up with that
Yeah.
injury.
And then of course Packers Panthers, we both went with Packers.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
24
Um
10. I feel like this is going to be one of those comeback games for Green Bay,
yeah.
unfortunately.
And as I said, 17-14, Green Bay wins by a field goal.
Mm-hmm. They need it to stay in the hunt.
Colts and the Falcons. Ooh. Well, the Colts are trying to make a last ditch effort. They are 8-6.
The interesting thing about the Falcons is they've had like a bunch of games where they've had leads and then they blew those leads.
Yeah. Falcons are on a two-game
Most
losing streak.
recently, the last game against the Bucks.
Yeah, and they're on a two-game losing streak right now. But
They don't have enough in the tank, man. I'm telling you.
and
And
not
the
only
Colts,
that, the Colts have a good record on the road. So I'm gonna go Colts.
yeah, the Colts just came off of a win over the Steelers, 30-13. Yeah, I'm
True.
going Colts.
Yeah. All right. Seahawks and Titans. Well, I mean, Titans are out of playoff contention. So,
I got Seattle.
yeah.
Yeah, I was fighting for a wild card spot.
Yeah. Good call. Um, Lions and Vikings. The Vikings are still in it.
Lions.
Barely, but they're still in it. Um, and they did recently lose to the Bengals. So
The Lions just absolutely destroyed the Broncos last game, 42-17. Yep, I got Lions. They're
yeah,
back.
Lions
They're
over the
officially back.
Vikings. Yeah, I got you on that. I agree. Battle of two terrible teams. The Commanders and the Jets.
Strong chance of the Lions going 12 wins, by the way.
Right.
They play the Vikings twice and the Cowboys
Yeah. All
in
right.
Dallas.
Commanders and Jets.
Uh, let's see.
I mean, the Jets just got shut out by the Dolphins badly, 30-0. But the Commanders are on a 5-game losing streak.
Washington's been eliminated.
Yeah. So,
I've got Jets because Zach Wilson has been playing pretty well recently.
yeah.
Um,
Well, don't forget Trevor Simeon played in the Dolphins game. Yeah, he played the
yeah,
Dolphins
and
game.
Washington does have McLaurin too.
Yeah. I mean, Zach Wilson was 4 of 11, and then Trevor Simeon, he stunk it up too. So, I mean,
It's gonna come down to turnovers.
Yeah.
between these two teams, I think.
And even with the, well, we'll see the Commanders, they, like I said, 5 game losing streak. So, oof.
Yeah, the Jets came off that loss to the Dolphins last week, 30-0.
Yeah.
But they won against the Texans 30-6. So they've got the firepower. It's just they can't win the big games against teams like the Dolphins or the Falcons that are competitors, and trying to get
This
in.
this is a really tough one, bro.
They got beat up by the Bills.
Because both have bad records on the road and on at home. So
This could be a low scoring game.
I'm gonna just take a gamble and, oh,
I'm going Jets.
you know what? Bump it. I'll go Commanders. What the heck? I'll go Commanders. Uh, Browns and Texans.
Browns and Texans. Browns.
Is Stroud still out? Oh, he's listed as questionable. Ooh, he's still in
Questionable.
concussion. Ooh.
And the
Well,
Browns just absolutely they just got done beating the Jaguars 31-27, and they beat the Bears 20-17.
and we got to
So
remember
this is going to be
the Texans are
it,
without Tank Dell because he's out for the season.
yeah.
Ooh. Yeah. Browns are on a 2 game win streak as well. And
This looks like a dub for the Browns.
yeah. Yeah, I'll agree. Browns for the win. Uh Jacksonville Jaguars at the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Here's the interesting part. Trevor Lawrence actually is in concussion protocol.
Is he really?
Yep.
Oof.
According to my fantasy app, he's actually had headaches in the first day, and he was
Ooh.
extremely limited. He didn't show up in
Yeah.
the practice yesterday, and he complained of the headaches. So that's the first step of the 5-step program for concussions. So um, I'm really concerned about that. I'd
Yeah.
like to see him be able to play again here soon, but we need him to pass those tests for sure.
Yeah. And not only
And
not
I
only
feel like the Jaguars' offense just isn't the same without this man at the helm.
well, not only that, they're on a 3 game losing streak. The Bucks are on a 3 game winning streak, especially with Baker Mayfield coming off that near perfect game recently against, I think it was what, Green Bay? Yeah, Green Bay. So, ooh.
Ooh. Okay, so the 3-game losing streak the Jags are on is the Bengals, the Browns, and Ravens.
Yeah, they've lost to some
And they
good
got absolutely
teams.
destroyed by the Ravens, 23 to
Yeah.
7 last week.
I don't.
The Buccaneers got a surprise win last week against the
Yeah,
Falcons that they were not supposed to get.
and Baker was in prime form in that Packers game.
So who would get the start for Jacksonville without Trevor in?
So his backup is either going to be EJ Perry or CJ Beathard, which it looks like it's CJ Beathard.
It's CJ.
Ooh.
It's CJ because that's what I've heard.
Ooh. I
And
mean,
here's the interesting thing: you've got Travis Etienne, you've got Calvin Ridley, you've got Evan Engram, excellent players. I mean, excellent weaponry for
yeah, the
what you're
weapons
trying
are
to
still
do
there.
with the RPO.
Yeah, I mean,
If you can just get Trevor back and healthy from that concussion, protocol.
Yeah, well,
This could be a really nasty offense.
3 days away, so I mean,
I like that they have Agnew back there in the second string.
right.
He's a great slot receiver for you for that system.
Hmm.
Like I said, all of these players make sense. Look at all of these players; they make sense with this scheme fit.
Hmm.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what we need to start doing in our front office is getting players that scheme fit. That little purple puzzle piece that you see in Madden,
Yeah,
in the
I,
new Madden games. Those are there for a reason, guys.
this is true. I'm familiar. So, I guess what are you thinking? I mean, do you feel that just comes down to if Trevor Lawrence plays, then yeah, maybe Jags win.
CJ, he's the last recorded game of his was against the Bengals. 9 for 10, 63 yards, 90% completion rating. Sacked 2 times.
Mm.
That's all he really did. He just handed the ball off mostly in that
Hmm.
game. And that's why, he just let the playmakers do what they do. And they still managed to get 31 points, and go into overtime against
Right.
the Bengals, but they just didn't come out with the win.
Fair
You
point.
know, with Trevor running most of that show.
Hmm.
So I mean, once you got into overtime, it was CJ, and I don't know at what point Trevor got that concussion, but I remember getting that notification. I was like, shoot, you
Yeah.
know,
Yeah, I feel you on that.
I was like, that is not good.
Yeah, those
That's
concussions are
that's
no
gonna
joke.
man.
So,
Um, I've got oh boy, I have to go maybe Buccaneers here. They've been playing well and a little over their head.
yeah,
They beat the Panthers, Falcons, and Packers recently.
right.
Our Panthers. So, I mean, they're fighting for first in the division, along with New Orleans. Atlanta doesn't have the fight in order to take it. They've proven that. New Orleans does, but, you know, whoever doesn't win this thing is going to wild card.
Yeah, I can
I
see
don't know
that.
who's
I can
taking
definitely
this
see
thing.
that.
I'm gonna be real with you. Tampa has the Jags, the Saints, and our Panthers left.
Mm,
The Saints still have to go through the Buccaneers and Falcons to get it, which the Saints have an easier path, but they did lose to the Rams uh, on Monday,
right.
which does not look good for them. That's not a good look.
Mm,
But can the Saints take the Bucks? Can they take the Falcons? Yes, and yes.
yes. Yes. Yes.
So
I'm not.
Buccaneers will be fighting for a wild card spot at that point. Can they get it? I don't know.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna play it safe as well and say Bucks, just 'cause
Yeah.
just riding the hot
Bucks
hand.
can take the Jags, they can take us.
Yeah. Oh. Here's one for you. Cardinals at the Bears.
Bears.
Yeah. I got to go with Bears as well. Just I know Kyler Murray just came back, but yeah,
Yeah.
Cardinals are trash this year. So I mean,
Yep. Even as good, even as quote unquote good as Justin Fields is, he's still not going to be able to make the Cardinals defense. He'll do just enough though.
yeah, and
As as quote unquote good as he is, the Cardinals are worse.
yeah, and the Bears are also coming off a loss to the Browns. So
Yeah,
yeah,
Bears definitely.
but yeah, I picked Bears as well. Let's
Excellent.
see. Next one is, ooh, this might be the game. This might be the game. Cowboys at Dolphins.
Ooh. All right. Now here's one. This is where the Dallas Cowboys defense is going to get exposed.
Yeah,
Philadelphia already exposed it, but here's the problem.
and they're coming
That
off a
defense
loss
closed up those gaps.
they're also coming off a loss to the Bills.
Yeah, Philadelphia just recently uh o- opened raw the holes of that secondary of the Cowboys. And uh the Bills took full advantage of it and put 31 up on them.
Yep.
So they're gonna have to fix that defense if they want to be considered legit competitors. Um, but once they do, I think they could easily compete with the Eagles again and go to the next round.
By the way, Morstart is 34 yards away from 1,000 yards rushing.
Good for him.
Yep.
The Dolphins, on the other hand, let's see what we got here. The Dolphins are a very interesting team here.
Oh,
A lot of these wins are legitimate ones, but there's also some non-legitimate ones as well.
yeah, but they still have the number one offense.
Oh yeah, by far, definitely. They just put up 30 to nothing against the Jets last week.
Yeah, and
Um,
Tua is playing his butt off.
they beat the Commanders 45 to 15. They beat the Jets again 34 to 13.
Hmm.
Hmm. They only lost by 7 to the Chiefs.
Right.
They lost big to the Eagles earlier on in the season.
I'm gonna say Dolphins win.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree.
Just because I'm not saying that the Cowboys offense won't do anything, but I just think that Dolphins offense will be just a little too much for the
For
Cowboys
that
defense.
secondary. Yeah, I agree. And it's in Miami as well.
Yeah,
If it was in Dallas, there would be more of a 50-50 chance.
right, since Dallas is undefeated at home so far.
Right.
But yeah, yeah, I gotta go with the Dolphins.
Dolphins for me as well.
Um, oh, this should be an easy one. Patriots at the Broncos. Gotta go Broncos.
I'm going to agree with that. Um, New England's been really struggling this year.
Yep.
And it's evidenced again with that game against the Chiefs there, 27 to 17 last week. Bill Belichick is frustrated. They're telling him he's going to be gone after the end of the year.
Yep.
That's definitely going to get in his head.
Yep. I have to agree.
And the Broncos are due for a good game. They just lost to the Lions.
Yeah, I think they'll probably get back
They
on
need this
track.
one.
Yeah. So I'm gonna say Broncos.
Yep.
Uh, this next one should be an easy one. Giants at Eagles.
Eagles.
Yeah, yeah, definitely gotta go Eagles.
Yep.
Um, Raiders at Chiefs.
This is an interesting one. The Chiefs have been known to lose games like this lately that they should be winning.
Yeah,
They lost to the Packers. They lost to the Bills as of recently. Teams that they should not be losing to
yeah,
if they want to be considered serious contenders for the Super Bowl this year.
and the crazy
They
thing
also lost to
is,
the Eagles earlier on, which
y-
could be a potential Super Bowl matchup.
yeah, and the Raiders are coming off a 63 to 21 win off of the Chargers. Oof.
That's rather unimpressive. And here's the thing with the Chiefs that they've also already beaten the Dolphins 21-14.
This is true.
So that's
Um,
notable.
I think the Raiders might do a little something something, but I gotta go with the Chiefs. I think the Chiefs
I
do
agree. The
do
Chiefs
enough to win.
defense is really running through teams like New England right now and the Raiders that are struggling.
And who knows? Maybe the Raiders will strike first, but I don't see them winning.
Right.
And then this last one, ooh, this could possibly be a preview of this upcoming Super Bowl. Could be Ravens at the Niners.
Niners.
Ooh, that easy? Really?
Yep. Niners.
Hmm.
And I'll tell you why. Look at
Okay.
the defense of the Niners.
Yeah.
If you look at the defense of the Niners, let's take a look at it. These guys are on a 6-game winning streak right now.
True.
They've beaten the Jaguars, they've beaten the Buccaneers, the Seahawks, the Eagles, the Seahawks again, and then a cruise win over the Cardinals.
Right.
So now they're going to get tested again by the Ravens.
Who the
And
Ravens
this
are.
time it's in San Fran. It's not in Baltimore, it's in San Fran.
Yeah, but the Ravens are also on a 4-game winning streak currently. So,
So when you look at the Niners defense, all right, so as of recently, they've given up um when you look at their win streak so far, they've given up 3 against the Jags, 14 against the Buccaneers, 13 against Seattle, 19 against the Eagles,
mhm,
16 with uh, the Seahawks again, and then 29 in that easy game against the Cards where they just kind of took their foot off the gas
right.
defensively. But now they realize that they've got to put the foot back on the gas, so expect that to be under 20.
Yeah.
So, can the San Fran offense score more than 20 points? Yes, I do see them doing it.
Okay.
So with that being the case,
Mhm.
let's look at Baltimore. Baltimore, like you said, was on a 4-game winning streak, but these are cruise teams right now. These it's the Bengals, the Chargers, the Rams, and the Jags. However, the Rams have been playing some good ball lately.
Right.
So, and the Jags just lost Trevor Lawrence in that game as of recently. So, I assume that game was with Trevor playing the entire game.
Mhm.
That's what I'm assuming. So, putting that into perspective, Um, the last two were sort of impressive. Um, I'm still going Niners. We're the If this game was in Baltimore, and I've warned people before, if you go into Baltimore this time of year, you're not coming out of there with a victory. Not with the
Uh,
Ravens playing the way they are right now. There's no way. I don't care how good you think you are. They will surprise the heck out of you. I don't know what it is about Baltimore, what they put in the water system in Baltimore during this time of year, but whatever it is, keep drinking that Gatorade, boys. Because it's working for you.
right on, right on.
Uh, but yeah, Niners. All
Yeah,
right, so
um, I definitely think, and Brock Purdy, he's been playing MVP like football, and just, I think it's gonna be close, but I just feel like the Niners just have a little more on offense to really, that with the balance of how their defense has been playing. Just, I think it's going to be close, but I'm gonna play it safe and go with the Niners. But I won't be shocked if the Ravens happen to pull it off.
yeah,
I'll say that. I'll say that.
true, true.
But I'm really thinking that,
Possible potential upset incoming.
yeah, because I'm really thinking that game and then Cowboys Dolphins are like the two biggest games to look out for this week.
Mm-hmm.
And then just wanted to take a quick look at the standings. Um, AFC East, like I
Sure.
said, the Jets and Patriots, they're out. It's really down to the Bills and Dolphins, which the Bills are only 2 games behind, but I still believe the Dolphins will win the division. But I expect the Bills to still be in line for a wild card spot, possibly.
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah. Now, AFC North, we know that Baltimore has clinched a berth, but not the division yet. But something tells me if they do happen to beat the Niners, I think they do clinch the division. I think they do
Mm-hmm.
clinch the division.
Yeah.
So they got a
Even with the
chance.
Cleveland win, they still would.
Yeah. So they got a chance to go ahead and clinch that division if they can win and beat the Niners. It's going to be tough, but
Yeah.
and then even when you think about it, even the Steelers are still in the hunt and they're 7-7. But
It's interesting, they're in the bottom of that division and they're still 7-7 and still in the hunt.
yeah, but they're going to need a lot of help and they really need to win
Oh
out.
yeah.
So that's the only thing. But something tells me maybe, just maybe, Cleveland might end up taking one of those wild card spots. They just might do it.
It's possible.
But when it comes to the NFC to the AFC North, you never know.
Three.
Now, AFC South, we know the Titans, they're out. Dude, we got a three-way tie at 8-6 between the Texans, Colts, and Jaguars.
There's only 6 teams in the AFC that are 500 or below ball.
Yeah,
Think about that for a second. That shows you how weak the NFC side is this year.
yeah. Um,
Yikes.
Now Jaguars, Colts, Texans. You still believe the Jaguars will still win the division?
Not if they don't have Trevor Lawrence.
Fair point. Um,
That'll be the death of their season right there.
I tell you what though.
Colts will take it.
if the Texans can somehow bounce back, I would not be too shocked if CJ Stroud sees his first playoff appearance in his rookie year.
Yeah. Yeah, that could happen.
That
If
could,
the Colts bounce out and the Texans bounce back, let me see something here.
cause,
Texans,
cause
the
see that,
Texans have the Browns, the Titans, and Colts left. So it'll come down to that week 18 game, I think.
yeah,
It could. Now the Colts have the Falcons, Raiders, and Texans. I could see the Colts winning all three of these.
yeah,
So again, it would come down to that last game.
yeah. That's fair. Yeah, that's definitely fair.
As far as the Texans are concerned, I could see them beating the Titans for sure. So it would come down to that Browns game.
Right.
Do they have enough firepower with or without Stroud?
Yeah, that's really gonna be what it comes down to. Cause I mean, I know
Without Stroud,
Yeah,
this could be real interesting.
yeah, and I know
Browns
Case.
will win that game, and the Texans will be out. Colts will win the
Yeah,
division.
and I mean, I know Case Keenum. When they defeated the Titans, they won, but of course, they only
Yeah.
won by 3 points. So, uh, yeah, Texans really they need to help themselves and just they need to win out for them to really have a
Yeah.
shot. But yeah, AFC
Mm.
South, like
Which they won't be able to.
like you said, with these last three games, it's going to be interesting to see who takes the AFC South. Um, and then the AFC West, I don't know how the Chargers are still in it. I don't understand that. They're 5-9,
I don't either.
but they don't have the
They'll
E
be
next to
gone.
them. But
They're
I
not making.
but I think it's
Raiders
coming.
are not making it either. They're not. They don't have enough to stay in the hunt.
Yeah, and the Broncos, I think the Broncos will come close, but I think they will just barely miss the boat.
Mm-hmm.
I hate to say it.
Same here.
Chiefs, definitely I can see the Chiefs taking the division still.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. They would have to have the biggest disaster ever these last three games for like
Yeah.
the anybody else to come back, but I don't see that happening.
So it'll come down to Cleveland, Cincinnati, and Buffalo for those wild card spots.
Yeah. Now, the interesting thing with the AFC, before we go to the NFC, the interesting thing here is if the playoffs were to start now, Indianapolis has that seventh seed.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
do.
yeah, Indy, Cincinnati, Cleveland. Those are the wild cards.
Mm.
So, and then there's Houston and Buffalo right behind
Ooh.
Indianapolis.
Hmm. I think
So,
Buffalo takes the first one. And the question is Cleveland versus Cincinnati. Which one takes that other one?
yeah, good point.
I've got Cleveland
And
at
right
this point.
and right now the Ravens are the number one seed in the AFC, but something tells me I don't think for long.
Hmm. So you think the Ravens will fall off?
I I know this is going to be crazy, but I got this feeling that the Dolphins may finish number one seed.
Okay, so Baltimore plays the Niners, the Dolphins, and the Steelers. All right, so I see them beating the Steelers.
Right.
It's the other two. Those are going to be the real challenges. One of those two is going to be a loss, if not both. I think.
But then again, out of those three teams, the Chiefs have the easier schedule with the Raiders,
Yeah.
Bengals, Chargers. Well, so yeah,
Chiefs get number one seed, I think.
Chiefs could bounce back and finish strong to get that number one seed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, now that you mention it, yeah. Mm. Okay, NFC. So NFC East, we know the Commanders are out. We know Dallas and Philly have clinched. It's just a matter of who wins the division. We'll have to
Yep.
see.
Yep.
I don't know how the heck the Giants are still in it, but
They'll be gone.
yeah.
They're not hanging.
So I don't know who you think wins the division, Dallas or Philly?
Philly.
So the only thing that stands out to me is Dallas is undefeated at home, and
True.
if they can somehow maintain that, if they win the division and get a home game, that's got to be a big advantage for Dallas. So,
Eagles play a cupcake schedule to finish up. They got two Giants games and a Cardinals game.
oh shoot. Oh, they got the easiest.
Yep. Dallas. Dallas has the Dolphins, the Lions, and Commanders. Yep.
Oh heck no. Yeah.
Eagles are taking the division.
Yeah, good call.
Yep. But
Um
I'm gonna say this though: when
yeah.
those two faced off the last time, Dallas is not gonna forget that big loss that they took to the Eagles.
Oh yeah, facts.
When they meet
Facts.
again in the playoffs, it's gonna get ugly.
Yeah.
I can see some players getting emotional,
Yeah. And
particular Dallas players,
it's always
because
been very
they play with some anger and some fire.
well, it's always
So,
been very heated between Dallas and Philly for years.
oh yeah,
So,
this is gonna be this is gonna be a UFC fight right here
you got you
between
got
these two.
you got like split families
Woo!
when it for in situations like this. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's gonna be a classic cage match between these two.
Yeah.
Yo, I'm ready for that. I'm ready for that.
Let's
Cowboy fans
see.
are gonna be pissed.
Yeah, no kidding. Okay, NFC North. Um Honestly,
Let's
as long as Detroit just finishes strong, they should win the division.
yeah, Detroit's got the division.
Um Although the other three teams, Chicago, I mean, Chicago has the Cardinals, Falcons, and Packers. I mean, Bears might win two. Maybe they'll win
Not
two,
enough.
but
Not even close to enough for a
yeah.
wild card.
Um,
Because by the time they get their two, the Vikings will have their two.
yeah,
So,
and
or at
then
least one. So it's not enough.
yeah, and then the Packers. Well, yeah, because
Packers are done too. They don't have enough.
so yeah, I feel like it's gonna be tough for them, but Detroit should still take the division.
Oh yeah.
Uh, NFC South, which I know we're out, but it got really interesting
Saints take the division.
after we
I'm
beat
saying it
the
now. Saints take the division. They when you look at the three teams on Sunday, you could tell which one was actually fighting for the division lead.
well,
Um,
they did just lose to the Rams, so
but they lost in a close one though. It was 30-22.
this is true.
So they're competing.
Yeah,
And that's my point. When you watched Atlanta versus us, Atlanta looked like garbage. against
Yep,
us.
that they did.
I mean, they made us look better than we actually are.
Yeah,
And that was
which
a 9-7 victory for us, in the rain. Not impressive at all. Game by the Falcons. Um,
so do you believe Baker Mayfield's just going to fall apart?
um, so when you look at the Buccaneers,
Cuz they're on a 3-game win streak right now. And
the Buccaneers have to play against the Jags, the Saints, and us.
yeah,
And we're going to end up shutting down at least half of Baker Mayfield's offense with our defense. That's what we're doing right now
mhm.
on defense. But that's the last game of the season.
Right.
The Saints have the easiest schedule
Yeah.
between the two of them. Um, it'll come down to that Week 17 matchup between the two of them, the Bucks and Saints. Who takes that division at that point?
Yeah, which they lost the first meeting to the Bucks pretty
If the
badly.
Bucks win this game against the Jags, which I believe they will, we both believe they will because Trevor's not going to be there.
Right. So,
Then you have to look at the Saints. The Saints just took that loss to the Rams. Um, so the Bucks would have a 1 game advantage
mhm.
as they do right now in the playoff standings. And even if, you know, the Saints were to take that game against the Buccaneers, they would still need to beat the Falcons in order to get the division,
Right.
which they will do. Now Tampa has to go up against us. This could end up being an 8-8 tie.
Yeah, could be.
It could end up being an 8-8 tie for first place. Then it would go to points for and points against.
Right.
And currently, Tampa's got the lead
Yes, that's correct.
because of the points against. But that could change within the next 3 weeks
Right.
very, very quickly and go towards the Saints, which I believe it will.
Mhm.
The Saints looked real competitive lately. I'm not even going to lie to you. They look good against the Giants, 24-6. They look good against us, 28-6.
Well, they swept
And I mean,
us.
if you are looking like a playoff team, like you should be, then you should be winning by scores like that against weaker teams like us.
Mhm.
You know, and at least making it competitive against the Lions, 33-28, which they did. You know, the Falcons game, we're not going to talk about that one. The Vikings game, they at least came close there, 27-19.
Right.
But I mean, they're close in games that they should be. So this is a playoff contender. By scoreboard.
Mhm.
Now, when you watch them on the field, it doesn't exactly pass the eye test.
Mhm.
So when you pit them against Philly or Dallas, they will lose in the first round of the playoffs.
Okay.
Same thing with Tampa Bay. Either one of them. You put them against Dallas or Philadelphia, they will lose. Now, Detroit, that could be interesting because Detroit has been falling off ever so slightly to the point where it's a concern if you're a Detroit fan. Um, yeah, they did get the 42-17 win over the Broncos, but you need that test against the Dallas Cowboys in Week 17 to make sure that you're on target
Hmm.
and as competitive as you think you are. That's going to be the true test to find out who the Lions really are. So, if they get blown out by the Cowboys, that could be a real interesting first matchup if the Lions get paired up with the Saints in the
Yeah,
first round.
yeah, for sure,
I
for
think
sure.
Detroit would still take it, but I don't know for 100% sure though until you kick off.
So you're going with Saints to win the division.
I
Part of
am, yes.
part of me is thinking Bucks, but it would not shock me if the Saints won. Um, and then NFC West, which we know the Niners have won the NFC West. We know they win their
Yep.
division.
Yep.
Um,
Rams get wild card. I'm calling that one right now.
you believe Rams get wild card? Yeah, I could see that more
They're playing
than the
really, really well
Seahawks.
right now.
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, I could
Seattle's
definitely
not
see
playing
that.
well enough to compete.
Yeah, and they
The
got a
Vikings are
crappy
not playing well enough to compete.
yeah, they got a crappy division record as well. So
And whoever wins doesn't win this NFC South is not playing well enough to compete for that wild card spot. Not well enough to beat the Rams.
yeah. So with that
Rams
being
have the Giants and Niners left.
so here's the interesting thing. So if the playoffs were to start now for the NFC, the Vikings, Rams, and Eagles are the wild cards,
Yeah.
which Vikings have the tiebreaker over the Seahawks. Even though they have the same record, they have the Vikings have the tiebreaker. So
Mm,
that's something to note. And
yeah.
and the
Rams
Niners,
could take that loss against the Niners to finish out the season. Could
yeah.
happen.
And right now the Niners are the number 1 seed, and honestly, they're probably going to finish the number 1 seed
Hmm.
and have
The thing is, like players like get subbed out in that last week if the
yeah.
team is already in the playoffs.
That's a good point too. I just
So
think
it becomes chaotic.
I just think right now they're trying to seal the deal on number 1 seed, and I think as soon as they do, if it's early, then they'll bench folks and rest folks. But
Yeah. They're not. Yeah.
I think it's still a tight race, especially between
If they haven't clinched the number one seed, then they'll probably want to try to do that in the next 2 weeks.
yeah, because it's
If
still
they haven't, then if they have, then they'll start resting folks.
yeah,
So
because it's still a tight race
pay
between
attention to who the starters are
yeah,
in the next few weeks.
it's
Everybody.
it's still a tight race between the Eagles, Lions, Cowboys, and Niners for that number 1 seed.
Yeah.
So
I
yeah,
personally would give it to the Niners, but
I think they're definitely the favorites to
yeah.
get it for sure. Like they've been on a roll this season. They've been playing really well. I mean, they're on a 6 game winning streak. So,
Yeah, Niners would be the first one. Uh Cowboys and Eagles would be tied for second seed for me.
yeah.
Detroit would be third.
So, it's it's going to be interesting. It's going to be really interesting.
Hmm.
But we'll see how this week plays out as we are only a couple of days away from Christmas. So,
Just one quick thing is
yeah.
where we're at as far as the draft picks.
Here, let me
So if you take a look at it, you got the Cardinals at 3 wins. We're at 2.
yeah. So
Cards will take that loss to the Bears. They'll take a loss to the Eagles, and they'll take a loss to the Seahawks. So that's three more losses.
so um it's Carolina, which Chicago has ours, then New England, then Arizona. That's the order.
New England, then Arizona. Okay.
Yeah, New England, then Arizona.
So Arizona's going to take three more losses. I can already tell you that. So New England's got the Broncos, the Bills, and the Jets. I could see them beating the Jets in the last week.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
All right, so that means we would still be competing with the Arizona Cardinals for that first spot. That
Yeah.
takes New England out of the race. So that's our main concern right now is the Arizona Cardinals. So let's keep an eye on them. If they were to somehow uh, beat the Bears, that would help us. We would secure that number one spot going forward in the second round and beyond. That's our
Yes.
goal here. We don't really care about the first round. The first round is whatever it is. We don't own a first round pick, so we don't care about that.
If anything,
It's the second round pick and beyond.
Chicago's going to be keeping a close eye on how we do as far as for their first round pick.
Yeah. Which, I mean, I don't see us winning another game.
Um, eh,
There's a chance we do somehow pull one out against the Buccaneers, but
yeah, that's what I was thinking. Maybe the Bucks, but
yeah, the way the Bucks are playing right now, they're better than us.
yeah,
They're playing just below the Saints level, but they are playing well enough to beat us
yeah. So, yeah,
by a good margin.
that's a fair point.
So we do want to keep an eye on that. And like I said, we'll go through the draftable players in my stream on either Friday or Saturday and roll through those.
Cool deal.
So, again, anybody that wants to jump into that and offer their suggestions, go to the Facebook group page. Keep pounding in all caps for the pin post on that, and you'll type in your in the comment section of that pin post
Hmm.
your player name, the college that they come from, the position that they play, and why you like that player. And we'll address each one of these players. We'll look them up. We'll find out who they are, and we'll talk about them. So look out for a post on that page for when that's going to happen.
Gotcha.
Sometime in the evening tomorrow. I'll be putting that post out, or Saturday evening.
Okay.
If you don't see it Friday, you'll see it Saturday.
But cool deal. But that will do it. I'm getting ready to pass out, but
And also, we're still doing Madden Mondays on Mondays, so on my channel.
yeah, there you
Keep
go.
pounding channel, Madden Mondays.
Yeah,
Come check them out. We started our first one this Monday, so
indeed,
excited
indeed.
to keep that going.
Um, you got any final words? Just before we end it, I'm about to pass out. So, yeah, got any final words?
Yeah, let's stop doing stupid stuff.
Yeah.
Basically, stop doing stupid stuff. Like for instance, the Justin Houston thing. Why? For what reason are we just now making a move and not getting anything for him? Stop doing that. Get something for these players if you're going to waste their time and their money and their energy. Stop wasting these people's careers.
Yeah.
And just Mr. Tepper, please learn something. Please, for the love of everything great on this earth, please learn something. Because you God, facial recognition software, for goodness sakes, come on, man. Think.
Yeah.
Think. Use your brain. This franchise is not a hot rod in your garage, okay?
Show ain't.
That you're working on as a side project. It's a $1 billion franchise. Treat it as such, please. It's a freaking Mercedes Benz. Treat it as a Mercedes Benz. Please. I'm asking you to do that. I know it's a lot. I know it's a lot for you to comprehend, Mr. Tapper. I know it's a lot for you to get through your thick skull, for you to get in your lane and stay in your lane, sir. But I'm asking you to do so. Please. And choose the right time to fire Scott. Okay? This year is not it. I am begging you. Choose the right time. I will continue beating that drum until I have to stop. Okay?
Hmm.
Because it is that critical. Nothing else matters except for that right now. Everything else can wait. So if I see the words, the Panthers have fired Scott Fitterer, I'm going to be very, very angry at you. And you will expect a very, very angry video and rant and stream explaining what you did wrong, why you did what you did wrong, and how screwed we are as a franchise because of what you did wrong. But don't just take my word for it. Watch the team sink like the Titanic itself. Because you don't seem to care. All you seem to care about is spending money for the wrong things. Let's see how that works out for you. Oh, wait, it didn't. We're still losing. You egotistical idiot. So until you start fixing it, here we are. And here's where we're always going to stay. Until you fix it. You decide to get a wild hair up your butt and decide to fix it.
All up in there.
It's your call, Mr. Tepper. Like, we're not in control of this team. You are. You're egotistical. Oh, I go to billions of dollars off of a hedge fund, but is in control of this team. You have the power to fix this. So fix it. Don't talk about it, be about it. I'm sick and tired of it. This franchise deserves better than you right now. It
Yep.
deserves somebody that cares about it as a president. So do the right thing. Hire Cam Newton as a president. Hire somebody as a president. I don't care. Hire the doggone janitor as a president. They'll do a better job than you running this franchise. Just hire somebody
Hmm.
other than your wife. Because we're sick and tired of this crap. And on a positive note, congrats to the great GOAT Steve Smith on
Indeed.
making the Hall of Fame.
Yep.
Hey, my man.
North Carolina Sports Hall of Fame. Very, very nice. Well deserved. Well earned.
Well earned, sir. You know, we're gonna go through another week of, oh, Bryce is a bust. These player these players can't get open. These wide receivers suck. This, that, and the other. You're gonna hear the same old rhetoric again this week. just because we're not going to be able to win against Green Bay. Suck it up, Buttercup,
Yeah,
and move
seriously.
on.
Seriously.
Because it's the same rhetoric you've been hearing all year. What else is new? What's new, Scooby Doo? Nothing behind this mask but the same old garbage. So, I mean, to me, it's just water off a duck's back. I'm more focused on the draft.
Mm.
We're already out of the playoffs, so why the heck bother yourselves with all that?
Yep,
Let's learn about what's coming in, not about what's going out.
there'll be a lot of work to do.
You know, and let's focus on retaining what we can retain. That's the key. Retain as much talent as we can retain that makes sense to retain.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, and if they're not good fits, toss them. But that's what we need to be focused on.
Yeah, gotta
The
build
future
for
can
the
be
future.
fixed with the right hirings and by doing the right things and being smart as an organization. But we don't know how to do that. So we'll just sit here and just wait for you, Mr. Tapper, to get your head out of your butt and finally decide that you actually care about this franchise.
Yeah,
And miss me
yeah,
with this whole attitude. You keep throwing pitchy fits, like a 10-year-old on Christmas that doesn't get his toy that he wants, and instead gets a card. Come on, miss me with that.
yeah,
I don't care how angry you are. We've been this angry since freaking 2016. Join the club. Drink some crappy punch with us.
yeah,
Cause for real, we've been here that long. And it annoys me that he still is not getting it. He thinks he's a fan. No, you're not a fan, Mr. Tepper. You own this franchise. You can fix this.
yeah. Needs to.
He's thinking with a fan mentality, and it makes me sick. Like, you're not a fan anymore. You're not sitting in the freaking fan box. Okay? This is. Good God Almighty. Think, man. You own $1 billion franchise, for goodness sakes.
Yep.
Stop treating it like a toy that you throw in your toy box after a month after you're done with it. Please
Better,
stop it.
better get it right. Better get it right. Better get it right.
We are this close to spending 20 years in the Sahara Desert, guys, of of no wins
Mm.
because of this one man.
Well,
And you wonder why people are pissed at you, Mr. Tepper. Oh, gee, I wonder why.
yeah. Pretty
There are no more
angry.
crutches for you to stand on. No more excuses. I'm done defending you. It's over. I'm done.
Mm. Fair point.
Step up and do what you're supposed to do to save this franchise. As for the players, none of this hate is directed at you. None of it. Okay?
Hmm.
Even though there are some YouTubers out there that still hate your guts anyway, they're going to anyway. Ignore that. Ignore the media fluff. Okay? Just get the job done. Consider this a resume builder for you.
Indeed.
Whether you stay or go, consider a resume builder. We're still evaluating you. All right? So step up. Give your 100%. You know, be who you are.
Mm.
You know,
Indeed.
show us who you are.
Um.
Other teams will see it,
Yeah.
and so are our coaches. So,
Um. I know for me, just I mean, everybody just do their best, and we'll see what happens. I mean, like I said, I don't see a win happening, but hey, prove me wrong. That's all I can really say. And yeah, shout out to Steve Smith. Shout out to Cam Newton. Keep doing what y'all doing. And
Experiment a little bit. We will get you help.
yeah, so just that's all I really got. Um, it's been a great stream. We had a nice roast fest this stream.
Hmm.
It was pretty
Loved it.
entertaining. Shout out to Mr. Carolina as well.
Yes.
Um,
William Carolina Blue podcast.
yes, definitely check him out. He also
Give him a
does
like
some
and a sub.
reaction videos as well, like the Cheesecake Factory reaction video, which was really good. So be sure to check his channel out.
Fantastic.
But and also continue to check out Corey. Keep pounding on YouTube and on Facebook, the Facebook group. Can you elaborate on the details?
Yeah, look for us on YouTube and keep pounding 3869. Again,
There
that's
it is.
keep pounding 3869. So if you search that in the YouTube algorithm, you'll find us very quickly. Uh, and on Facebook, it's the Facebook group page. Keep pounding. Again, that's the Facebook group page. Not the regular page, but the group page. I've had people confused about that. So, when I was promoting my channel, uh, also, if you'd like to come up with a name for our panel of me, Blitz, and Mr. Carolina,
Hmm.
you know our channel names, you know our names. So get creative, come up with something. We'll all vote on it. We'll decide if we want to use it, and we'll give you full credit on stream for it when we
Indeed.
decide on it.
I like the sound
Um,
of that. But
but yeah, doing a stream on draftable players either Friday or Saturday. Check out my channel for that. Look on the Facebook post for that, and name, player, uh, school that they come from, position they play, and why you like them in the comment section of that pinned post, as well as Madden Mondays coming up on my channel. So be
indeed.
looking for that late evening.
A lot to look forward to, a lot of content to check out and dive
Mm.
in. And of
Stay
course,
happy, healthy, and well, folks.
y'all definitely be on the lookout. We'll plan on doing content this Sunday. Of course, I know for my channel will be post game, which it is a 1 o'clock game on
Yep.
Christmas Eve. So definitely um, check us out. But hope everybody has a blessed weekend and
Have a Merry Christmas
Merry Christmas
or
indeed.
Happy Holidays, depending on which one you like.
Yep. And thank y'all so much for watching. Hope y'all enjoyed the video. Hope y'all love the content. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, follow, all of the above on every
Like and
last
sub.
one of these channels. YouTube, Facebook, all of the above.
Absolutely.
Thank y'all so much. This has been another Carolina Panthers Talk Live, brought to you by Blitzball Champ Gaming. Keep pounding the Bleeding Carolina Blue podcast. We love y'all. For Mr. Carolina, for myself, Blitzball Champ, and
Keep pounding.
we will see y'all in the next video and or live stream. Be safe. Catch y'all later. Peace.